Hey, greetings everybody. It's your old pal Count Jackula from Planet Dracula. Just want to make sure that everyone can hear me, if that is at all possible. No, having a bit of an issue here. Let's see. Well, let's just fix that right now. Turns out oh, that's not what I was looking for. Oh man, just gotta get ourselves over to the live chat so that we can see what everyone is saying. So if we're lucky, then the first part of this will be talking to Rap Critic. He's getting set up right now. He's apparently having some difficulties because his apartment apparently has an infestation of bugs in the room that he normally records in. So he's going to be talking to us through his phone, hopefully. But we gotta wait for him, which is good because apparently I gotta find our live chat. I have to find our what's it called? The video ID for our stream, because apparently fucking XSplit in all of its native intelligence did not save that information. I don't know why, but this is one of those great things about the stream. You get to see a lot more of the warts than you would on, say, radio or in a video. And as Ileana Gonzalez, Ghoul Queen, said actually last night, sorry, wow, I didn't realize this. Was it Ileana or was it Ghoul Queen who said, like, geez, I didn't realize this stuff was so complicated? And we're like, yep, this stuff is complicated. It gets fucking complicated. Oh, I remember. Here we go. All right. Now you go away. And we put you in here. Do. Bam. Connected. All right, it's connected. We got connect. All right. Boom. There we go. All right, a lot of activity going on in the chat at the moment. That's good. That's always good. It's wonderful. So if there have been any questions in the chat, I've been a little I've been a little not seeing it. So if you had a question for me to answer, Hail Satan, then please retype it, because this chat is going by a mile a minute. I see Yogi's in the chat. Excellent. So is Slay. Welcome all. Ileana. Do. All right, just got a message from the Rap Critic. He says that his computer's giving him some shit, but that he will be here shortly. Hey Jack, watch out later. Maybe. If this goes well, if Rap Critic's able to get everything on board, and we'll probably be chatting for a bit. But after that, yeah, entirely possible. By the way, the super chat is still available. Thank you, August Anderson. Thank you, August Anderson. August Anderson, you can jump in. You might be able to jump in on the stream after we're done with the main guest segment. That's going to be me and Rap Critic talking about Kendrick Lamar's Damn. We're going to be talking about that. And after that, we're going to go back to slightly the more free-for-all stuff. You know, so if you want to... chat with us, at some point I will open the floor up, and that will also open the floor up to the $20 donation. You know, gets you on the stream if you want it, portion of the evening, which is the majority of the show. So I just want to make sure that the special guest gets... thank you, Blast Action. Hey, man. A few shekels full of titties. That's what we're all about here. Oh, thank you, Snaggletooth. Oh, man. Hey, Snaggletooth, how you doing? Things are good. Yeah, we will be, obviously, during the segment, donations open. It's just that, hey, if you want to talk with us on the stream for that $20, that might have to wait a little bit. I'll open the floor for that. You know, when we get to it. Right now, we're just hanging out, waiting for Jan, Rap Critic, to join us. His computer, he says his computer's being dumb, so it's gonna be a minute. Oh, thank you, House Rage. Fuck yes. Yeah, I just want to say that these super chat donations they're counting. They're counting a lot. We had a very good month on the channel, and it's largely due to super chat. You know, largely due to super chat. Because ad revenue is in the fucking dumpster. It's gone. It's out of here. You know, like it's just bad. Like I'm sorry. Like this. You know, it's gonna be, unless like we start doing the donation, unless more people start doing the donation thing and more people get on the YouTube streaming to use it. Yeah, that controversial content's going to just completely disappear. It's going to completely fucking go away. Now, there are a lot of guys who are doing it for no money, you know, which is one of the reasons that I was like, this advertising boycott thing is fucking bullshit. Because like a lot of motherfuckers do this for like no cash whatsoever. And all this is hurting is the people who are willing to at least somewhat play by the rules. That's who it's hurting. And that's some bullshit. They shouldn't have done that. I don't know what. Oh, thank you again, August Anderson. Fuck. Important message? Exactly. They do. They really, really do, in my opinion. You know, like, sex makes the world work. It makes life, it brings pleasure and life together. And this is probably one of the most important things that could ever be fucking said. Hail Satan. A lot of people want other things to be the thing that makes the world go round. And this has brought me into a lot of conflict with, say, oh, the Baroness is with us. Wonderful. Wonderful. Oh, man. And that is that we online kind of praise and worship the intellect. And being clever is a fine thing. But sometimes what a young man needs to do is go out and meet some girls. You know? And the reverse could be said for young girls as well. Being clever is very fine, but sometimes you just need to engage in that sexiness, you know, because that's what really makes the world go around. For whatever you think of that, that's really what makes the world go around. Intellect can help you improve it, can help you make things better and figure out what's happening. That's its purpose. That's what it does. But intellect, remember, intellect is your faithful dog. It's not your master. You know, it's not your master. You don't want it to be your master. You're letting a much smaller, a thing which is much smaller than the totality of you controlling your destiny. You don't really want that. You got to go down to a more basic level, because remember, the intellect is actually the most primitive part of the human brain, because it's been around for the shortest period of time. Everything else is highly refined and highly fucking tested in reality, and that includes like some weird shit. That includes some really weird shit, and some really weird shit that like smart people don't like to think about, and I don't blame them, because it's bothersome. One, meaning and faith. These are old. These are very old, and they've stood the test of time. They're still fucking with us. Are they the apex? Obviously not. But the fact that they are still with us has a lot of meaning, and it's really important. I think it's important not for our survival. A lot of people are like, well, we have Carl Sagan said we have dangerous evolutionary baggage. And he's right. He's right, we do. But for all the bad that happens when faith and meaning are twisted, and they're twisted constantly, it's very obvious that it's a very important aspect of the human condition, and we somehow need it. And when we're removed from it too hard, we start to go crazy. We start to say fucking stupid things. We replace it with things like religion. We replace it with ideology, and that's bad. That's not good. It's a poor substitute. It's a very poor substitute. It doesn't really, it won't cut mustard. That dog won't hunt. It's no good. So you want to use your intellect, definitely. You don't want to abandon it, and you probably do want to give it a hefty amount of consideration. But at the end of the day, don't let it rule you. You'll find yourself miserable and spiteful and resentful. You don't want that. You don't want that at all. It's bad for you, and it's bad for everyone around you. It's actually one of the, as much as I like dudes like Richard Dawkins and Christopher Hitchens, I feel like that's one of the problems that they have. They're kind of resentful guys, and that I always felt that made them, that's where that bitterness came in, is because they're so separated. They've separated themselves so purposefully from the more basic human condition, that they've just become bitter and angry. And I'm like, whoa. Intellect in the service of bitterness and anger, no matter how correct, has got to be curbed. Like, their arguments are very solid, by the way. I'm not saying their arguments aren't very good. They're very good. They're very good. They're very smart people. They're super smart. But wisdom says intellect isn't everything. Royal Blake says, so you're a Jordan Peterson guy. Yes. Yeah. I don't agree with everything he said, and I've come to the conclusion that some of the things he has said, particularly politically and legally, are incorrect. But he is correct about a lot of stuff. He's very correct about a lot of things. One, how ideology can fucking take you over. He's right about that, and how that's a bad thing. He's right about that. Thank you, Jamie Joanne Russell. Ooh, $5. Here we go. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, Jamie Joanne Russell. GL Knight asks a question. So, because I'm me, you certainly are. That could be said with 100% certainty. Um, and most of my comic ideas are super heavy and dark. I've decided to write up a new concept. Oh, the Late Late Horror Show has donated $5. Oh, yeah, he's right. I should tweet it out. Let's tweet this out. Let's tweet this motherfucker. Do 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 do. What if you met a girl and fell in love and found out that she was God? Then you would have to awaken the God within yourself. That's the answer. You know, because a God can care for a normal person. They can care. They really can. But if you want to fall in love with them, you got to be a God yourself. That's the answer. Let's see. Come on in. We live. Motherfucker. Ah! All right. Looks like our boy is ready. So let's bring him in. Do 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 do. Hopefully. All right. Do this. Come on. All right, we got sound. We got video. Cool. Why the fuck am I watching Cool World? Hey, man, I'm watching the best part of Cool World. I'll have you know. Right there. That's the real shit. Oh, the ending. Is that what you gonna say? Oh, man. Hey, man, if you want to talk about story, I will agree with you. The story of Cool World is fucked. It's bad. Yeah. Yeah. The story is terrible. I fucking got so mad because, in my opinion, like I read some of what was originally intended. Way better. Way better. Damn. Okay. All right. Woo! Oh, is the horse among us? Holy crap. She's with us. Holy crap. Yeah, I can totally hear you. Nope. Oh, they're telling me they can't hear you. Thank you again, August Anderson. Sexy mama. Okay, so you cannot hear Rap Critic, so I gotta figure out how to do this. What the fuck is going on? I can hear you. Yeah. Okay, let's see. System sound.
If I put in headphones.
All right. Whoa, what happened to the YouTube chat? Let's get that back.
See, look, I'm ruining things.
Son of a bitch. Okay, there we go. All right. Rap Critic, say some shit.
Balls.
Okay. Horror Guru says we can hear you now. Awesome. So, everybody in the stream, this is Rap Critic. Rap Critic, plug yourself.
I'm Rap Critic. You don't have to like my opinion, but I don't have to like your song. Look me up on YouTube. It's pretty easy. I'm Rap Critic. I chose possibly the most literal name for what I do. So, it's not like Oh, cool guy Jay reviews. No, it's the rap critic reviews the shit. You know.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh man.
Okay, so I don't know whatever you guys are talking about, but never mind that shit. Gorilla's new album is fucking out right now.
Oh shit, that's right. That is today, isn't it?
Yeah, and if my Spotify would stop acting up, my every apparently Skype is like using up all the power to create something that actually works because everything else is just like,
Oh fucking hell!
uh.
Like I gotta tell you, Discord is talking about getting video on its shit, and I cannot wait for that. I cannot fucking wait for that. That is just gonna be so much fucking better.
Video on what?
Discord.
I
It's
don't know what
another.
that
It's
is.
another Skype like. It's another Skype like thing. It's a voiceover IP program
Mm.
that a lot of people who do online gaming use. And they announced earlier this year that in the near the end of the second quarter, which just started, they're going to be they're going to unveil their video, which is the one thing that Skype has over Discord.
Mm.
But Discord, it takes up a lot less memory. Like even in its voiceover function, just even in pure voiceover, it takes up less memory. So I'm looking forward to it because yeah, Skype is a fucking memory hog. It is a complete fucking memory hog, and it fucking drives me up the wall. It's one of the things that when I stream, it's one of the things that could potentially like make everything fuck up and just go, and just like fucking seize up and shit like it's got Tourette's.
Dude, I've been trying to get Adobe Pro to quit like 8 times in a row, and it's just like, nah, I don't feel like it. I'm just not gonna do that.
Oh shit. What are you running? You running Mac or Windows 10?
Mac.
Oh shit, I don't know what to tell you about Mac. It's Windows 10. I can tell you how to shut that shit down, but Mac, no, not really a Mac guy, so I have no clue. Oh jeez. So I gotta ask you, man, this whole ad revenue thing, how is that affecting you?
Um, it's affected me because it's pissing me off. That's how it's affected me.
Oh God, preach. Holy fucking
Dude,
crap.
dude, when you see it just keep going down, and I was like, well, let me upload some older videos. Maybe like it'll like bump a little bit, and like, nah, that shit wasn't happening.
No.
I was like, I'm like, what did I do? Like, dude, just because some fucking assholes felt like talking about Nazis or whatever bullshit, now I gotta not get paid as much.
Yeah,
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Nazis.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Thanks a lot, Nazis. Thanks a lot, corporate America. Like I was like, it's one of those weird things where I've been around the sun enough times. I'm just sort of like, look, motherfucking Nazi's gonna be there. You just gotta figure out a way to keep that shit to a minimum. But when
That's why.
this
That's
fucking
why.
shit goes
That's
down,
why. Thank God for Patreon. You know
yeah,
what I mean?
yeah.
Like, if y'all want to support y'all peoples, support them on Patreon and pray to God nothing fucks up with Patreon.
Yeah.
Because if
Yeah, no
Patreon
shit,
fucks up,
dude.
there's like, okay, what the fuck do we do now?
Well, Patreon, as it turns out, one of the people that's come
Please, please
knocking
don't
on the
tell me.
door.
Please don't tell me something's going on with them too.
Oh, no. It's not necessarily bad. It's just one of those like, oh, you're interested. That's interesting. Like, one of the people interested in Patreon is Amazon.
Huh.
And I'm like, interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Interesting. Very interesting. We'll see how that goes. Because I mean, I've been for the last like week or so, I've been evangelizing about the idea of YouTube having a donation per video button on every video.
Mm.
Because we got this super chat thing going, right? Like someone donates, it immediately goes up, it's visible, everyone gets to be like, yeah, I donated that, which yeah, you did because you're sexy, and it feels awesome. Whereas the donation, there's already a donation button on YouTube, but nobody uses it. Why? It's fucking tucked away under the channel where no one fucking looks at it. Nobody, literally nobody. You know, in all the time I've had a YouTube channel, I have gotten $0 from that damn thing.
I kind of didn't know it was there.
Yeah, most people don't know it's there. And I'm like, just put it under every video and then give the channel the option to show how much money has been donated. You know? And just be like, yeah. So if a motherfucker makes like $100 of donations on a video, you know, it's visible because VidMe does this. You know, you could, hang on, here we go. Robert Mara. Holy shit, dude. Should be coming in. Oh, come on. Come on, Streamlabs. Don't fuck up now. Not on. There we go. There we go. Robert Merritt donated $10.
Vanessa says hi.
And say hi to Vanessa for me. Holy shit. Robert and Vanessa are some peeps I know from the horror crowd. And, you know, we just gotten along really well. Met him through my buddy Anthony, who I've talked about. Yeah, he's a cool dude. She's a cool lady. You know, they're awesome peeps, and I love seeing them every time. Every time we're at a show together, it's always awesome. So yeah, go on.
Dude, I'm looking at the track listing for this Humans album by Gorillaz. Like, first of all, I kind of don't like how it kind of looks like Demon Days. Like, you know, with the four, you know, the four squares with them in each one.
Yeah.
Like, no, I think it looks cool. Like, just by itself, it looks cool. But just the fact that they've already kind of done that is just like, well, you know. But like, I'm looking at the track listing, and there's, like, skits on this album. That has never been a Gorillaz thing before.
Oh, like actually putting them on the album? Because
yeah,
you've done skits and shit before.
Yeah, but never like as a part of the album. Like, I'm wondering, like, is it them talking? Like, I'm like looking at this album like a fucking 4-course dinner that I really want to eat right now, but I got to do this stream.
Yeah. And speaking of the stream, let's talk about our boy Kendrick.
Oh yes, yeah.
Yeah. So as many people know, Kendrick Lamar put out his album Damn last week. That fucking thing dropped, and it's Damn period. And I really feel like the cover, I really feel like the cover just kind of says it all, because it's not damn, it's literally it's damn.
And it's him looking at the screen like,
damn.
Oh shit! I drank slightly too much.
Yeah.
Oh damn!
Oh man,
I'm gone off that kryptonite.
Yeah. Ooh, someone named Annalise just subscribed. Oh, good to have you, Annalise. Although she probably subscribed on video, probably not in the chat. Oh, holy shit! Snaggletooth donated $4.
Why do the boobs keep coming up? Is that what happens when someone donates?
Yeah. I got it set up so that shit plays whenever someone donates.
I've just got boobs on under my mustache.
Yep. Oh, Robert Mara. Oh, gee, dude, that's awesome.
What?
Said hi to Linda as well.
All right, hang on a second. Hey, hon. Robert says hi.
Hey.
She says hi back, Robert. Say hi to Vanessa for us. Yeah, so what I was saying about this album, first of all, the only reason this is not his best album is because To Pimp a Butterfly exists. Like, this is like just under that. And mainly the reason, because this is technically a better album, definitely, but it's kind of a downer.
I mean,
it's called
this album.
Damn.
It ends a little like nothing's gonna match the way To Pimp a Butterfly ends.
Oh no,
like,
no!
Don't spoil it for him. But like, just experiencing what happened, like the first time I heard it, I was like, "Wait, what?" Oh,
like,
Oh.
To Pimp a Butterfly ends on that moment, and when it happens, you're like, God, is that you?
But with this album, it doesn't really end on that like big note. It's more just like, oh, that's an interesting sort of story. Like that's cool, and then
Yeah.
it ties back to the beginning in ways that I'm not 100% sure of yet. So it's just like
Well,
I'm still waiting for Reddit to blow my mind with whatever theory they come up with.
because like, well, it's one of the things. Like, I feel like the title of the album kind of says it all. Damn, because it's damnation. And it is obviously, the way I described it is like, if To Pimp a Butterfly is Dante's Inferno, you know, or the Journey of Buddha, then Damn is Paradise Lost. You know, it's a bit darker. Slafer asks, is To Pimp a Butterfly really that good? Yes, it is.
You guys don't. I remember I showed it to this guy. I showed it to this guy when we was at MagFest a couple years ago.
Holy fucking shit.
And I was like, yo, you guys, we're about to go to a movie or whatever the fuck we're about to do.
We were going to go see The Witch. Yeah. And we were in that car. I remember that. Like, we were in that car, and you were like, I gotta show you this album. I gotta share this album. And like fucking Jess, your girl, was like, oh God, this again. But I'm like, no, you were so into it. I was like, no, the driver controls the fucking music. He's gonna share this with me. I'm just gonna listen.
Just let this happen.
Yeah, just let it fucking happen. And then the minute it fucking started, I was like, what the fuck is this? This is incredible. And then I remember as soon as we got past like the first line, I'm like, holy shit, someone really, really was inspired by Parliament's maggot brain.
Yeah.
That moment, George Clinton appears on the album, and I'm like, holy fucking crap. Well, called that one. Holy shit. You know, just like, and of course, like, you had to have George Clinton say that. You know, like, when the four corners of this cocoon collide.
Are you really who they idolize? The Pimp a Butterfly.
Yeah, holy crap.
Oh, glorious.
Yeah. You know, and like to end that album on before you get to the end, but to basically the last song on the album, because the way that To Pimp a Butterfly is organized is it has a poem that is being read by Kendrick, and he gives you, every time he comes back to the poem, he gives you a little bit more of it until he gets to the very end, and that's when he nails it home. But the last actual song has the line, when the shit hits the fan, are you still a fan?
Yeah.
You know, and the whole idea being like, yeah. Your idols, your gods, they're gonna let you down at some point. They're gonna do something that you don't necessarily know. But more important than that, people will just smear them. People will just smear them, and unjustly. And
it's like it. I remember hearing that and thinking sort of like, Cause he had that one line. It's like, he gave us Thriller. You really think he touched those
kids? Yeah.
And that's a bit of faulty logic. Like,
yeah.
I don't personally think it happened, but I don't think him making a good album is the reason why it didn't happen.
Exactly.
Come on, that album was great. Come on, guys.
Well, I mean, that was a fucking Dave Chappelle bit, which is, come on, he gave us Thriller. Would you leave him alone with your children? Oh, fuck no. You know, but at the end of the day, like, Michael Jackson's real legacy is the music. You know,
did I tell you? Okay, this is how I personally take it.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, they're getting on my bed. I told you I had like a bit of a bug infestation, and they're getting on my bed now.
Oh shit!
But I'm not on my bed, so it's all good.
Okay, cool.
Well, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so when it comes to music or just art in general, I think what really makes the difference is how what criminal whatever activity they did, how it is influenced, how that has influenced the music, right? Because
Yeah. How does it relate?
R. Kelly's nasty ass. He has made some really perverted sexual songs. He has had songs written, like he has written songs for women who are like 14 or 15 years old, talking about how I want to date this older guy. Like, I can't listen to that as much anymore because I know that he actually did like try to
He
marry
actually
Aaliyah at 15.
peed on a girl.
Yeah, no, it's more than one girl. Like that's the
Yeah.
thing that
That's
fucks
his
you
thing.
up. Like,
That's his thing. It's how he gets down, apparently.
so like that makes it harder for me to enjoy that music because I know the same mindset that created that music also was involved with that, activity. You know what I mean? But like,
Yeah.
or like with I don't know, like with Bill Cosby or whatever. Like I can watch the Little Bill show because as far as I know, I mean, I'm not watching it now, but like I don't feel bad about it because it's like, as far as I know, there's nothing in that show that's like, oh, those women folk, they always don't want you to have sex with them. Like, if there was something in there, then I'd be like, okay, I can't watch that anymore. That's fucked up, that whole perception. Because where I thought maybe it was just a joke, just trying to, rib you and, do whatever. No, that's actually inspired him to do horrible things. I can't watch that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's a difference between what. How does it not only does it interface with the work, but also it's also weird because there's also a thing to consider, which is the severity of the offense. Like, for example, why I can let go of R. Kelly a little bit is when you get down to it, consent was involved, and I think only the thing that really icks people out, besides the pee, is the age of the person involved. That's the icky thing to me. I'm like, oh, geez, no, that girl's too young, dude. Like, no.
No. Another problem is because here's the thing. Like, I read an article about this. Oh, that interviewed the guy who like took on the case and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the thing that people don't know is that it wasn't just one girl. There are plenty of other girls. In fact, they talked about how R. Kelly would hang around like the McDonald's near this Catholic school because he knew, because he knew that there would be girls there, and and he would specifically mess with girls who were in like the Catholic school choir, specifically black girls, because literally, as the guy pointed out, he was like, people literally don't give a shit about black women. Like, I couldn't get anyone to fucking care about this case other than that one goddamn girl. There have been like abortions that he has forced women to perform. It goes deeper than that.
Oh
like
my
it literally
God.
is like you see one roach and you think, oh, I'm sure it's just one. No, there's a whole fucking mattress of bullshit that he did. Like, it's just disgusting if you look it up on your own time.
Oh,
like,
man.
yeah, I'm thinking
That's
too, like,
fucked.
oh, well, it's just one girl. All right, we can have a conversation about what considered. No, this was a routine thing that he did, and like,
man.
and he would he would go after girls that would be silent. Like, he worked with this one Chicago, like, really famous singer in Chicago, and she had her own like congregation. And he would take advantage of those young girls because it's like, well, you don't want to make me mad because I'm helping out your organization that has the star, you know what I mean? The star singer there. And, you wouldn't want to mess up that whole deal, would you? So it's like certain power dynamics that are really kind of fucked up that sort of throw things into, disarray.
Yeah. But, like, even outside of that, dude, that's fucked up. Like, that's fucking sinister.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, that's actually taking it to a sinister level, like where you're deliberately preying on a specific subset of girl just because no one will give a shit. You're like, oh, fuck.
Yeah,
That's
it's really fucked up.
Completely fucked.
And that's what kind of made me go like, all right, that's definitely not right here.
That's way more. Yeah, that's way deeper. Like, that's way deeper.
Now, with Michael Jackson, what was the whole Like, the thing that really fucked me up was that the dad that was involved in that case, there's actually record of him going like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna milk this motherfucker for all he's worth. We're gonna, get him and do all this shit."
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, first of all, why are you leaving your kid with Michael Jackson? Like, I don't give a fuck how famous you are. Look. I'll put it to you like this: if I'm a fan of an artist, I'm not trying to leave my kids with them. I would be trying to hang out with them. I'd be like, you know what I mean? What was the conversation that took place here? Because it's not like, oh man, where did my kid go? What? He was at Michael Jackson's house this whole time? Oh my god, no! Those fucking parents had to have known and had to have said, okay, you can hang out with Michael Jackson, and I guess I'll just go fuck off. Like, no, I'd be like, hey, I want to come too. I want to see the studio. I want to see Neverland. Like, let's make it a day. Let's have, you know what I'm saying? Let's have mom, dad, everybody come in. I'm saying, if I can convince a celebrity to let me come hang out in this fucking place, I'm taking full advantage of that shit. I'm not leaving my fucking 8-year-old kid. The fuck are you nuts?
Hey, man.
Watched Ghost live last evening. Awesome.
He gave us Thriller. Thriller. Oh, Boot Monster just donated some cash in a denomination. I don't know what that is. But it's 200 of them. Hopefully that's a lot. NOK 200. Did you know what denomination that is? This is going to keep being a thing. And he said he saw Ghost last night and it ruled. So, yeah, fuck yeah, Ghost rules. I'm a little fucking upset about the lawsuit that they got going on right now. It's the Norwegian krone. All right, so if we take 200 Norwegian krones, that is roughly $23. Awesome. That is badass. Okay, well, when we're at that stage of Book Monster, if you're still around and you speak English, because if you don't speak English, that's going to be an issue. But I have a feeling that because you just typed something and you're listening to me, you probably speak English. We can get you in on the live chat. But for right now, let's keep it up with our conversation about shit. Good God. Hey, Rap Critic. Just remember, he gave us...
call me Rap? I'm not Rap.
Hey, Rap. He gave us... he gave us Thriller.
Oh, I'm so happy. I did it. I finally finished the thing. I've been trying...
Spotify?
I've been trying to get this clip of Tech Nine's song... There's a song by Tech Nine called Crybaby, right? And I've been trying to find the edit that I could make of it that just used the part. So the chorus goes like, when I turn on the TV, them rappers sounding like wah 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 Crybaby, and he's talking about how rappers complain that mainstream rappers get more shine than them, right? And Tech Nine's a cool fucking guy. He doesn't give a shit. He's like, I'll work with underground rappers. I'll work with mainstream rappers. I just like making music. I don't give a fuck. And so, he's noting that, people are talking about, oh, is hip hop dead because mainstream rappers are sort of ruining the music? And he's like, no, we're getting, black artists are getting money. This shit is more alive than ever. What the fuck are you talking about?
Paid.
Yeah, exactly. And so, he made this song where he's like, all you rappers are just fucking complaining, and it just has the fucking hardest chorus. You gotta hear it. Hold on.
Actually, someone just donated $5 and asked you a question. Royal Blake asks, Rap Critic, would you say that Damn is an album-length extension of You and or I?
You and or I? Wait, what does that mean?
I believe that was one of Kendrick's earlier albums.
He had an album called You and or I? I know he did Section 80. What? You and I don't remember that shit.
Yeah. Kendrick Lamar. Let me see. Maybe it's a specific. Oh! It's a
Oh, You and I, the songs from To Pimp a Butterfly.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, my favorite goddamn songs on that album.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that took a minute. I was like, wait, what? Oh, duh. But yeah. Here's the thing about Kendrick Lamar. Like, if you're not listening to like the whole album, you're kind of missing the experience. So
Yeah,
it's really hard to fucking dice it up into individual songs because every Kendrick Lamar album is kind of like this journey that you take,
yeah.
and I that's why I usually discuss it by album rather than song, because like it's kind of like fucking Pink Floyd's The Wall.
Mhm.
It's really, you can clip out segments that everyone remembers, like, We Don't Need No Education, but that's not the title of the song.
Yeah.
And shit like that. And in fact, if you're not listening to the entire album of The Wall, you've missed it. And Kendrick Lamar is absolutely like that. It's one of the things I really like about him. So yeah, how do you feel? Like, do you feel like Damn is a album length extension of that, of You and or I?
Um, well, those are the more personal songs on that album, so maybe. I mean, like an artist making more music about his personal life is going to be an extension of that if they make another song about their personal life. So like, I mean, yes, I guess. I don't think that was directly intended. Uh I don't know. If he did, there would probably be like a U or an I in the name of the album. Like it would be like
Oh, like if it was really
down.
meant that way, that he would
Yeah,
probably
yeah,
call
yeah.
attention to it. I think you got a point there. I think that the connection between the two is kind of it is inevitable rather than intentional. To Pimp a Butterfly is much more personal to Kendrick himself, whereas Damn is much more about the world he finds himself in.
See, I thought it was the opposite,
Showing my
actually.
support.
Really?
Keep
I
it
thought
up.
To Pimp a Butterfly was a lot more outward, and Damn was a lot more inward.
Oh,
Because
interesting.
he even
Oh,
talks
thank you,
about how like
Horserus. Thank you for the
he
donation.
even talks about how like, hey, I was trying to uplift black artists with my last album, but like I might be like, okay, that last album was him being intelligent Kendrick. This album was him slipping back. This was him backsliding, and just because there's a specific point where he's like, where he turns into K Dot again. And he's like, y'all motherfuckers thought y'all wasn't gonna see me, like the fucking ignorant, I'm just gonna fucking kill you and I don't give a shit. You know? Like
Mm.
the one song, what song was it? It was one of the earlier songs of the album where he talks about how like, someone tried to come to him and be like, hey, I know you're like a smarter guy than me. I wanted to get your word on what I should do with the fact that like someone killed a friend of mine, and you made an album about having to deal with someone close to you dying. So like, what would you say to me? And he was like, I'm trying to be as uplifting as I can, and I know I'm supposed to be like I'm supposed to be smarter, and my words are supposed to mean something. But dude, if that shit happened to my family, no, you're not getting the fucking smart Kendrick. I don't give a fuck. I will show up at your goddamn like church service and
Yeah.
put the fucking blower in your lap. Like, that was him revealing how he really felt. And so this was
Yeah.
more of his struggle between being more conscious and being truthful to how he really feels.
Yeah. The difference between like his inward Buddha nature and the fact that he still has to live in this world that is filled with pain and suffering, and all that shit. Like funny enough, like a guy who I always thought was able to straddle that line with a little more cool, who's very obviously goes between, hey, I'm a smart guy, but I will fuck you up, and everything about him tells you this,
Uh-huh.
is fucking Ice-T.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Just
like,
that fucking eyebrow, like.
yeah.
Okay, I just sent you the clip. It's the last thing I just sent you.
Oh, okay. What's this a clip of?
So there's this whole thing where uh where Trump, like, what the fuck did he do? Oh, he was complaining about how, like, oh, I didn't know being the president would be so hard. Like,
Oh my
whoa, I didn't know
god.
in my first 100 days it would be so hard. And so I re-edited the Tech Nine song to the best part. And maybe you could play it on the stream so you could hear it.
Yeah.
Video, Long Limousines by the Starcade Boys.
Whoa.
2 words, a wrestling rap.
Oh man, check out a rap video, Long Limousines by Starcade Boys, 2 words, wrestling rap. Oh man, dude, I remember when that first became a thing. It was always terrible, and I always loved it. Wrestling rap is amazing. All right, let's play this. Oh my god, that clip is amazing.
Wait, did you hear it?
Yeah,
I couldn't hear it.
Oh man, that should just be the answer now. Like, that's just the answer.
Dude, isn't that perfect? Like,
It is.
just the sound with which his voice like does it is just like that perfect timbre of just like quit your fucking bitching.
Yeah. Quit your bitching.
Like you're the president of the goddamn United States. Shut the fuck up and do your goddamn job, you little bitch.
I don't think I've ever. I gotta be honest on the whole Trump thing. I've never seen a president with this, who's this fucking undeserving of respect, and who is also getting the lack of respect. It's fucking incredible. It's fucking incredible. Like, I mean, and I remember Jimmy Carter. Like
people goofed on him. But
yeah.
I don't think they like actually thought he was legit that inept.
Well, they thought he was that inept, but they didn't think he was that inept and awful, you know, and malicious. Like, everyone would look at Jimmy Carter and like, oh, this guy's just a fucking idiot. But his heart's in the right place. Yeah, okay, fine. But he's still a fucking idiot. Trump is like, this guy's an idiot and he's evil. Like, fuck this dude. Like, he's not just an idiot. He's an idiot who lies. And because he is such a fucking blatant liar, nobody knows what the fuck to do. It's just sort of like, I lied. I'm Trump. You're fired. It'll be huge. Build a wall. Yeah. And you're just like, what?
I hate that there's not been that person who has like, he said a lie and then like, wait, this is actually the truth. And then like, well, you know, and then go, and then like have like, I just want one person to just press him and be like, no, this is the actual truth. What you said was not true. What do you have to say to that? Oh well, you know, no, don't try to sidestep it. I want you to say, I'm sorry, I lied. That's what I want you to say right now. Like,
yeah.
Oh, somebody fucking do it.
Yeah, and the thing that's like really super fucked up about it is there were a million times where I thought for sure, this is it. This is the moment. This is going to be the thing that just brings this whole house of cards tumbling fucking down. But at the end of the day, people couldn't fucking do it. Grab him by the pussy. That was fucking manna from heaven. Fucking like Jesus looked down, the golden rays pierced the fucking clouds.
I tried to help you motherfuckers out.
Yeah. Like, why couldn't you use this? How come you couldn't fucking use it? Because the minute the Black Eyed Peas came out with a thing, I was like, okay, this is it. This is going to be it. This is going to be the thing that brings them all down. Because if there's one thing will.i.am can do, it's write a fucking hook. Let's do it. Let's do this, Will. And I watched it and I was like, this is awful. Oh, this is some cringe. No, don't talk to me about respect. To talk to me about destroying Donald Trump. Come on. You know, fucking hell.
I don't know. I don't know what happened, man.
Oh, yeah. Every time. Every fucking time. It was just, and it's still happening. It's still happening.
It's just like, still? Like nothing?
Yeah.
Like, can we please stop what's happening? You know, I think it's just, there's too much shit happening at once. We just need to have a moment where he's on stage and people just go, someone just walks up on stage and goes like, no, we're not letting this one pass. Everyone, get on your phones right now. Google what the fuck he just said, and whether or not the statistic he just gave us was true. And then everyone just like, oh yeah, well, all right, well, let's Google it. It's like, you see, why is he getting away with this?
Yeah. Why are we letting him get away with this? And I think it's because a lot of people become dog shit at communicating.
Yeah, and also it's just, I think the problem is like 20 years ago, he would have totally been out by now.
Oh fuck
but
yeah!
I think the problem is there's just so much happening. Our attentions are split in so many ways that it's hard to get people strongly unified behind something. Even though we had like 3 million fucking people come out for the Women's March on the weekend of the inauguration.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And people are still organizing protests, and people are still talking that shit, in which I fucking love it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Although I will say this. Like I feel like we're kind of we on the left are kind of being the architects of our own downfall at this point, because I keep looking at all these individual marches and I keep going, these individual marches are great, but you know what would be better is if instead of saying the Women's March or the March for Science or all that shit, we just called it like it was, anti-Trump marches, okay? Like, fuck you. Fuck you, get the fuck out. Just fucking say it.
You know what it'd be? Anti-Trump March, the Science Edition.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's how you sell the people on this shit, you know? Because then you could get everyone going like another anti-Trump march, another anti-Trump march, another anti-Trump march.
Yeah,
you know.
But if you do it the way they're doing it, they sound like they're individual and not a part of the whole thing.
Yeah, not a part of the grander tapestry. And I'm like, no, tie it in. You gotta do the MLK thing. You gotta tie it in with the greater destiny of America. And all of a sudden, people are like, you know what? Yeah, fuck this guy. You know.
Yeah, I just want to say, can we circulate that the Trump's theme? I think.
Oh man, yeah.
Anytime Trump complains about something like, "Oh, I didn't know being the president would be so hard," cry, baby. Dude, how legit would it be if he was like, if he was up on stage and was going like, I mean, we didn't know, trying to get a replacement for the Affordable Care Act would be so hard. Just hit that play button. Cry, baby. Dude, I am begging you, the meme god, please make the Tech Nine Trump theme a thing on the internet.
Oh man. Yeah. Like, come on, man. We gotta do it. Come on, internet. This is gonna happen. Oh. Door giving you shit?
Oh, no. It's because it's 1 a.m. in the morning, and one of my roommates has got school tomorrow.
Oh, shit. That's right. Got it. Oh, man. But, like, so I gotta ask. Back to, damn. What did you think about the way that album cycles? You know, how it hooks back around to the beginning.
No, what I thought you were going to ask about is what did I think? Maybe I want to ask what did you think?
Okay.
Of what's the name of that one, Joe? It's so funny. People were complaining. I mean, people were talking about Humble so much.
Oh yeah.
No. But I'm not even going to talk about that. I think people were talking so much about Humble that, like, I think people got exhausted by the time the actual album came out, because there's a point on that album that I still kind of don't know how to process. It's on the song Fear, right?
Fear. Okay.
Do you remember the little, like, voice message that happens at the end of the song?
Oh fuck. Crap. No, not in detail. Shit.
Okay. So, first of all, the song is like awesome, right?
Oh yeah, totally.
The first like the 3 verses about like him at 7, him at 17, and him at 27, and about like just what fear was to him was just perfect.
Oh yeah.
And then you get to the voicemail from his cousin,
Oh yeah.
Do you remember what was said in that voicemail? My computer's freezing up right now. I'm
Yeah,
actually
yeah,
really
yeah.
surprised that I'm still able to be heard right now.
Yeah, Fear Kendrick lyrics ending. Let's see if I can find this so I can actually quote it. Do bridge verse 2 verse 3. Yeah, it goes on
Oh,
for a while. Okay,
oh,
are
I
you
got
talking
you.
about the outro by Carl Duckworth?
Hmm.
Okay. You have only known you only you only have I known of all the families of the earth. Therefore I will punish you for all your iniquities. So until we come back to these commandments, until you come back to these commandments, we're going to feel this way. We're going to be under this curse because he said he's going to punish us. The so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native American Indians are all the true children of Israel. We are the Israelites according to the Bible, the children of Israel. He's going to punish us for our iniquities, for our disobedience, because we chose to follow other gods that aren't his son. So the Lord thy God chastened thee. So just like you chasten your own son, he's going to chastise you because he loves you. So that's what we get. That's why we get chastised. That's why we're in the position we're in. Until we come back to these laws, statutes, and commandments and do what the Lord said, these curses are going to be upon us. We're going to be at a lower state in this life that we live here in today in the United States. I love you, son. I pray for you. God bless you. Shalom. Oh, oh, he's Carl Duckworth, the Jewish?
Uh, no, no, that's just a. I think he's just using that like. There's a random sort of thing that like of sort of like mixing being an Israelite with being black. Um, so like on this album, there's a part where Kendrick says, "I'm an Israelite. Don't call me black no more."
Right.
And so if you go to Genius, the annotation says, um, Hebrew Israelites are people of color, including Africans, Latinos, and Native Americans, who believe they are the descendants of Jacob and the lost tribes of Israel. Um,
Right.
this explains why Carl quotes from Deuteronomy 28, which was originally addressed to the 12 tribes of Israel. It's a common passage used by Hebrew Israelites to explain why African Americans and other minorities experience so many atrocities, from slavery, disease, and poverty to lack of civil rights. Hebrew Israelites believe that Africans, Latinos, and Native Americans need to embrace their true identity as Hebrews in order for their punishment to subside.
Oh. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we could take this one of two ways. Either Kendrick is a believer in that stuff, which maybe he is, maybe he isn't, or he could be criticizing it.
Well, see, I think there is a point to be made that this is happening, that this happens in the song entitled Fear.
Oh yeah. Totally. Like here we are, fear of God,
Yeah,
fear that you deserve it.
exactly,
Yeah,
exactly.
fear that you deserve it.
And I think no matter who you are, when bad things happen to you, there's always a bit of you that says, I probably deserve this, right?
Yeah. I think there is something. Yeah, I think that's something that happens. Yeah. Um.
And of course, like the first verse is like when he's 7 and he's a young kid, he doesn't understand how the world works. He feels like if I'm getting hit, I must fundamentally be doing something wrong.
Yeah.
17 is it's sort of it's developed in that way, so you still kind of feel like maybe this is the way the world is. 27, Kendrick Lamar is reaching a lot of success, and he's feeling like no, there still has to be a point where I get punished because I don't actually deserve this. There's going to be a point where the other shoe drops, and it's going
Right.
to be proved that I actually deserve this. And then you have that final thing where saying like, there is that inner just I don't want to say like what's the word? Not hatred for yourself, but just like the sort of not valuing yourself. Realize
Yeah.
and where at one point you could see it as sort of like allow that to humble you, like allow the idea of like we don't deserve the good things we get. We work for them or they come to us by chance. And so
Right.
humble yourself and realize that, you could use the idea of like you don't deserve what you get to lead you to want to help other people, right? Like, yeah, we don't deserve anything. We're not owed anything. So let's try to make the best of it for everyone that we can. That's one way you can see it. But the way this is being taken here, okay, first of all, let's just break this down. Why is it that Native Americans, Black people, and Latinos, uh, uh, they've left the ways of God and they need to be taught the ways of God, but white people don't?
Oh man. Okay.
Like what the fuck is going
Okay.
on?
Okay. This is all right. What do you know about Mormonism? Yeah. We're about to go into some crazy
I only
territory.
know what South Park has told me.
Okay. Well, then you at least know that part. Like a lot of Mormonism is based on this idea of the lost tribe of Israel, right?
Hmm.
Okay.
But wait a minute. These guys think that Black people are the lost tribe of Israel.
I'm getting to that.
Okay.
But it's a weird fucking path. Okay, so the Mormons believe that they're descended from the lost tribe of Israel. So they believe that what happened is that somehow this tribe got all the way to North America and that the original tribes of Israel were white people. But because during their travails some people didn't remain true, their skin color was changed.
Ah.
Yeah. It
So their religion is literally steeped in racism.
it literally. Yeah. Mormonism is literally steeped in racism. That is why of all the Christian sects, it is the most Caucasian.
Wow.
Yeah. Like it's really funny. Like when you compare it to all the other Christian sects, they've obviously they've all got racism, but they're kind of all got racism in the way that every tribe culture kind of brings racism to the table. With Mormonism, it's kind of baked in.
Yeah, like it's part of, like it's not a bug, it's a feature.
Yeah. It's not a bug, it's a feature of Mormonism. And they try to get around this because they've realized in more recent years that this is a problem. But because it's in the holy book, it's kind of difficult to get away from. They've never been able to really crack that nut. Because they're like, well, the holy book that everything is based on, that we're so into, that shows how right we are, has this horrible social flaw in it that does not work with the modern world, and we don't know what to do.
It's like, should we just say that we're okay with being racist? Do we just want to just come out and say we're okay with being racist?
Exactly, because not even they want to take it that far. Not in the modern world, not in today's America. They don't want to take it that far. But it's obviously there. It's obviously there. It's one of those, like, it's why Utah is like the whitest state in the union.
Well, okay, so now here's my thing. So they're saying that, yeah, these other races of people were bad and God smote them.
Mm-hmm.
What that inherently says, though, is that white people are good.
Yes.
Like, as much as they want to make it about, like, no, so those people happen to be bad, but the inclusion, but what you're excluding from that phrase, like, what's the word? What you're saying by omission is that the white people that are here are the good people, you see.
Yes.
And they're the people that are really going to deserve to go into heaven.
Yeah. Like, righteous in the eyes of God, according to them.
Yeah, which is just like, how does that not set off your bullshit alarm? Like, if you're supposed to be pious, like, people of God, what makes you say that, oh, but see, we're right? Shouldn't all religion come with that, especially, like, Christian offshoot religion, come with that sense of, no, we are not perfect people. We are bad. We fuck up too. But when you have that sort of in your book, that's literally you saying that, yeah, sure, we're all good, but, some people are more good than others.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know what
yeah,
I
yeah,
mean?
yeah. All animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. It's
Exactly.
exactly that shit. Yeah, yeah. Every religion's got that. They've all got it.
Now,
And
what fucks me up is that, okay, fine, like white people, they could be tone deaf to what that means, right?
mhm.
When they hear that in their lives, they're white. They don't have to think about what the implication of other people being considered bad and how that inadvertently leads to saying that you're good. They don't have to think about that. What confuses me is this in this album, this is a black guy saying
Mhm.
this to another black guy. This is the racism that slave masters used 200, 300 years ago
Yeah.
still being used here.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's what fucks me up. It's just like,
Well,
wait a minute.
the question is, does motherfucker believe it?
Yeah,
That's the big question.
that's the sort of line that I've always kind of been confused about on all of his albums. Are these people actually calling him, or is this an act?
Yeah, yeah. It's hard to tell with Kendrick.
Because with Good Kid, Mad City, when you hear like these people talking and like like doing the drive-bys and shit like that, like it sounds real. Like it doesn't sound like usually when people have like gunshots in an album, like okay, I know that an engineer put that in, but
Right.
like those guns sound real. Like they sound like they sound like little fireworks going off. That's what gunshots really sound like. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And so it's just like, oh, that's weird. And then like the way people are talking, it's not like it doesn't sound like actors talking. It sounds like it doesn't sound played up. It just sounds like you know what I mean. Like it literally just sounds like Kendrick Lamar like had a recorder with him while he was hanging out with his friends one
Yeah, yeah,
day.
yeah.
And they cut that shit.
Like on To Pimp a Butterfly. Two things. One, the bit where he goes, Negus, like that was totally done in
Yeah,
a studio. That wasn't live.
but it sounds like it
It
was.
totally sounds live. Yeah. The other thing is the recording by Drake, who was like, yo, when you fucking came up to the house, you said you want a spot like mine. Well, let me tell you, anyone can get it. The hard part is keeping it, motherfucker. And you're just like, that was also a total bit. So you don't always know with Kendrick what's real and what isn't.
Yeah.
It's kind of part of his power. It's he's constantly doing this sound based sleight of hand.
Yeah,
You know,
and what really sells that moment though is that he brings up this call earlier in the album.
yeah,
So it's not like oh I decided to make this song and I use this here. No, if it's to be believed that this album is planned, that means he planned out planting the seed of him calling his cousin earlier in the album in order to bring it back later. You
yeah,
know
yeah,
what I mean?
yeah, yeah. Right.
He
You know.
deliberately planned the idea of like, oh, remember that call? This is that call.
Yeah, yeah. So which song was it where he says like I'm an Israelite? Which song was that?
That's Yah.
That's Yah. Okay. Yogi brought up earlier that he wanted us to talk about Yah. Because apparently I think that this was probably it. This was probably what he was talking about. Let's see. Pull up some lyrics. Kendrick, Yah.
New shit. Kung Fu Kenny.
Kung Fu
Everybody praying
Kitty.
for me.
Pray for me.
I love it.
Yeah. Let's see. I got so many theories and suspicions. I'm diagnosed with real nigga conditions. Today
I
is
love
the
that
day.
line.
Oh my God, it's such an awesome line. Yeah. Today is the day I follow my intuition, keep my family close, get money, fuck bitches. I double parked the Astron in the red. My mama told me that I'ma work myself to death. My girl told me don't let those hoes get in my head. My world been ecstatic. I checked the signal that read. Buzzing radar is buzzing. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah.
Buzzing radar is buzzing. Yeah, 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 yeah. Interviews want to know my thoughts and opinions. Fox News want to use my name for a percentage. My latest muse is my niece. She worth living. See me on the TV scream, that's Uncle Kendrick. Yeah, that's the business. Someone tell Geraldo this nigga got some ambition. I'm not a politician. I'm not about religion. I'm an Israelite. Don't call me black no mo. The word is only a color. That ain't facts no mo.
Love
My
it.
cousin called my cousin Carl Duckworth, said know my worth. The dude, oh shit, no, here it is right here. Called my
Yeah.
cousin Carl Duckworth, said know my worth, and Deuteronomy say that we all been cursed. I know he walks the earth, but it's money I get, bitches to hit, yeah, zeros to flip, temptation is yeah. First on my list, I can't resist. Yeah, everyone together now, know that we forever. Oh, shit. No,
Yeah.
no, no. This is hooking in. All right. I don't know what the actual literal truth of the situation is, but the metaphorical truth means I was absolutely right when I was like, no, no, no. This is Paradise Lost. Because this is all about damnation.
Hmm.
This is all about damnation and the feeling of being cursed and damned. So whether or not fucking Kendrick and Carl Duckworth literally believe this shit, definitely what Kendrick is saying is that we feel it. We feel as if
Yeah.
we are. At which point I would say, well yeah.
So
I
so so
understand that feeling,
so what you could be say so what you're saying is it's not that he believes it's true, but that is the way it feels.
Yeah, yeah, I would say that definitely is what he is saying, that he is definitely saying this is the way it feels.
And I think maybe there's some merit to that in the idea that it's just like, well, what are we supposed to take from this? That we go through all this shit. What are we supposed to take
Yeah,
from the
yeah,
fact that we're treated like shit all the time?
yeah.
Now, the thing that I would contradict that with is I think that if you're thinking like that, you're thinking too much in terms of what black people have gone through. Because white cultures have gone through shit too. Like the fucking Black Death. Like, what was that?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well,
That wasn't happening in Africa. That wasn't
yeah.
happening in Asia. That was purely Europe.
Yeah, and if you look at what people were saying at the time, during the time of the Black Death and shit like
Um,
that, it's the same type of thing.
yeah.
It's the feeling that like somehow, it's like we were saying earlier, like whenever something really bad happens, you somehow feel like maybe somehow you deserve it.
Hmm.
Especially if you believe in a God that is supposed to intercede on your behalf for being a good person. Because now something bad has happened to you. Like, does that mean that I'm not a good person? And usually a religion will fall silent on this.
Hmm.
Because what do you fucking say to that?
Yeah.
There have been there only been a couple of schools of thought in the religious world that have actually had anything really to say that was somewhat satisfactory, and people are like, well, that's not really an answer, and the answer to that is always, yeah, but that's as good an answer as you get. Is Buddhism and the various Hindu faiths, who are just like, yeah, life is suffering, bad shit happens. It's like, do you deserve it? No, probably not. But
No, probably not. But
Probably not. But maybe it's karma. A lot of them believe in karma.
mm,
Like you did something that you're there's still the idea that you're being paid for a crime that you have no idea you committed.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But on the other hand, there is also this figure, either Krishna or Ganesh or Buddha, who just says, yeah, bad shit happens. It's okay. You can rise above it. You don't have to be there anymore. The point of feeling bad for the bad thing is so that you don't have to live in that bad state anymore.
I think the absolute best quote comes from my personal religious figure in my life, DMX. Uh,
Yes.
when he said, to live is to suffer, but
Yeah.
to survive is to find meaning in the suffering.
Exactly. Exactly. I agree with that 100%.
I'm not sure if he was the first person that said that, but I was the first. That was the first time I ever heard it. So I'm just gonna say that he was the first person that said that.
Oh man.
That's where I get my hip hop philosophies from, you know.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of Buddhism in a lot of in various rap artists and various rap songs, because it's a very American art form, and America has always been really, really good at adopting aspects of other cultures and integrating it in a weird way.
Oh,
You know,
apparently this is from Friedrich Nietzsche. Huh.
ooh,
I
oh,
didn't. I would.
that's a Nietzsche quote.
I
Oh
would have thought
shit, I
that
should have
was.
recognized it. Yeah, I should have recognized it.
I would have thought that was a Buddhist quote.
Yeah. Well, they both hit on that. Yeah. Well, this is one of the things. Hold on, let me double check on that. Life is suffering. To survive is to find meaning. Nietzsche. Oh shit. Holy shit, dude. Yeah.
Like that's the
Friedrich
most
Nietzsche.
optimistic quote I've ever heard attributed to Nietzsche.
Well, here's the weird thing about Nietzsche. I was actually talking to a horror guru about this the other day. Most people have pegged Nietzsche absolutely incorrectly. Everyone is like, yeah, well, he's a nihilist. He fucking doesn't believe in anything. And you're like,
And
no.
they're
That
nihilists,
is
Donnie.
not, yeah, that's not Friedrich Nietzsche at all. The reason people equate him with nihilism is he talks about nihilism. But he talks about nihilism as an inevitable consequence of having killed God. And he's not talking about it like it's a good thing, but he describes it in great detail. He's like, let me tell you about this thing called nihilism so that you can recognize it, because it's going to be a problem in the next century. And he was totally right. And that's why people associate him with nihilism, so they naturally assume that he himself believed it. And he is like, no, I'm not saying I believe it. I'm saying this is the problem. Remember, Nietzsche's also the guy who said, like, when you fight monsters,
Yeah.
don't become a monster yourself. And if you look into the abyss, it might look back. He's absolutely talking about this. He's absolutely talking about nihilism. Nihilism is the monster. Nihilism is the abyss he's talking about. And this quote right here, to live is to suffer, to survive is to find the meaning in the suffering. That is the real true core of his own personal philosophy. That's the real feelings of Nietzsche. But because he went on such great length about the monster that he was contending with, which was nihilism, people equate him with that.
Mm.
It's
They
it's
equate him
very
with the
weird.
thing he was trying to warn people about.
Exactly. It's really hard to fucking get at that core, because so much of the way we analyze literature and philosophy right now is based on postmodern precepts. And
Now,
in
what is it
in
exactly?
postmodernism, you can make any argument you want as long as it sounds good. You
Is
literally
that
can. You
postmodernism?
literally can. Yeah, because postmodernism says there's no meaning, man. The only meaning is the meaning that I can argue for. And it's why postmodernism is such a mess, because you're like, wait, what is tying all of these things together? None of these things come together.
Well,
None of them make sense. And it's
well, I,
because
I
the only thing that ties them together is this idea that the only meaning is the meaning that you can argue for. The problem is every other aspect of the philosophy dissolves things rather than brings them together.
so I think I might have watched a video about this actually. They were talking about how postmodernism sought to say I'm cooler than everyone else because I realize this is all stupid.
Yes.
But the reality that people are moving more towards is the more nuanced idea of like, I don't know what all this meaning is, but I'm still trying to find my personal meaning in it. And they're talking about how TV shows have shifted from that philosophy to this one. Like they're talking about Seinfeld, South Park, and how those shows were kind of like the nothing really matters, and how we moved into shows like Community, or shows like what was the other show that they brought up? I think it was like Parks and Rec, where it's just like the joke is like, or like with Family Guy, it was like, oh, look at these stereotypes, it's so dumb. But
Yeah.
shows like Parks and Rec and stuff like that, they're looking more at the things that bring us together. The things they're saying like, we're odd, but we're never making fun of you for being different. It's just that, oh, that is silly that you're different, but we're still coming together. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
yeah. It's as opposed to look at this stupid thing those other people do.
Exactly.
Shows
And
like
that's what Family Guy
Community.
is all the time.
Yeah. Shows like Community and Parks and Rec are going, look at this stupid thing that we all do.
Yeah,
Why do we
yeah,
do this?
yeah.
And the answer is always because we're looking for personal meaning in the world.
Mm.
And that's the joke. It's
But
it's
and see what's genius about that is that, you know, I growing up, I always thought that, especially for television, you know, people make shows and that's what the shows are about. Like if someone decides to make a silly show, I'm sure maybe there's like a demographic that they're going for, but the idea is that it's just trying to be silly. But when
right.
you look back at like the way people analyze television, like television, the thing that like, when I know that I'm supposed to analyze a book. You know what I mean? I know
Right.
that I'm supposed to analyze like a painting and say what that's supposed to mean. I never thought about the idea that like a television show, like the Cosbys from the 80s, you can analyze that and break down what they were trying to do in the 80s with this with these black, middle to upper class safe black people. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't just I want to do that just because I felt like having Bill Cosby have a show. No, there was a psychology behind what they were trying to do. Shows in the 80s where a parent would be missing,
Oh
that
yeah.
wasn't just because I just felt like taking away a parent. They were speaking to what had actually taken place recently. The idea that people could get divorced for like there were more acceptable reasons why people could be divorced. Before it was like there has to be some sort of like physical abuse or something like that that we can obviously see.
Yeah.
By the 80s, it was like you can get a divorce because you don't feel compatible anymore. Like that's a viable thing, and they're not saying it's good or bad, but these shows are dealing sort of like in their own way with the fallout of these problems. And I find that kind of fascinating because it just like reopens this world that I thought was just kind of like, it's stupid because they use laugh tracks,
Yeah. No. This is the world of the Bard. This is the
Yeah.
world that Alan
And
Moore is
spending,
always talking about. This idea that ideas themselves are looking for an entrance into the real world, and that entrance is us.
yeah. And the idea is like, it really is true. Nothing happens in a vacuum. When all of
No,
these things
no.
happening, they're happening for a reason. It's not just because they just want it to happen. That's kind of what nihilism sort of like
Yeah.
sticks to. It's like, oh, this is all stupid. It doesn't really matter. But in the postmodern age, we're kind of going like, well, wait a minute. Maybe there is value in sentimentality. Maybe there is value, and
Yeah.
there is meaning that's out there. It's just we got to stop trying to be the cool guy to be like, oh, I'm above it because I see how stupid everything is.
Yeah. It's one of the big problems with postmodernism, because when you get down to it, postmodernism is not wrong when it says nothing exists in a vacuum. That was a postmodern argument,
Mm.
but it was a argument that was specifically constructed in order to discredit the arguments of the other philosophies and its critics, and it basically accidentally stumbled upon that idea. And like it's the problem I have with postmodernism is not that it's always wrong; it's that it's a blind idiot god.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. See, the problem with postmodernism is like, well, the good thing about postmodernism is that it did get us to think more. And I think if we
well,
didn't have
it's allowed us to perfect the techniques of mental deconstruction.
exactly, and if we didn't have that, we wouldn't be able to wrap back around and say, maybe there is something important in the sentimentality of these things that we had before. I think like through us questioning that gave us more value in what we actually enjoy and what those things actually mean. Like we were able to go to the far place and then come back and go like, oh wait, we didn't have to like going all the way over there is cool, but that's not what life is ultimately.
Yeah.
There's a balance
Ultimately,
between it.
you gotta bring it back. Like postmodernism around at this point has been around long enough that now it is the old dying king.
Uh-huh.
And like it's gotta go. It's got to fucking give up the throne, because like it doesn't see shit. And I think we've been seeing a huge push, like the last huge push, because postmodernism was really huge among the baby boomers, and let's be honest, they're dying. It's giving it's having this huge push right now, and it feels like death throes. It really does.
Mhm.
Now, it's going to continue to be with us because, like, you're always going to have the need to take things apart intellectually. You're always going to have a need for that. But I think as an ends in and of itself, that will probably that's on the wane. You know, that's on the way out. I don't know how long it's going to take, but I really feel like it's on the way out because universities deconstructed their own reason for existence.
Mm.
And because the idea of the university is to be confronted
Yeah,
by
yeah.
ideas. The idea of the university is to be confronted by new ideas and to meet people of various backgrounds and various ways of thinking so that you can confront the rest of the world and be effective in it. But at this point, at least as of like last year, it's devolved into this like insane discussion of safe spaces. And I'm like, university is not a safe space.
Well,
You know,
I think there's a bit of a point of contention there because I think whenever I have heard people actually like delve into what a safe space is, it's usually like, hey, let's have this area where it's just black people talking about this so that we can hash it out. And here's a perfect instance. All right, so Kendrick Lamar's album works best within a safe space because when you're deconstructing the ideas of look at this element that has been introduced into our lives, the idea that because you are black, you are inherently cursed. That's something that I need to talk to other black people with specifically, because to have someone who who their whole life has had a white experience,
mhm.
they're automatically not going to be able to understand this nuance. So what they say is not, you know what I mean? Like unless they are specifically have specifically learned about the black experience through and through, they're not going to 100% be able to approach it with the sensitivity that needs to be approached when
Oh, you
hearing a
see,
quote like
yeah,
this.
well, you
You know what
see,
I'm
like
saying?
that's actually why I disagree. Because I think putting the idea out into the wide world where it can actually be examined, like if this thing only existed in the safe space of like black culture, I would have never have heard it.
No, no, no.
You know?
Wait, hold on. Let me clarify. Let me clarify.
Okay.
Because the reason why I said because I think there's two stages of it, right?
Hmm.
There needs to be the stage where people can discuss it comfortably, where they don't have to feel like if I say out loud in front of these white people that I feel like I'm worthless because God says I'm worthless, that I'm automatically like there's a different feel to it than as if I would say it to another black person. If I say to another black person, I feel worthless, there could be a point of like, I understand what you're going through, and I feel that too. But saying it out to a wider audience before these people
Oh,
can really
oh,
figure
oh.
out what they feel about it, if you just say it out to a wider audience, who knows what audience of white people that are, you know, the racists being like, yeah, you are worthless. Yeah, that's right. You know what I mean? So it's like I need to be able to be on solid ground first and be able to confront that among other people that have a inherent stake in this conversation before I can face the world and be like, okay, this is the problem that we're having. And if you are a person who's honestly trying to have that discussion with me, I'm going to have that discussion with me. But if you're someone who I'm not sure whether or not you're going to be approaching this with a good faith argument, and that's not just going to be justifying your racism, I I need to know and be secure with my point is to know to not listen to the bad faith argument.
Right.
You know what I
Okay.
mean?
So let me take a stab at it.
Okay.
What you're saying is that um, you need to have the argument in the safe space, but you can't stop there. You have to move it on to the greater society. But you
Exactly,
have to
exactly.
have that initial like incubator or whatever you want to call it, where
Hmm.
the eyes of the world aren't necessarily upon you, where you can
Right.
actually discuss it internally, and then construct what you're going to say, whether or not it agrees with what happens in that space, and then
Hmm.
take it out into the wide world.
Like I'll give you another example. I'm gonna give you another example. I didn't know for the longest time that there was actually a really big problem of racism in the gay community. Right now,
Yeah,
someone
just like everywhere else. Yeah.
yeah, there's a big problem with um racism. There's a big problem with like prostitution and things like that. And now, if you just put it out into the world, yeah, gay people have a problem with people having to sell their bodies because they don't feel valued. Well, what the wider world could take in that context is, oh, I knew those gay people were sexual deviants. I knew it all along. Oh, they're racist. I knew that they were really bad people. Ah, I knew it all along. But it's like when you already put it in the space of, I am also a gay person. We're also talking about these issues. Let's talk about this first before we
Right.
confront the world with it. You're able to really hash out, what those things really mean before, and you're able to be like solid in your stance before you go out to the world with this and say like, all right, I'm going to engage with you in the conversation because we've talked about it over here, and we understand that when you say this, you're coming from a good faith argument, but that person over there is not really trying to, be on that level. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But at that point, we're not talking about like, I don't think we're talking about safe spaces the way that it's currently being talked about. I think that we're talking about safe spaces in the way that it was used back in the 80s and 90s.
See, I don't know. All I know, the most I know is that whenever I saw, whenever I was on campus, I would see like someone would have like a rainbow sticker,
Mhm.
and it would be like, oh, I know in my head that that's probably a guy that someone can go to if they want to talk about their things. And I mean, I'm not going over there because I'm not gay, but like, oh yeah, like if I had like a friend who was like bisexual, I'd be like, yo, you can talk to them because they got the sticker on there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like that
That's
doesn't
that's where
concern me.
you go to meet the like-minded people. The people
Yeah.
who might be able to agree and identify with you,
Now,
just like we have always done throughout all of human history. You
now, of
know.
course, the problem is going to run into where you, like, there's going to be a positive and there's going to be a negative of everything. The negative of that is running into an echo chamber where it's like your
Yeah.
ideas
Stay
are
in it. You
never
stay in it.
challenged.
You stay in it too long, and all of a sudden,
Yeah.
now you got a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I
So
think that that's something that absolutely. I think that's something that happens a lot, and I think it happens a little too frequently. And I think it has a lot to do the explosion of that kind of thing that's going on right now. I think has a lot to do with styles of child rearing. Normally I don't like to immediately go to these kids today. I always feel like kids are always the one thing you can always say about kids is they're always going to be kids.
mm,
So and normally I'm not bothered, but something that I did discover that did actually bug me was a scientific analysis of how much area you as a child were allowed to be in.
mm,
Like literally just the spaces you're allowed to be. When you talk about the baby boomer generation, they had their whole town
mhm.
and maybe the next town over. Once you get to like Gen X, you have, it's smaller. You don't have quite all the town, but you still got a huge chunk. You still got like a 5 mile square,
There,
square
there,
area you're
there's a
allowed to fucking just be
bit
in.
about this.
Yeah. And then you get to the millennials, it's the school and their house, and that's it. And I'm like, whoa, like that is stark. Like that's an escalation of a type that I didn't think was possible. Because it's not like, dude, we're shrinking. Oh shit, how'd we find ourselves here? It's more like, all right, have all this space. All right, have a little less space. All right, now don't go anywhere. And you're just like, whoa, wait a minute.
I think one of the biggest problem is, well, see, because there were problems back then and there are problems now. The problems, because if you're talking to like to say things were better back then by them having more spaces, that's not necessarily true because we
No.
have this whole generation of people that are fucked up that got fucked up by people ruin it. Like we see that Gen Xers and baby boomers, they have all of these problems
Oh yeah.
and they didn't just spring out of nowhere. They sprang from these issues that were not taken seriously, were not addressed, were not, you know what I mean, that were just allowed to fester. And so I think that there needs to be like I think we do need to have that wide open space again, but I think we
Hmm.
also need to have the more you know enlightened and more intricate conversations that come with today. You know what I mean? So like we need to have a marriage of the two. It needs to be
Yeah.
like, yeah, you can be allowed to go out, but when you come back, hey, tell me about your day. You know, like what happened to you? Like you can feel safe to talk to me instead of back in the day where it would be like someone would go out and then I'm not saying this always happened every single time, but like, everyone has that one story from back in the day where it was like, oh, this guy messed with me or something like that, or I dealt with these people that beat me up, or this, that, or the third happened, and a lot of what we internalize is that like, oh, if that bully is acting like that to you. We just didn't handle it with the nuances that we needed to handle it with, and you see that because it reflects in the media that we watch. You know what I mean? The way we treat bullies and not treat it like it's a spectrum of like it's not just the nerdy kid with glasses gets picked on. No, there's a spectrum of bullying. It's like you were a bully at some point. Everyone, whether they knew it or not, was some sort of asshole to somebody else. But we don't like to think of it like that because for the longest time we have a very individual way of thinking. Like if something bad happens to us, they're the bad guy. But if I did something to someone else, oh no, come on, I was just joking with them. You know what I mean?
Well, I agree, but what I was actually getting at was anxiety levels.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
sorry.
What I was actually getting at was anxiety levels, which is the more room you're allowed to take up, the less anxious you are.
Oh
You
yeah,
know, and
definitely.
that's just a function of human psychology. Like if you want to feel safe in an area, don't cut yourself off from the rest of the world. Take a martial arts class. You'll feel way safer walking down the street taking a martial arts class because all of a sudden you're like, wait, I could punch a guy.
Hmm.
I could fucking punch a motherfucker. Holy shit. That
Mm.
all automatically you go from, for lack of a better way of putting it, you go from prey to predator. And now,
Mhm.
because now you're dangerous. And the other predators, basically the other guys that can throw a punch can recognize that. They recognize it in your body language and the way you present yourself. They're like, oh, that guy will punch me in the fucking face. Okay. So only if I only confront that guy if I have to. And this is also a function of bullying. Like this is something that happens to aggressive people who are both benevolent and malevolent.
Mhm.
So but you see it in bullies a lot because they don't resist the temptation to pick on people.
Right, right.
You know, so who do they pick on? They're the lowest guy on the totem pole they can find. The person
Mhm.
who is most vulnerable. They always find the most vulnerable. There's no doubt about it. And this is why, because the person the lowest on the totem pole, the person the lowest in the pecking order, does not get society's protection.
Mm.
It just doesn't. They just don't. And that's one of the huge problems that I have with the way we have organized everything. In our society. And it's also, and here's the other fucked up thing. When you get right down to it, it also allows people to feel righteous for picking on people because you're
Mm.
establishing the order. You're reinforcing the order. You're being
Yeah,
good.
like a lot of what people do is like I didn't think I was being a jerk. I was just saying, oh man, you got to be a man. You can't be no punk. And that's why I'm hitting you and giving you these ribs to the arm because like I'm trying to man you up. You know what I mean? And that's a
Yeah, yeah,
lot of
yeah. Yeah, yeah,
where that
yeah,
came
yeah,
from.
yeah,
You know?
yeah. Well, it's really difficult and it's really fucked up because some people honestly do it for that reason.
Hmm.
Because confronting these problems actually does make you less anxious as long as you figure out some way to emotionally handle it. It does actually work. It's just rough. It's like working out, Yeah, your muscles are going to hurt, but they're going to be stronger.
But see, there's the because it's not like the people that do this like, well, I took a class in psychology and I figured out the exact way to do it. No, there's an element of it that is like, yeah, I'm trying to toughen you up for a world that's not going to be nice to you, but there's also that sort of level of like, I I'm right because I'm showing this person how he is wrong. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
I don't even think it goes that far. I think what you really need to worry about is the person who's just using that to cover up. Like there are
Yeah,
tons
yeah,
of
yeah.
people who do that shit for real, and they mean it. They're just like, no, just fucking, it's like, no, calm down. Like, why am I
Yeah,
picking on you? To fucking chill you out. Because you're
yeah.
gonna have to take shit, like especially if you're like in an aggressive environment, like, and even just as aggressive as like online games. Like you find people who fucking do actually give people shit, but they're always like, I'm just giving you shit, don't worry about it. Like those
Yeah.
people I don't worry about. The problem is that people have also learned that it's a potential dodge to be an asshole, because some people
Exactly.
just want to be shitty to people.
Yeah, yeah.
They just want to be fucking shitty to people. They wake up in the day and they're like, who can I treat like shit today? And you wouldn't think that that would be a way. Hold on. Apparently, we're having some fucking kids. I
We
don't care
don't
what
die, we
anyone says. We don't
multiply.
die, we multiply.
All right. I
Fuck
feel like
up
we're
Donald Duck's ass.
feel like dude, I am so like turning into like auto tune right now.
Oh shit! No, you're coming in loud and clear on my end. Apparently the stream was fucked up, so I had to restart it a little bit. Oh geez. All right, I gotta figure out how to get this. So here's the thing that's going on. So I have like the game streaming set up, and that's running smooth. No frames dropped. Everything's awesome. It's all beautiful. Actually, before I say anything else, let me double check on something. All right, what KBS are we streaming at? 3,000. That's what we should be streaming at. What the fuck is wrong? Let's bring it back down to 2,500. Maybe that'll help out a little bit. Bam. But one of the issues that is happening is that when I got like Skype and everything running on the one machine, it always drops frames. No matter how good the machine is, by the way, it always drops shit. So I'm like, okay, I got to figure out how to have a Skype conversation on essentially what amounts to the gaming machine and bring that over into the streaming machine. Now, I can get the information. It's just all a matter of like, how do I set it up so that the program actually recognizes everything? And that's what's happening right now, because like we streamed for like 4 hours yesterday while I was like just playing video games. It was just woo, no problems, smooth as silk. Everything was awesome. And some of that might be YouTube, but I think it's actually, considering how much of the CPU usage is going on right now, I think it's literally Skype. And so we have to find some way of rebalancing it, redistributing this, redistributing the computer labor between the two machines.
I mean, I could probably just get off. I mean, like it is like 2 a.m. over here.
Oh no! Yes, give us like 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes. I'm having a good time talking to you.
Actually, we didn't get to talk about slipping and how sad like DMX's life is.
Oh, what?
Okay, so can I say this? Like,
Yeah.
DMX is one of those guys that I know he's gonna die, and then everyone's gonna be like, "Oh my
God,
God,
DMX.
DMX
Yeah.
is such a great artist." But like right now, we're at the point where he's not cool to like right now. You know what I mean? And so like that 20-year nostalgia period hasn't hit yet. For DMX. And so, he's not spending his money very well. He's on crack and doing all this crazy shit. And it just
Oh,
feels so sad.
seriously?
Oh, yeah. His life is all fucked up.
Oh
And
man.
it's really sad because, like, he's one of, like, the hip hop, like, the benchmarks. and late 1990s hip hop. Like he is the first rap artist to sell 2 albums to both go platinum in 1 year. That is ridiculous, you know.
Oh man.
And making great music too. It's not like oh, those are both whack. Like no, people like hailed both as like great albums, and he gave us awesome material. And sure, a lot of it was homophobic, but that's part of the times. We just have to deal with that. No, but for real, like I hear the song "Slippin'," and it sort of tells his story of like how fucked up his life was, and then you get to that third verse where he's like, "Something's got to give, it's got to change, because now I've got a son, and I got to do the right thing for Shorty, and that means no more getting high and drinking 40s." And I'm just like listening to the song where he's like, "I got to get my life on track because there's a child that is relying on me." You know what I'm saying? I
Yeah,
gotta
yeah,
get things
yeah.
right with the love of my life. And it's like hearing that song, you're just like, yeah, DMX, you can do this. And then you read about what he's doing now, and you're just like, oh man, he's got like 8 other kids. He's like running running in hotels naked for some reason, impersonating cops, like just doing all this crazy shit. Yeah, and it's just like, oh my god, like, there's 2 paths that an artist can go, right? There's the Jay-Z route, where Jay-Z has nothing else left to say because he's just so rich and famous that it's not interesting anymore, right?
I'm rich, bitch.
Yeah, but when you finally reach that point, actually being rich, bitch, is not as fun as like I'm trying to achieve that goal.
Yeah.
And DMX and Jay-Z were both at that point, like around this time. And Jay-Z got the success, and it's like, well, he's not as interesting anymore. And DMX just fell off the map because all those vices took over his life.
Yeah, yeah.
Excuse me. It's sort of like, damn, like, which way do you go? Are you going to be, super rich, but like, artistically bankrupt? Or, I mean, I'm pretty sure DMX can still put out some really good music, but no one's going to let him into a studio because they think he's fucking crazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hey, man, DMX gave us X gon' give it to you.
Dude,
he's gonna give it to you.
And then there was X, bruh.
Yeah.
And then there was X. You know what I mean? But yeah,
and I put up the dough. It's real.
And I feel like people don't like really appreciate, like, yeah, sure, they appreciate the big singles, but they don't appreciate, like, I don't ever hear anyone, people talk about Illmatic was a classic, Ready to Die was a classic. I think literally this dude has to die for someone to really start talking again about, like, oh yeah, and then there was X was a classic, and Year of the Dog or whatever,
Yeah, like oh god, I absolutely see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Oh god, why, dude? Why?
Hey, at least we got Prince's music on Spotify now. That's nice.
Yeah, that's something.
I remember when I heard about that happening. I was like, yes, finally a good thing happens. The world is tolerable. Just was like, no, it's not. It's like, I said, like, the world is better now. And she's like, no, it's not. And I was like, tolerable. The world is tolerable now.
It's okay. We're doing all right. Could we please be doing all right? Could we please be doing all right? No, I hate you. Like, fuck this noise.
It's interesting because I'm thinking about like Kendrick's music, going back to it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like he doesn't talk about being someone who believes in God. It's not like he brought up this thing in order to say, look what religion tells you, and this is why I'm not religious. No, like, he talks about how, like, my knees feeling weak and my gun might blow, but if God got us, then we're going to be all right.
Yeah.
That's, like, a message that I, like, rocked with,
Yeah.
So
he's talking about that, like, he's talking about, like, yeah. He's talking about hope. He's talking about all the good things that fucking you think of, or you're supposed to be thinking of when you're thinking of something like God.
Yeah, and so like it's really fascinating because bringing it back to that message, I think we actually might have talked about it. The idea that like it's either he believes it, or he's trying to underscore something about the Black experience.
Yeah,
the idea that we feel especially put upon. You know what I mean? That we feel especially like we're the enemies of even God because we go through so much shit, you know. But
Yeah.
my problem with the album is that like it never brings it back to that. Like it never explains that. It presents it sort of without context, really. Like with not without context, but without comment. You know what I mean? It's just like, yeah, I mean, what do you think of that? Anyway, next song.
Yeah. Well, it's a hard thing to talk about, and it's a hard thing to like really get stuck in with. And yeah, Kendrick tries.
Yeah.
I think he tries. But and the funny thing is, I do actually liken his last two albums to religious experiences.
Yeah.
I think they are heavily religious, but not in a specific religion.
Well,
But
see,
just as in that the experience, like me and Yogi Devadas talk about this all the time, which we're like, look, something you have to understand about the religious experience is that the experience of being in the presence of the divine or being in a very meaningful situation is actually kind of separated from your religious background, though it is informed by it.
mhm. Because religion is us trying to understand the divine. It is not actually the divine.
Yeah. It's an
You know what I
attempt.
mean?
It's an attempt to understand the divine that very easily becomes a method for establishing a societal status quo, and it always
Exactly.
goes in that route. It always happens.
Yeah.
You know.
Have you ever seen you've seen the movie Dogma, right?
Oh yeah. I love that movie.
You know, it's funny that movie has a really great line. Once again, from Chris Rock. Chris Rock is a really influential guy. You guys
He
really need
is.
to
He
fuck with Chris
is.
Rock. Luis is like where he talks about like I like people having ideas, and
Hmm.
I never understood what that really meant back then when I watched it when I was like fucking 10 and shit. And it sounded deep, but but
Yeah.
like as I listened to it, I was like, it actually like really does make sense. It's like if you have an idea, if you have a good idea, hey, you could change that idea. You could modify that idea to information that you learn as time goes on. But the problem with like when you create a dogma, or this is like the factioning of all religions, is that it becomes, well, this is the way that we said things were, so this is the way it always has to be. And if
Yeah.
you're coming up with a new idea that could possibly conflict with my idea, no, I'm not considering it. I said that this was the way it is, and I have to do it like this now, and he's talking about like, yeah, people can die all over that just change of idea. Instead
Yeah.
of like having the conversation, you build yourself behind the way this thing is sort of built up now, and so you feel like you have emotional stake in it. You feel like there's like, well, if I'm wrong, then if I question myself, then what if I'm wrong? And now I have to change everything. It's like, no, it's not wrong to question things. In fact, that might be one of the best things you can do, because that will always, in the end, you can't be afraid to confront the idea that you might be wrong, because what you might find out is that maybe you were right, but you have a more nuanced understanding of what it means to be what you are. Just like to tie it back, going back to postmodernism. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, it's one of those. It's one of those things. Like, all right, so I'll just bring a little attention to the elephant in the room, which is so Satanism. Um, so Satanism. Fucking the statue, the image of
Like, do you remember that episode I did of Lil Wayne,
yeah.
the Satan horns? I was like, wait, do hoes love Satan? I don't
Satan.
even think Satanists love Satan. They
Yeah.
just do it to piss off Christians. And the funny thing is, someone said like, well, Satanists don't actually believe in Satan. I was like, well, you prove my point. Even Satanists don't like it.
Yeah. There's something, it's really interesting because I find religion very fascinating, and I find belief very fascinating, and I'm not immune to it, But to get to the point that I was saying, this is how it hooks into postmodernism. What you were saying is you have to bring it back around. The image of the classic image of Satan that we have right now, which is Baphomet, the goat-headed deity, sitting in lotus position with this fucking like flower growing out of his head. On his hands, on his arms, are actually two words, one on each arm. One is amalgate, the other is salve. And salve is to dissolve, to deconstruct, whereas amalgate is to join together to, an amalgamation, so because that's an alchemical imagery, you dissolve things and recombine them. And for the 20th century was all about solve. It was all about picking things apart. And I think that what's going to be needed in the very near future is an ability to recombine them. Like, gonna have to rediscover those arts, because at this point we've deconstructed ourselves. Like, holy fucking crap. Like, I really think that one of the most damaging ideas from the 20th century was everything is politics and the personal is political. I get what they were going for, but I think that's one that escaped the lab before it was ready. Because
okay, so what do you mean by that? What is like an example?
The current political climate.
No, but when you're saying like everything is political in some way, right?
Yeah, everything's political in some way, but that's not always the dimension you want to be bringing to the forefront always.
Like what's an example of like someone saying that, hey, here's this thing that people are saying is political, but that's taking it too far. Like, what do you mean?
Something that's being taken political, but that's going too far. Largely, it has to do with the world of art.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I'm asking like, what's something that you mean, like Teletubbies, like, yo, people think Teletubbies has to have some deeper message, but it's not. Like,
yeah. Well, that's a ridiculous example, but that will work. Like there's not really much to something like Teletubbies. It's just like, yeah, it's entertained children. If you look for the deeper political message of that, you're insane.
But see, someone could do that.
Yeah, you could do that, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're right.
No. But it's in a very lighter sense of that, because why would someone show a kid that show instead of a George Carlin special? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
You're specifically trying to do something. It doesn't necessarily mean I'm trying to teach them about, I don't know, communism, but it is the idea that, like, I feel like there are values that children should have. And so when I create this children's show, I'm going to make sure that these values are in there. Actually, that was the have you seen Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared?
Yes.
So your boy, the film theorists,
okay.
They broke down Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, right?
Right.
And they talked about how, like, everything that they did in that show was a message about children's television, and how, those messages can end up being corrupted when they're being used by someone who has an ulterior motive. And they had there's this imagery that they kept using. It was like the date, like 1955. June 19th or something like that.
Yeah, June 19th is being somehow significant. Yeah.
And the idea was like, that was the date that, like, television was more than just like programming. Like, it was the day in the UK, it was the date that they allowed ads in television. So It's more than we're giving you entertainment. We're giving you these different pieces of art. It's these pieces of art are brought to you by this, brought
to you by aspirin, brought to you by Pringles, brought to you by McDonald's, brought to you by Pepsi.
Exactly.
And so you could see that even today. Like that fucking Black Lives Matter Pepsi ad. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that?
Oh my God. So can we talk about that for a minute?
Oh, okay. Fuck yeah, we can talk about that. Holy shit.
I actually wanted to bring up a point. Because when I watched that commercial, I thought to myself, man, this is ridiculous. Like, oh man, remember the old Coca-Cola commercial they did? And I was like, wait a minute, let me watch that commercial again. I watched the old Coca-Cola commercial. Do you remember that one?
Which one?
I wish the world could sing in perfect.
Oh yeah. That shit. Yeah.
That commercial's some bullshit too.
Yeah, it's total bullshit. Yeah, all ads are bullshit.
So, but here's the thing. Here is how that ad unfolds, right?
Mm-hmm.
you have, of course it's the 70s, so they're going for the hippy dippy vibe. You have the girl with the voice like the chick in who's the girl who did the Big Yellow Taxi song? The I've got a grand new pair of roller
roller
skates. You
skates
got
are
you
in
know
your
the
key. Yeah.
whimsical hippy dippy voice, and it's like, okay, you're using this aesthetic. Why are you using it? And it's saying, I wish that I could keep the world company and I don't know. I wish I could do something that's like very nice. And it's like, and then they work in a lyric that says like, I want to buy the world a Coke and keep it company. It's like, okay, so you want to comfort the world in a time of distress with a Coke. All right, that's a little weird. But then literally as the commercial goes on, you hear people start singing, "It's the real thing. Coca-Cola's the real thing." And I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. The message started with, "I wish that there was world peace." And then we just took a sharp right left turn to Coca-Cola is the real thing. Was that the original message?
Yeah, that's
Because
totally the message. That's
because at the
totally
end
the
of the commercial,
message.
they go like, Coca-Cola bottlers has brought these people from different ethnicities on this Italian hilltop to tell you, to bring you this message. Coca-Cola, it's the real thing. And I'm like, okay, you guys got your wires crossed.
Yeah, no, 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 no. Their wires are not crossed. They are laser fucking focused. Like,
No,
here's the thing you have to realize about advertisements. I always call it black magic, and I mean it. I'm like, it's fucking sorcery, because they get you to feel a certain way, and then they implant their message like a fucking hypnotic suggestion.
well, but here's my thing. This commercial could have worked, right? Here's how it could have worked. If they would have said, we brought all these people of different ethnicities to say that we want to have world peace. And Coca-Cola, hey, is just at the bottom left hand of the corner. It's just like, hey, Coca-Cola is like, we want to bring you this message of world peace, but the message is like Coca-Cola is peripheral to the message, which is we want all of these people to come together. I don't know why it's important that they're on a fucking hilltop in Italy, but whatever. The
Yeah,
point
yeah,
is,
yeah.
all these people have come together to say we want the world to have, we want there to be world peace, and Coca-Cola is peripheral to that. Where this commercial goes wrong is that it says we have a message for you. It's that Coca-Cola is the real thing, and it's just like, well, see, that's fucking stupid. You just interrupt. You gave us the aesthetic of something that's supposed to have a message just to tell us to buy your fucking Coke.
Yeah.
That's not being progressive, Coca-Cola.
No, no,
That's
no.
just
It's not. It's
you.
just advertisement.
It's like, that's not being nice. You're just wearing a nice sweater. Like,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
like I feel like someone
Exactly.
came to them
Exactly.
and was like, Bob Dylan's music is affecting people. We need to find a way to get that aesthetic with us. But we don't
Exactly.
actually want to say anything.
Exactly. We don't want to tell them anything except drink Coke. That's what we want.
And that's why the backlash against this Pepsi commercial is so cool, because it was the first time people literally dissected a piece of, like, en masse dissected a
Yeah.
piece of art, which is what that's what an ad is.
No,
And
no, no, no,
an
no, no,
ad,
no, no, no. It's black magic.
well,
It's
no, no, no.
black
What I mean is,
magic.
yeah, art is art, right? Art is like if you shoot something on a piece of film for the point of it to be seen, you are creating a spectacle. You are creating a piece of art. Now, it is commercialized art.
All
It is
right.
for
All
the
right.
simple purpose of, because art is supposed to provoke you, right? Art is provoking you. The difference here is that this art is supposed to be provoking you to buy Pepsi.
Yeah, yeah,
you
yeah,
know,
yeah, yeah.
that's where the culture jam kind of comes in there. It doesn't really make sense because you have this commercial which is supposed to be about people making a revolution, making a fuss. This is supposed to matter. What are they saying? Look at the signs during the conversation. The conversation on what? So it's like, it's not really telling you anything. If they would have said like Black Lives Matter on there, sure, people would have been like, that's weird. Why are you using that? But at least it would have been a statement. The problem with this Pepsi commercial is that it had no fucking balls. It wanted to have its cake and eat it too. It wanted to do what the Coca-Cola commercial did. It wanted to do we're revolutionary, but we're not really saying what we're revolutionary about. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah, yeah,
what's great
yeah.
is that we saw through that this time.
Yeah, we
We
totally
said,
did.
fuck don't fucking play with me. Like, if you're gonna do it, fucking do it. And in fact, it ended up pissing both sides of the argument because the people who are actually about that fucking life and trying to revolutionize and all that shit, they're like, I'm not trying to hear that shit. But the people on the other side who are like, I'm fine with everything the way it is. Why is this? Why are they even using the aesthetic of this revolution? Fuck you for doing that. I don't want to fuck with your product anymore. So you pissed off both people. So if you would have at
Yeah.
least made a stand, it at least would have shown some balls. Like, for instance, the Oreo, the Oreo thing where they had the Oreo with the filling of the different colors, and it was supposed to be like the gay pride parade
Yeah,
flag.
yeah.
That was at least making a stand. That was because you know that the rainbow flag is like something that's used by the LGBTQ community. So by them using that, they're saying we stand with you. It wasn't just we look forward to happiness with all people. No. They were specifically saying we stand with the gay community. That was a commercial
Yeah.
that said something. Oreo is peripheral to the main message, which is here is a corporation that is willing to stand with gay people, that's willing to throw our lot behind them. Now, that's not that you should be like, oh man, those Oreo people sure I smell.
Nabisco really cares.
Yeah,
No.
no, they're doing it because they felt that it was monetarily not as much of a gamble to do it, right? If they stood up with gay people, the way the culture has been going, we have seen that it would not hurt our profits if we stood with gay people. They wouldn't have done that shit 20 years ago. They're doing it now.
Yeah.
Why that's good is because it's now saying that it's now the acceptance that it is mainstream and acceptable to
It's
be
now normal.
LGBTQ.
It's normal.
It's good because it sends that message. It's not good because Oreo are great guys. It's good because the people told the mainstream zeitgeist and said, no, we want it this way. We want to accept gay people. And Oreo had to respond to that. That's what makes that genius. Not because Nabisco's good, but because they had no choice. Well, I mean, I guess they had a choice, but it was smart to do the right thing. See, the thing is, no company is going to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. We have to make it a good idea. We, the people, have to make it financially the right thing. We have to make it financially advantageous for a company to do the right thing. If tomorrow we said, we're not fucking with whatever company because we're not fucking with BP anymore. If tomorrow we're just like, we are not fucking with BP, I don't like the way you guys do business. Tomorrow they will change the way they do business. Not because it was the right thing to do, but because, oh shit, we can't get away with our shit anymore because they said that they wouldn't do it. Now, hey, congratulate them for changing their business model. But I guess what I'm trying to say is like, understand the difference between, the persuasion of what the right thing is and, literally patting them on the back because, oh, BP's so great because they did the right thing. No. We need to make it important that they need to do the right thing. We need to make it so that their pockets will hurt if they don't do the right thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I kind of see what you're saying. But this is also getting into why I felt that everything being politics becomes so dangerous.
No. Why do you say that?
This is why I say that. Because right now, look at what's happening to YouTube. That is a direct fucking result of that having completely gone awry.
Well, no. What do you mean in relation to that? Because
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. Okay. So companies don't want to be associated with white nationalism.
Yeah.
Understandable. It's kind of unpopular. So you get that, but at that point, all you have to do in order to punish a platform is associate it with white nationalism, cast the dark media magic, and get everyone to keep saying YouTube's got racists on it, YouTube's got Nazis on it, YouTube's got Nazis on it. All of a sudden, this platform, which when you get down to it is incredibly egalitarian, now it's threatened. and it's threatened in the public, in the eye of the public, and in the eyes of advertisement, because that pressure has been brought to bear.
But see, the thing that I would say to you is that the problem with it isn't necessarily the politicization of it. It is the failure of people to understand the nuances of that politicization.
Yeah.
Right.
But that is the problem.
Mm-hmm.
That is the problem. That's why I was against it from the get-go. I was like, no. People don't understand politics. It's messy. It's disgusting. It's fucked up. And if when you really look at it, you're like, holy fucking crap. This is really just one huge dominance game, no matter how you fucking play it.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, that's politics. And the problem with politics is it's always a competition, and you have no friends. You have no fucking friends. It's all dominance games, and that's it. There's nothing else. There can be nothing else in the realm of politics, because it really is just all about getting motherfuckers to do what you say, and that's it. Everything about politics is a complete hierarchical structure, and the idea that everything must become part of that, I was like, oh no.
Well, no.
Oh,
I
no.
don't think. At least I would argue that I don't think that everything needs to become part of it. My argument is that everything is inherently part of it. It just all depends on how we dissect it.
Yeah. Right? But that was why I was like, the monster escaped from the lab before it was done, because that is a nuance that completely escapes people.
Right.
It completely escapes them. And so as a result, you politicize, instead of taking the fact that everything has got this aspect of society and culture in it, and looking at it that way, they realize that what they can do is, if you politicize something, you can get your way.
Right.
All they care about. That's all a lot of people care about.
So then I would say to you, it's not necessarily, like I said, the politicization. It's people taking advantage of the idea that, like, for instance, if something comes up about, I don't know, the Hillary Clinton or whatever, like, there was some thing about, during the election, the Comey, I don't know, fucking something. I can't remember what the fuck happened. Something about emails.
Okay. Because she got the Clinton email scandal. Okay.
Well, okay. So the thing is, it's like, if we wanted to be even, we could probably have been like, okay, at this point, we will release something that's really shitty about Trump and Hillary, so that we can have the conversation equally. But the problem that happened was, it was just, oh, here's information that is politicized that just happens to just be about this candidate. Oh, interesting. Oh, well, I don't know where that came from. It might have been from Russia. I don't know.
Yeah. Exactly.
And so,
exactly.
But see, and now it doesn't matter where it came from, because now the pressure is on this person. It doesn't matter what the wider context of it is. It's just, I want to use this politicization for my own personal gain, and that is what will help me.
Yeah, because that's the politics game. Because that's the politics game. And that's why I was like, no, we don't want to tie everything into this. That's extremely dangerous. That puts all the power in the hands of the people who already have power. You don't want that. You don't want that.
It's always going to be that way. They're always going to.
Yeah. They're always going to do it.
All us YouTubers, we could be fucking screwed our asses. Fucking Coca-Cola, people who own YouTube, people who own Google, they're fine. They're always going to be fine.
Oh, not always.
It's not like, no, it's not. But think about it. If Google doesn't, I don't know, if YouTube doesn't work out for Google, it's not like they're going to be like, oh no, the owner of Google has to downgrade his apartment has to downgrade his mansion to an apartment flat on Fifth Avenue. No, he's going to be fine.
Yeah. But here's the thing. That's the world of pure capitalism. That's pure capitalism. But there is an older, nastier form of power, of political power, that we're becoming reacquainted with right now. And this is what I was really worried about. Like, what's happening right now? You even touched upon it earlier yourself. Oh, maybe it came from Russia. Yeah, it's the old nationalism is on the fucking rise. And yeah, and I know why that happened. I know exactly why that happened. There were two things that happened at once, and it was one of those, I can't believe that worked. Like, I can't believe it fucking worked. And it was this. So if you want to know what the architects of this particular era of the 20th century in the Western world is, it's Russia. It absolutely is. We are all playing Russia's fucking game right now. Because two things happen at once. One, a lot of the anti-Clinton propaganda, specifically the stuff about her being a war hawk and all that shit, and all the email scandal shit, that came from Russia.
Mm-hmm.
How do we know all that email scandal shit came from Russia? Who do you think got in? Like, who do you think discovered it? Who do you think has discovered and exploited it? You know, this was the thing that I was always saying that no one wanted to listen to when I was like, look, here's the thing about the Clinton email scandal that you have to worry about, which is who got in and how open was the system. The content of the email is actually incredibly secondary.
Exactly.
You know, it's a weak point into the system of the American intelligence infrastructure. You know, what she did was absolutely, completely reckless. Was she trying to sell national secrets? I doubt it. But it's an opening, because if you have that opening and you find it, you don't have to buy the secrets. You can just steal them.
Yeah.
You know, and what do they have to pay for shit for? They're the enemy. You know, like they have fucking couched themselves in terms of, we're a nation, that's a rival nation. We have spies that steal shit. They have spies that steal our shit. Let's make sure our spies are better at stealing their shit than theirs are at stealing ours. Mm. And that's the skullduggery game. And that game never stopped. It never fucking stopped. So when they're like, yeah, there's this kind of not so secure email server in the hands of the Secretary of State, I'm like, what? Oh, geez, that's bad. And here's the other thing. Remember that this is like something that was at her house. Everyone knows where the Clintons live. If you do not think that Russian spies are not covering that house with laser microphones and looking for any entrance, you're wrong. You're crazy. You know, because that's how it works. Why do you think, like, the White House is like that? It's why Donald Trump himself is our biggest national security risk, because he splits his attention between 3 fucking locations that are all high profile. You can only cover so many. You can only cover so many, and he's so fucking reckless. If you're out in the middle of a field talking about national secrets to anyone, you just told everybody. Everyone now knows.
Oh my God. When he was at Mar-a-Lago.
Mar-a-Lago, one of our greatest security risks.
Oh my God.
That fucking golf course.
We might already be fucked.
Oh yeah, no, we're totally screwed. Totally screwed.
Because, like, it's not like, I highly doubt they were out there open air. Anyone could have been fucking around. They're discussing trade secrets and things of this nature. People are actually taking pictures. There's no way things haven't been compromised. There was no way. It was like, oh, well, you better not do that again, because next time you're going to... No, it has already happened. We're just waiting for it to roll out.
Oh, yeah. We're just waiting for the results at this point. And, like, but one of the other things is the Russians also played us at both ends. All right, so you get the Republicans riled up by making them hate the leftists. Then what do? You secure your position by turning the leftists against the right. It is not a fucking coincidence that during this period of time, we are listening to a lot of people on the left saying free speech doesn't work and the problem with democracy is demagoguery. Those are Russian arguments. Those are arguments from Russia. That's their propaganda at work on the left. Just like they got their propaganda working on the right, they're working both ends against the entire country, against the entire system. And why? Very simple. Russia doesn't want to have to deal with American military interference because it thinks that if it becomes an empire again, it will regain its position when it was the USSR. Now, here's the bitch of it. Just like Trump with Make America Great Again and what the wall will do and all these tariffs, they're dead wrong. They're completely dead wrong. It's not going to happen. You can't, my problem with the whole Trump coal thing was this. I was like, all right, so you want to bring coal back. I have one question. Who's going to buy? Like, who's going to buy it? That's a real question, by the way. You know, is China going to buy it? They don't need to buy it. They have coal mines. Russia's not going to buy it. They got coal. Everyone who uses coal has got it. So who are we going to sell it to? Ourselves? Are we going to sell it to ourselves? Because our economy's not really, internal economy isn't really increasing. So all we're doing is shifting dollars around. Why?
Yeah.
Yeah, and American companies don't want to buy coal. They do not want to buy it. They don't want it. So no one's buying. No one will buy. Why would they? You know, fuck. You'll buy like natural gas and fucking petroleum before you go back to coal. Because believe it or not, it's actually less hazardous. You know, like the reason we stopped mining coal because holy fucking crap, it's bad. It's bad for the people who dig it out. It's bad for the people who use it. And it's just bad for everybody. Like, that's why we fucking eliminated it. But having eliminated it, it's gone. You know, now the only time you use coal is if you have a really nice house that's got a fireplace in it. Or you want to barbecue something. You know, that's what coal is used for. You know, like, we're not going to use it for other things. All those factories and all those companies, they've already converted. They're not going to convert back. That costs money. That costs millions and millions of dollars. It's like, well, we could buy coal again, which is worse. Yeah. No one's going to buy it. Who the fuck is going to buy it? Well, the developing world.
Wait, could you hear that?
I could totally hear it. Yeah.
I just love how it repeats.
Yeah. Yeah, like so I'm just like, what the fuck? How are you gonna fucking sell all this coal? What are you gonna do? Yeah. And it's the same thing, and increasingly, and this is the keystone. Increasingly, do you know what's also like that? Petroleum.
Okay.
Oil is not as popular as it was.
Right.
Which is one of those things that I was like, yeah.
And we could have solved this if we would just started moving over to electric.
Well, here's the thing.
GE had to have their fucking way.
Yeah. GE had to have their way, but here was the problem. They were so invested in petroleum, the petroleum industry itself had to collapse, which, hey, thank you, Saudi Arabia. You fucking did it. You fucking destroyed petroleum. Who the fuck knew? Who the fuck knew they were going to be able to do that? That they were just going to be able to just wreck their own shit. Because make no mistake, they're wrecking their own shit. You know, they did this. This has happened once before. That was the 70s oil crisis. And it was somewhat successful. Like, the reason OPEC stopped with like all their shit fucking around with oil was because they were starting to like see a recession. And they were like, oh, well, we don't want that. Quick, bail out of this whole like fucking false scarcity that we've created by flooding the market. That's a really weird move, by the way. But it makes sense in numbers, which is you flood the market and then you create a scarcity. So now you just got everyone by the balls. Well, the minute that started to not work, OPEC bailed out of that whole plan. So they now have a new minister, who's this prince, who was like, well, the only reason that didn't work is because we didn't go all the way. So he stayed in, and petroleum crashed. It fucking crashed. And that's when all of a sudden you started seeing people going like, so Mr. Elon Musk, what was your plan again? And he was like, oh, I have a brilliant idea. Electric cars. Well, how are you going to solve the fuel problem? He's like, oh, very simple. Battery stores. A battery store every 20 miles. You will just pull in. We will design the car so the battery can just be removed. You will buy the battery, take it to your car, plunk it in, hook it up. It will take less time than it does to pump gas into a tank. And I heard that, and I'm like, Holy shit, that is a vision of the future.
Yeah,
Holy fucking shit.
yeah, like, why the fuck not?
Why the fuck not? Yeah, because the original problem was the idea that you had to like fucking move. You had to lay all this infrastructure down because we're used to thinking of electrical as pure as cables. And we were
Mm-hmm.
caught in that paradigm. And it took Elon Musk going like, "Oh no, 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 no. Only the recharging plant needs to be hooked up. And we only need like we already transport oil across the entire nation. So how many real recharging plants do we really need? We just recharge them there. The customer brings the dead battery to us. We give them a replacement, or they just buy a new one for later on because it's going to be so simple you can just hook it up yourself, no problem."
Mm-hmm.
And there you go. And then AAA will just drive around with fucking these new batteries that could just literally just be plugged in. And you don't, with no expertise whatsoever. And there you go. You're done. And that's how we're going to solve this getting across America problem in your fucking car. You know? And I'm just hearing that and I'm like, that is genius. That's total and complete genius. You know, but so here there are two things that happened in the wake of this. Like, here's my grand master plan kind of moment. One, flights from OPEC countries to San Francisco, which is where Tesla and all that is located, increased by 300% over the next 3 months.
Huh.
Now, I know this because one of my buddies is an airplane watcher. And I'm like, "Do you have the numbers on this?" And he's like, "As a matter of fact, I do." Because he's like a super nerd who just like fucking is like, "I love airplanes. I know what kind of airplane that is. I know where it's made. And I know which company bought it because I can read the fucking serial number on the side of the airplane as it's going over it." He knows all this shit. And he was like, yeah. Flights from Arabic nations have increased. And I was like, "Why?" And he was like, "Because of the Elon Musk thing." And I'm like, "Wait, are they investing in Tesla?" He's like, "No, they're moving their money. They're getting their money out of Saudi Arabia and putting it into America."
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because they're looking for an escape hatch. Because that entire country is based on oil profits. And if fucking Elon Musk gets his way, that's the end of Saudi Arabia.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
And they're gonna wish they hadn't spent all that goddamn money on making huge buildings.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's it. That's what's going on. And I'm like, holy shit. Well, how likely is it that that's going to happen? And that's what he brought out. All right, here's the dropping cost of oil, you know, and the rising cost of its production. And I'm like, oh shit. They're about to cross. It's about to be more expensive to pump oil than the amount of money you can expect to make on the back end. And I'm just like, oh shit. And he's like, and the thing is this is not even peak oil. This isn't even peak oil. This is all because of financial fuckery.
Right.
You know, it has everything to do with what the oil companies themselves have deliberately done in order to maintain their control over the market.
So they're kind of sounding like Blockbuster right now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. In an attempt to keep their stranglehold on the market, it's slipping through their fingers even faster. So the question, the question is, you know, it's like, so will there be a place for the oil industry in the future? And the answer is, yeah, of course, because it's still more efficient to use petroleum to fly than we, you know, electricity is not so good that it could actually power an airplane, but it's more than good enough to power a vehicle, you know, a ground vehicle. We'll still use diesel for trucking. You know, but that's pretty much what we use it for now. So that will continue to be good. That will continue to be profitable. Oil will continue to be profitable, but it won't be as popular a product. So there's going to be this natural ramping down process where we're pumping less and less out because the demand is lower. You know, while, you know, but the problem is right now they've been pumping it out at such a furious rate that it caused the price to drop. This is what happened with the silicone chip in the fucking 80s.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like you probably were, I don't know if you were around then. I remember, like, if you were in a
No, I wasn't.
holy shit. Okay, back in like 87, 86, when the Nintendo Entertainment System first hit the market, there was like a 4 to 6 month period of time when you were waiting for these games that you saw on the back of the box, like The Adventure of Link and Metroid and shit. And you were like, when these games coming out? Because this is before Nintendo Power. This is back in the days of, like, you know, the Nintendo Fan Club zine. And they'd talk about Adventure of Link, and you'd be like, I want me Adventure of Link because I loved Zelda. You'd call up their hotline, and the reason you would call up the hotline is they would give you a free video game tip. You know? You know, but if you paid $5, they'd tell you something. They'd give you the real info on, like, how to beat this bit in Metroid, you know. But of course, then they had the magazine, so they didn't have to do that shit. But during that period of time when they had that going, there was a message that would go out that was like, due to the microchip shortage, Adventure of Link isn't going to be coming out until fill in the blank. And the reason that this happened was because at the time there was only one major factory that created all of the silicone chips for the entire computer industry, and it was located in I think it was actually located in Fukushima, actually. So that one burned down. That factory burned down, and they were like, "Oh fucking shit." Oh, fucking shit. Like, the entire fucking computer industry fucking had a seizure, and rightly so. Because the one producer, the major producer of silicon chips, had just literally gone up in a puff of smoke. So they didn't know what to do. Now, to everyone's credit, they were all like, you need to start making silicon chips again. So they pump a huge amount of money into that company, which I believe it was Fuji. The Fuji Corporation.
Like Fuji Water?
No. Like Fuji, as in the Fuji. God damn.
Oh, you mean like Wyclef Jean and Lauryn Hill? Oh, nice. I'm glad to know they were doing things back then.
Yeah. No, more like Fuji, who used to do film, and is the company that created the floppy disk.
That would be so cool, though.
Yeah. Yeah. So, like, basically the company that created the floppy disk. And fucking, they pump all this money. The whole industry gets together and is like, all right, we're going to bail you out because if you go down, we all go down, you know? And they're like, all right, so we're going to build this other factory in fucking, I think it was Kyoto. And we'll also build up this other factory, and then we'll bring them out into production full fucking blast. And they do this. They managed to do this in like 6 months. Like, damn, like, they just do it. But here was the problem. As an unintended consequence, the market is flooded with cheap silicone chips, and so the price crashed.
Right.
And so
wasn't that in like The Big Short or something?
Yeah, Big Short. Yeah,
it was some movie. It's either that or Wolf of Wall Street.
It might have been I don't think it was in Wolf of Wall Street, but I remember pretty sure it was in The Big Short. Like, because it was this big weird financial event that happened. You know, and yeah, like, I remember that shit. And yeah, so that's why computer equipment got so cheap, is because of this move. Before then, it was like, oh, computers are they're popular, but they're like expensive, right?
That's so cool.
Yeah. But this move right here is what helped propel computers into every fucking home, because there was a little company sitting around. There are two little companies sitting around going, and that was Microsoft and Intel. Texas Instruments was like, there's no one's gonna topple Texas Instruments. Meanwhile, those California guys over at Intel, they're just fucking wishing. Wah wah wah. You know, oh shit. Shit. I even remember Texas Instruments saying we're not going to go down like Xerox. And I'm like, bitch, you went down exactly like Xerox. Holy crap. Yeah, Xerox, also known as the place where Apple stole all its shit. Holy crap. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure I could fucking bore you all night with like fucking Pirates of Silicon Valley information. Holy fucking crap. Like that's actually one of the things that I'm always like kind of got my eye on, that I'm really, really always fascinated with, which is I'm like, what really makes the world go round? The right wing the Republicans actually are a little correct. They do actually have something right, which is they're like, no, man, business is super fucking important. And honestly, the ability to steal shit is important. And the bitch of it is, they're not wrong. They're not wrong. Apple is built on stealing shit from Xerox.
Right.
Now, obviously, Steve Jobs didn't just take things from Xerox. He took things from Xerox and perfected the shit out of them and then sold that. Like, that's the mouse. That's the fucking touch interface. It's everything Apple is known for. Speech recognition. All that shit. They stole it from Xerox in the mid-'80s. The backbone of all their technology is stolen from Xerox. And the backbone of the modern computer operating system was also stolen from them. There were two guys that stole it.
Can I say this, though?
Yeah.
Isn't it the fact that we have a capitalist society the reason why we need to steal things in the first place, in order for someone who has an idea but doesn't work within that original company to improve upon them, right? Like, if we just had it where it was like, okay, the government helps make like whatever new technology we need and they give it out for free or whatever the fuck, wouldn't that be a lot better? Because then it wouldn't be like, well, we can't have this advancement. I mean, yeah, I know the government is, like always, they're gonna fucking be horrible and drag their heels, and there could be their own agenda with when it comes to certain shit. But like, or maybe we just need to do our own thing where we're like, okay, we need to have like just people who work towards making shit. I'm thinking really idealistically, but right. Just like we just need to have it where it's like we're trying to make advancements not for any monetary gain, but just because we need to make life better. You know what I mean? Like,
well, here's the thing: the monetary gain is actually is very important. It's actually really important, because the problem is making life better for people. Those are numbers that don't affect you. They affect you, but you don't think they do. Like, you might as well be talking about people in like a lost tribe in the Cape of Good Hope. Like, nobody, who are these other people that your work is going to be benefiting? They're not going to sing your praises. They're not going to come to your, their daughter's not going to come to your house and so like, I really like how you were innovated there. Let me suck your cock. That's not going to happen. That doesn't happen. Like, you need something in it for you and yours. Otherwise, we just descend into pure tribalism. The tribe gets smaller, ironically.
Yeah, but it does suck so much that it's like, if I have an idea and I think it's a really good idea, and I'm looking at your company like, oh, I like that idea, but I think we should have this improvement. It's like, nah, you can't do that because it's my idea. You can't have that improvement. And it's like, really think. If you just let me do it, like, nah, fuck you. You don't get my money. Well, fine, just fucking steal it.
Yeah. Well, it demonstrates two things at once. One, it's why I hate the way the copyright system works the way it does. It's because you used to be able to rely on things falling into the public domain within 14 years.
Yeah. Okay. Here's my thing. Like, I think the copyright years should be a lot shorter than they are. I think it should be 20 years tops.
Yeah.
Because when you have 20 years go by and something is a significant work, you know who did it. Like, and they've made their money by that point. Like, if the thing is successful, they have made their money by that point. And what's really fucked up is the fact that Disney is one of the main people behind
It
extending the
is
copyright law,
the main force behind
even
extending
though
copyright.
a lot of their properties came from pre-existing shit that like other people have written down. But I mean, it's like the 1800s, so yeah, sure, it goes into public domain after a while. In fact, someone was saying that's the reason why we have such a stifling of creativity like now, because
Hmm.
there's no real big characters from the last 20 years that really matter, because
It's worse than that. It's worse than that.
like
Literally nothing has entered the public domain for the last 15 years. Literally nothing.
the last big thing that people still use from the public domain is like Sherlock Holmes, Tarzan. Like this is
Hmm.
from the 20s and like 1890s. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
yeah. You're
it's
like that old,
bonkers.
man.
There's really nothing that you can just have fun with anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah, one of the last things to slip into the like the last thing to really slip into the public domain was the stuff from the pulp era.
Yeah.
Like why is H.P. Lovecraft so fucking popular? He's public domain.
Uh-huh.
You can do shit with him. So people do, and let's face it, like giant slimy space monsters and shit is cool.
Yeah.
So, like on top of everything else, it's just cool. So that's the icing on the cake. So you're just like, yeah, I got a Cthulhu, whatever. Fuck you,
Yeah.
fuck you, Lovecraft Estate. We don't need your fucking permission. Public domain.
That is kind of fascinating, because before him, the big thing that was in the public domain was like Frankenstein.
Yeah,
Because I was
Frankenstein,
Mary Shelley.
Dracula. Actually, it would have been Dracula. Frankenstein predates Dracula by
Yeah,
almost 100 years.
you're right. You're right.
But yeah, that would have been awesome.
And the next
You know?
generation of people, of things that we can as a public have fun and play with without having to worry about such and such's company's hand coming down and slapping your hand away and saying you can't use that,
Hmm.
is H.P. Lovecraft. And then we got to wait an extra 50 years for the next thing that's really influential to really be able to, be enjoyed in this public landscape where it's like, the funny thing is like people are already doing the thing because it's the internet and we don't need
Yeah. We
necessarily.
actually don't need it. The problem is that they're getting in the way. They're
Yeah.
getting in the way for no reason because
And-
it's
and
not
the thing
like
is-
it's
well,
even at the expense of making money that could be made. That's what's
exactly.
crazy.
The problem is because it's about image control, right? Like the
Hmm.
reason why they won't release Mickey Mouse and the reason why they're always going to extend that is because that's our cash cow. I don't know why it's our cash cow. I never personally thought Mickey Mouse was like that great, but the symbol is what's important.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Because if we just let that go, then the fucking Mickey Mouse ears could be on the Fox logo. We don't want that. You know what I mean?
Well,
we want it to be on our logo forever.
Yeah,
You know?
well, here's the funny thing. It's very odd because there are two things happening at once. There are two bodies of law. There's copyright law and then there's trademark law. Now, the reason everyone tries to go for copyright is that the protections of copyright are in black and white, clear as crystal. Trademark, which is where you get the like Mickey Mouse as an icon, as a corporate logo and that shit. That's fuzzier. That's a lot fuzzier because here's how a trademark case goes. You're like, that guy infringes on our trademark. You have to now prove a couple of things. One, you have to do an analysis, which is about something called brand confusion. Like, do you know how there are all these knockoff of Dre's Beats?
Yeah, of course. Of
Okay.
course.
Do you know why those lawsuits why Dre's Beats by Dre was never able to sue anybody?
Well, it's because like we're making it different enough where you couldn't confuse it with that one, but it's kind of like that one. Yeah.
Well, no, it's the fact that Beats by Dre is so well known among its customer base, they don't mistake it for anything.
Uh-huh.
They mistake it for nothing. And they're like, no, that ain't Beats by Dre. I know because fill in the blank.
Right.
Even though those people are absolutely riding Beats by Dre's dick.
Uh-huh.
There's no brand confusion simply because the Beats by Dre marketing campaign was so fucking successful.
Yeah, yeah,
He has
yeah.
no ground to stand on because it's all based on brand confusion. So
Hmm.
anyone can ride Beats by Dre's dick, but good luck with that because apparently that customer base is smarter than you.
It's kind of like basically what Asylum Films has built their career off of. The
Exactly.
idea that your grandmother is going to confuse Transmorphers for Transformers and accidentally
Exactly.
buy it for you. That's what they're relying on. You know?
Exactly, but it turns out that sometimes the more powerful a company is, the less claim they have on something, and the less they're able to punish people because who the fuck is going to fucking confuse those two things?
Right, right,
Like
right. It's
for
not like this brand is coming up and then all of a sudden someone's copying my thing and fuck no, I got to compete with them because we're at the same level. No, you know what Beats by Dre is.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And Disney is in the exact same situation as far as its properties. Like Mickey Mouse is so well known, everyone knows what Mickey Mouse does, everyone knows what Mickey Mouse is, and everyone knows that the Disney Corporation has the last say on the canonical Mickey Mouse. There is no question in anyone's mind. So, if Disney wants to punish somebody for, say, having Mickey Mouse do something that he shouldn't, like, have oral sex in a jail cell. This is a real example, by the way. This is a real example. This really happened. It was a comic called Air Pirates. It came out in the 70s. Fucking the guy who did this was my hero. He was a professional gambler. He was a crazy 60s underground cartoonist. And fucking, I'll get his name wrong if I don't look it up. I've had his business card for the longest time, and I keep wanting to call him because we talked for a while at a convention. But the problem is I don't know what I talked to him about except like, hey man, oh maybe that's it. Maybe I should go like, dude, how do I have an amazing poker face so people would just fucking give me money? Because you seem to have Air Pirates Disney creator. All right, let's see. Dan O'Neill. Okay, yeah, he's a cartoonist named Dan O'Neill. He did a comic called Air Pirates, and it was basically taking the Disney characters and turning them into like these fucking decadent Hollywood socialites. But still putting them in this weird Disney-like situation where there's like paternity suits, infidelity, but there's still like weird adventures in like fucking planes and shit.
Hmm.
But it's like in the middle of this, like Mickey Mouse, Minnie will be like, Mickey, I'm pregnant. It's like, it's not mine, you bitch. Like shit, crazy shit. Would like, yeah, exactly. And everyone knows that ain't real Mickey Mouse shit. Everyone knew at the time, but Disney wanted to punish this guy. And to be fair, he was spoiling for a fight. To be totally fair, he was trying to get Disney to strike first. So, because he hated the whole aesthetic, he hated everything Disney did. He just hated them. But Disney wanted to punish him. And in the world of trademark, they had no stand. Because everyone knows that's not the real Mickey Mouse.
Oh wait, are these the people? Did you tell me about this
I
before?
did. I probably did. This
The
is
people who like circulate shit about Mickey Mouse all the time, and they anonymously send those things to like Disney or something like
yeah,
that,
yeah,
just to
yeah.
fuck with them.
Yeah. Dan O'Neill started that. He started that. He's it's his fault. It's his baby. He did it. And the entire and a lot of the comics world is behind him now. Here's the thing that I'm very interested in. I want the Marvel artists to continue to bite the hand that feeds now that they're owned by Disney outright.
Huh.
I don't mean I want to see what happens to them. I'm like, no, I want them to keep doing it. I want them to keep going like, hey, Disney, how you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself?
Dude, you think that's why they bought the Marvel in the first place, though?
They bought Marvel because Disney has had this. They bought Marvel for the same reason they bought Star Wars, because they've had this historic problem. As a company, they've always had a historic weakness in their marketing demographics. Young boys. Young boys
Yeah.
didn't care about Disney. Don't care. Young boys don't care about Disney trademark shit. They just
Yeah.
don't. That's
We-
that's
I know.
princesses. That's Winnie the Pooh. Fuck that. Dudes
Yeah.
with guns killing each other. And Disney needed an in. So they
Yeah.
bought up Marvel and they bought Star Wars. And that's
Yeah,
why.
because like I'm thinking about it, it's just like we're thinking about Mickey Mouse. Like, I know that Mickey Mouse is supposed to matter, but I don't particularly care about Mickey Mouse. Like, what is Mickey Mouse's characteristics? You know, I know Goofy's characteristics. I
Yeah.
know Donald Duck's characteristics. Mickey's just kind of like,
He just kind of
like-
represents white America when you get down to it. Like,
he's white, milk toast, piece of human garbage. I was quoting Rick and Morty. For those who
oh
don't-
man. But yeah. It's kind of he doesn't really stand for much.
Yeah.
You know, he's just kind of, hi, I'm Mickey Mouse.
Uh-huh. Like,
Huh? Yeah, that's
the
it.
high voice is literally his personality. There's
Yeah,
nothing else.
yeah.
Um,
Yeah. There isn't much to it. You
And
know?
it's funny because like I think about, you know, the show is like, yeah, there were good Disney shows, but I don't think that they resonated with people as much as
no.
the cartoons on other channels. The movies were great. Disney
Oh
had
yeah,
that
yeah,
shit
like
locked down.
Lion King and fucking Little Mermaid and all that shit. No. In the 90s, they had that shit on lockdown.
Yeah.
Like they had that shit sewn up. They had perfected it. They were like, no, we are telling these stories, and
Mhm.
we're gonna make $10 million.
But when it comes to like the TV shows, like they
They're
were
so
there.
bullshit. They're so
Yeah,
bullshit.
like
Yeah.
and I enjoy, like, Darkwing Duck was probably like the best one.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, the thing
and-
is that recognize something. All the Disney shows that people really love, I mean, like really love, they didn't come out of Disney TV. They came out of Disney Animation and were put
Yeah.
out through their television
That's true.
network. You know, so that's why DuckTales, Chippendale, to a lesser extent, Chippendale's Rescue Rangers, and Darkwing Duck were all successful.
Mhm.
You know, it's why people still think about them. It's like they were done by Disney Animation. Who the fuck? Like, you have to remind people about Saved by the Bell. And even then, they can't pick out too many details.
Saved by the Bell is like one of those like shows that was designed to just be on. Like,
Yeah. Like, imagine.
it's like, what's the name of that other show?
Well, like,
with the twins, the Olsen twins. Full House.
Full House, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I always likened Saved by the Bell to Power Rangers without the Sentai footage. Like imagine if the Power Rangers live action footage was just the whole show.
Yeah.
That would be
Which is
awful.
basically the new Power Rangers movie, but they tried to be serious about it.
Oh. Man, so many mixed fucking reviews on that movie.
Have you seen it?
I haven't seen it because I honestly look. I told myself, I made a pact with myself, which I was like, look, if that opening of that movie or that teaser trailer doesn't just open up with Rita coming out of a fucking garbage can saying, after 10,000 years I'm free, it's time to conquer Earth, I'm out. I'm out. You know,
Yeah.
because that to me is the whole show, especially
No.
when it's Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
Yeah.
You know, I understand that there's like other types of Power Rangers, but if you're gonna go Mighty Morphin, holy fucking shit, no, it's gotta be redonkulous.
Yeah, no, the problem with it is it's like all the other remakes where it's like, do a remake of this show, but as if you don't know why people like the original.
Yeah.
You know? It's like, it's as if someone literally watched the show and was someone who didn't understand how camp worked. And they were
Yeah.
just like, hey, no, it's about these teenagers who get the superpower, right? And we want to treat it very seriously. It's like, no, you don't. You don't want
No.
to do that at all.
No, you don't want it serious. You just want it to be fun, and you need it to be stupid little kid fun. You
Yeah,
know, you
and
need to feel like you're like 10 years old watching that damn thing.
Yeah. And the problem with it is that so there's first of all that misunderstanding, but ultimately, like the thing wasn't bad. In fact, maybe the problem with it is that it was done too adequately, and so that didn't make it stand out. Like literally, I fell asleep halfway through the movie. I
Ooh.
li- and that's never a good
Ooh,
sign.
that's not good at all. That's the
Um,
worst.
but when it came to, because it was like there's literally no stakes in the movie. Like for the first third of the movie, it's just teen drama, right? The
Right.
second third of the movie is we have these superpowers. Yeah, let's suit up. And then like, what? We can't suit up. Oh no, why can't we suit up? Oh, because some arbitrary reason, like you guys aren't real power. You haven't proven yourself to be, like Hercules. You haven't proven yourself to be a
Oh,
true
right,
hero.
right, right.
But the thing is, it's like you know why we're here, right? We're not here to see kids hang out. We're here to see the colored, like suits fight people. And the thing is, like, the only fight scenes that were happening were like the training montages. So it's like, okay,
Ooh.
we're training with these putty guys, but they're not the real putty guys. So there's literally no
Oh
stakes in watching anything
no.
happening. So watching them train is like that's great, but nothing's at risk right now. Rita Repulsa's somewhere and she's slowly getting to where she's going, but there's no like how most movies will have like the second act fight scene, right? You know
Yeah,
what
yeah,
I mean?
yeah, yeah,
Where
yeah, yeah.
it'll be like, oh, they face this thing and maybe they lose that time. And it's like, oh my God, this is so crazy. Like, what are they going to do now? How are they ever going to come back? And
Yeah,
then, of
yeah,
course,
yeah.
they come
Darth
back
Vader got
again.
to capture Han Solo in the second act of Empire Strikes Back. Yeah,
Yeah,
totally. Yeah.
exactly. And it's not I'm not saying that you can't like, break that formula, but if you're gonna break that formula, you have to be doing something
Yeah, yeah,
else.
yeah. If
And
you're
it
not
doesn't
doing
yeah.
anything else, just fall back on what works, you
Yeah,
know?
exactly. And so now when it gets to the third act, it kind of picks up. It's like, oh yeah, there does get to be some tension, but then it kind of like breaks that tension, and then it starts to get corny like way too late. Where it's like literally, a scene in the dialogue is they need to find the source of all life, right? And the source of all life just happens to be below where they have constructed a Krispy Kreme. So the line is the source of life is in Krispy Kreme. Literally, they say this line multiple times, and it's just like, guys, why don't you just stop the fucking movie and just show me
Yeah.
a goddamn ad
Well,
for Krispy
that's
Kreme?
like Dark Shadows bad. That's fucking Dark Shadows bad because I'm like, if you had kind of like if you had I don't know how you could have done that successfully because I feel like the best way you could have done that is just is gone total 90s with it and just be like it's under the mall and there just happens to be a Krispy Kreme there so you can get your product placement in, but
Yeah,
like
yeah.
but at that point like you feel like all right, that feels like Power Rangers. That's kind of the right kind of stupid. Fucking all right, Angel Grove just happens to have the one fucking working mall in all of fucking Washington state or wherever they put it.
So,
You
so,
know.
and so the thing that fucks me up is that, like, all right, so, they get there and they belabor the point. Like, literally, she walks into the Krispy Kreme, sits down while the action is going, and sits down and has a Krispy Kreme donut and is like, ooh, really good.
Well the
Like,
well like that sounds like for a moment the movie stops and the real Rita Repulsa appears for just this
what?
shining moment.
Okay, see, here's the thing. I wish they would have gone over the top. Like, she had the voice like this, like, like Alex Borstein doing, Lois, but like after 10,000 cigarettes,
Yeah, yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah, yeah. Rita Repulsa needs to be dubbed. I'm sorry.
yeah. And so, like, it would have been nice if they did it over the top. Like, what is this? Is this the source of life? And then bites into it. Certainly does feel like it. I am getting no, but they don't. She just like sits down, has a donut, like, it's enjoyable. She's like, what are you doing? Like, this needs to be crazier, you
Yeah,
know?
yeah. Like, well, that was like I had my whole like vision of how we could have like done this whole Power Rangers thing, even if you wanted to do the like slightly more brooding atmosphere. Because I
Uh,
was like, no, no, no. I feel like what you need to do is you kind of need to all right, if you want to make them troubled kids because you got like some cool ideas on these characters that you want to do, I'm sorry, like the actual identities of the Power Rangers like kind of doesn't really matter. They switch out so much, you know. So all right, so you just create 5 kids. You can name them whatever the fuck, and if you want to have them be troubled, that's not a problem. But the minute they get the Power Rangers stuff, I feel like that's when the movie should literally become more colorful. Like, if you want to keep it nice and gray, well, it's just the kids going like, our lives suck. We don't know what to do. Like, we're 5 teenagers with attitude. I'm going to cut myself. You know, you can do that. You could do a version of that. But the minute the fucking morphers come into it, whenever they're in the actual Power Rangers outfits, all of a sudden, first of all, the guitar fucking theme needs to start slowly in the background.
Oh my god. The theme doesn't happen until like the last 20 minutes of the movie, and it's only for like 30 seconds. It really is made.
Bullshit.
It really is made like your parents made the Power Rangers movie and they wanted to suck all the fun out of it. It's just like, Mom, that's not how the Power Rangers works. God.
Like, punch dudes, they kick dudes, they shoot like laser bows and shit that make no sense. Why does the bow fire lasers? It doesn't make any sense. Shut up, watch it. Fuck you. Chewbacca has a crossbow that shoots lasers. Kiss my ass. I don't care. You know?
It's cool.
It's cool. You know? Yeah, exactly. And so I was like, no. I really feel like the story of the Power Rangers needs to be that these kids whose lives like kind of blow, they get this lease on being these larger than life characters, but the truth of the matter is they're kind of bad at it until the end of the movie.
That would be cool.
You know, like I had this image in my head. The whole thing is storyboarded. I could see this movie in my mind where the Red Ranger, who's the guy who's had like the bad attitude, you know, like he's got a problem with authority because he's a rebel or whatever, and is fucking fighting a monster. He just kind of barely wins. And there are these 2 kids from the neighborhood looking at him, because the kids all know the Power Rangers by this point. They're like, yeah, these guys are running around. They're the Power Rangers. The adults are, that's crazy talk. They're weird, like outer space terrorists or whatever you want to put on them. And the little kids are looking up at the Red Ranger, and it should feel like when you're like in first grade and you look at like a teenager and they're like gigantic. Like they're huge, and then you just see the Red Ranger just not knowing what to do, but he's completely in costume, and he just goes, "Stay in school, kids." And then all of a sudden, one of the kids goes, "That's gonna be hard," and we pull back, and the entire school is fucking demolished. And just to punctuate it, a fucking piece of the monster falls down behind the Red Ranger and explodes what little rubble of the school is left. And I'm like, no, right there, that should have been Power Rangers. Like, that's how it should have felt. Like, we should have acknowledged how fucking retarded it was while still loving it, which is what I felt that the Goosebumps movie actually did.
I never saw that.
That one was actually really good. Like, that was actually a really good update for that series, you know, because it explained everything that a kid might need to know about what was going on, while at the same time hooking into the complete nostalgia factor of it being a Goosebumps movie. It was actually really good.
You're saying next we need to have Animorphs. Are You Afraid of the Dark?
I don't know about that. I don't think you need
Boxcar Children.
I don't know. Well, they keep trying. We don't need to redo Boxcar Children. They keep doing it.
Who are those 4 kids?
Oh, God.
You know what I'm talking about? Like the horror tales where it's like... vampires don't eat lunch in 4th period or some bullshit like that. Like, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. I totally know what you're talking about. Like, well, I think what they need to do
is vampires don't wear the Bailey School kids. You remember that shit? Vampires don't wear polka dots. What? Oh my god, that shit was so stupid.
Yeah. But like, actually, you know what I think they actually need to bring back. This is something I think they actually could bring back from like that era. They keep saying that they're going to do Tales from the Crypt, but I'm like, whatever. I think they need to bring back Tales from the Dark Side.
Tales of the Dark Side.
Oh my God. Okay, so back in the late 80s, early 90s, there was a show called Tales from the Dark Side, and it stopped airing and was replaced by a show called Monsters. Now, here's why. Here's what happened. Tales from the Dark Side was an attempt to bring back, like, to do a
Twilight Zone, right?
Yeah, Twilight Zone, Tales from the Crypt kind of stuff.
Oh, with George Romero. Ooh.
Yeah. It's a really good series. But here's what happened in the middle of its, like, third season. They got the go-ahead to actually just do Tales from the Crypt on HBO. So half of them who were on Tales from the Dark Side bailed and just did Tales from the Dark Side.
Like, man, fuck y'all.
Fuck this. Fucking, we're doing Tales from the Dark Side. This is a childhood dream come true. We're in. We're in it to win it. Let's do it. And then as the production realities moved on, because they were like, oh, we're only doing like 13 episodes a season, because that was the cable reality. They were like, oh, so we don't have much to do for the rest of the year. So what do we do? And so they created the show. The guys who were left from Tales from the Dark Side created Monsters, and the old guys who had moved on to do primarily Tales from the Crypt would occasionally come in and do guest shit.
Oh my God, this is so lame. The intro is like, man lives in the sun that...
Oh, I fucking love that shit. Fucking love that shit.
There is unseen by most an underworld,
a place that is just as real, but not as brightly lit.
You
A
could say
dark side.
dark. Like, oh, shut up.
Oh, dude. No, I love that shit. I love it. It's a Rose is the best. It is the best. I love that shit. I would, oh God, I would fucking watch that every fucking Friday as a kid and just wait for that to come on. I loved it.
Okay, so there was a song that on the Fabled mixtape that my mom made that I used to listen to all the fucking time, which is like my first introduction to like hip hop. There's a song called Tales from the Dane Side, and it's about this rapper named Dana Dane, and it starts like this.
Yeah, that's what he was doing, man. That's what he was doing.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Tons of people fucking like watched that show. I fucking loved that thing. That was like church. That was my religion. That's what I would do. Watch fucking Tales of the Dark Side, base my life off of Tales of the Dark Side and the puns of the Crypt Keeper. Like that it kind of explains something about me. But hey. Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm just looking at these stupid ass Adventures of the Bailey School Kids. Vampires don't wear polka dots. Werewolves don't go to summer camp. Santa Claus doesn't mop floors. What? Santa Claus isn't even scary. What the fuck?
Yeah. It's just, dude. I can't remember if it was Are You Afraid of the Dark or the Goosebumps show. But there was this one episode of one of those that, like, Horror Guru, it's his favorite episode of one of those ever. And he showed it to me. And of course, now I can't remember which show it was on. But it was a two-parter. And the whole idea was there's a kid at summer camp and there are monsters all over the place and all of his friends are being killed. And it's actually, you're like watching it, you're like, okay, it's kid levels of brutal, but it's actually a little brutal. You're like, oh shit, like his buddy is dead. Oh shit, he's all alone. What's he gonna do? And he faces off against the monster. He defeats it. All of his friends get up, and all the parents show up, and they applaud him. And he's like, you did it, son. You did it. And he's like, I did? He's like, yeah, you did it. He's like, yeah, I realized that there was really nothing to be afraid of except for what was in my own mind. Like that kind of shit. But here's where the real shit happens. The dad goes like, that's right, son, and now you're gonna get to graduate with basically you go from the Cub Scouts to the Boy Scouts, and you're gonna be able to meet your real challenge. And he points up to the sky, and up in the sky instead of the moon there's the earth.
God damn.
So and at that moment your mind fucking implodes. Because you're just like, what the fuck just happened? What the fuck just happened, man? Oh, the earth. It's like, God damn it.
Wait, okay. I'm looking at some more of these stupid ass fucking Adventures of the Bailey School Kids titles. First of all, Santa Claus doesn't mop floors. Like, that's not even like a bad thing. Like,
That's
why
not
wouldn't
even a thing. Like, what are you talking about?
it's
Like,
like is this specifically in the lore that he can't do that? Like, what?
well, yeah. Like, wouldn't it be more appropriate to say, like, like Santa Claus doesn't have a summer home, like
Yeah,
something like
like,
that,
and
like
then,
mop floors? You're like, who says? Like, Santa Claus seems like a nice guy. He'd mop a floor.
yeah,
What the hell's wrong with you?
like ghosts don't eat potato chips. Okay, I get that.
Yeah.
And, yeah, pirates don't wear pink sunglasses. That's just dumb.
Okay.
No,
Yeah,
here's
that's
the most confusing one. Witches don't do backflips.
how did you? Okay, now you're just pulling shit out of a hat. You got a monster hat, you got a thing hat, and you just pick out two like backflips and witches. Witches don't do backflips, don't.
Yeah, like here's the thing. Like, well, I mean, these are stupid at best, but like vampires, I didn't expect them to wear polka dots, but I guess they do sometimes. I don't know.
Yeah.
But,
You would think it would be something like vampires don't eat garlic, like some
yeah,
shit like
yeah.
that. But no,
But
it's
it's
polka
just like
dots. You're like,
it's
what?
completely innocuous things. Like, okay, this one's actually good. Wizards don't need computers. That's actually like, yeah, they really shouldn't need computers.
Yeah.
That's actually kind of smart. How do I need a computer for? Or,
I gotta do my online shopping in Amazon. That's why Wizard needs a computer. I need to keep up on Twitter. Yeah, actually, I guess you just see a smartphone for Twitter. Woo!
actually, this one makes sense. Mermaids don't run track. That actually.
Okay, fair enough. All right. How did they? What's the cover for that one? I gotta see this. Hold on.
Find it.
Hold on. Mermaids don't run track. Mermaids don't run track. Hold on. There's got to be an image that goes with this. Wait.
The
Oh,
internet
God damn it! They cheesed out. They
boo.
cheesed out. Boo. The artist couldn't figure it out. The cover artist couldn't figure this shit out. There's just a fucking mermaid in a lagoon who, of course, she doesn't run. Okay, I guess she's got like two fins, like
Her
flip.
feet.
I don't know. She's got
No,
feet, but why
yeah,
isn't she like? I'm not, like, you know what I thought of? Mermaids don't run track. I thought of like mermaid in the Special Olympics in a wheelchair, just fucking go.
No, you know what I thought? I thought of her like trying to run, but like she doesn't have 2 feet, so she's just like falling.
Flop. Holy shit. Oh, man. Oh, dude, who was that? Fucking someone, Mr. Shadow, just said, zombies can't get AIDS. Oh, man. Fucking... Let's see. Angels don't know karate. Oh, my God. Fucking...
Dude,
I'm culturally insulted. This angel is a white girl. I'm cultural appropriation. I'm calling it.
Dude, the internet needs to have a lot more fun with the Bailey School kids.
Oh,
Why do I not see more piss taking for the Bailey School kids?
I don't think I think it's because people don't remember this. I don't remember this. But this looks like something that was around. Yeah, it's a Scholastic series. Should totally have been around when I was a kid. Like, oh my God. All right, let's check it out. Hold on. The Bailey School Kids. I can't fucking believe I'm fucking looking this up. All right, fucking Bailey School Kids. When did this shit start? Do. Oh shit. Oh wait, no. No, it was reissued in 2000. When did it start? Give me. Oh, God damn it. Come on. Oh, fucking Wikipedia. You fucking suck. You're not telling me when this fucking started. All right. Bailey School Kids. Maybe Google. Just Google. Okay. So, oh shit. This started in the 90s.
Yeah.
Okay. This started in the 90s. So I would have already been in high school. Got it. Got it. Okay, let's see. Vampires don't wear polka dots. Man, they've gone through a couple of covers. Now, here's the weird thing. Like, she doesn't look like a vampire so much as a witch.
Yeah, I remember she had like a brooch or something like that,
What's
and she would always like rub it randomly.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, she looks like a witch. I mean, like to me, like vampires, she gotta have like fangs or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
You
What?
know. But witches don't wear polka dots. That would kind of make sense. You'd be like, oh yeah, they're supposed to wear like the black cape and the fucking tall brewer's hat and all that shit. You
They're
know, like
they're not even polka dots like that. They're more just like just normal dots.
yeah. I was thinking a lot. I was thinking a lot when it said you said like vampires don't wear polka dots. I was thinking that it was going to be a lot more like clowny.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like red and blue and all the colors of the rainbow. Oh, but like no, that's not what's going on. Whoa, werewolves don't go to summer camp. You know what the funny thing is I looked at this cover. Let me get it up before I say this. I look at this cover of werewolves don't go to summer camp, and from the thumbnail, I looked at it and I was like, Jesus gonna rape those kids. Like, what the hell? I was like, wait, Jesus doesn't rape kids? Like, werewolves don't go to summer camp. Okay, that's that other one. I got it. I got it.
Okay.
Didn't
Well,
mean to blaspheme.
okay, now what's confusing me, skeletons don't play tubas. Now, okay, usually what happens in this book is that in this series is that they think that a certain teacher or a coach is one thing, but it turns out they're not really that thing, or they don't know.
Oh,
But
that's fucking balls.
but a skeleton, like you're gonna know if it's a skeleton or not. like
Yeah.
there's no confusion as to whether or not like is he a skeleton? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like if he has skin and muscle tissue. I mean, he has a skeleton, but
Oh,
but he's just
God.
a normal human being. Maybe he's just skinny. Like what the fuck?
Elves don't wear hard hats.
Why would they
Okay.
not wear hard hats?
Goblins don't play video games. Why would this girl doesn't even look. Dude, I'm calling it. This is racial shenanigans on this goblins don't play video games one. Like
What?
that she doesn't look like a goblin. She just looks like a fucking like Filipino girl, kinda. Or like like what the fuck? She doesn't look like a goblin at all. In fact, like you look at the teacher, you're like, "Whoa, I thought he was like gonna be the monster." But no, it's this little girl with a Game Boy. You're like, what? Racism, racial profiling. I'm calling it. I don't know what profile that is, but it's racist. What the fuck?
Okay,
Oh my god.
all right. This might be too far. Unicorns don't give sleigh rides.
What? That doesn't even make sense in the context of mythology. Like
Mike,
what the fuck? Why not? Why couldn't
yeah,
it? Why the
says
fuck couldn't it? It seems just as capable of fucking oh god. Okay, so I take it Miss Jeepers is like the one they think is the vampire in the beginning.
yeah. She's the from the first book.
Okay, so oh god, there's a whole like section of books that are just about her
Hmm.
called Mrs. Jeepers. Oh wait, does it change? Yeah, okay, it's always Mrs. Jeepers. Like she goes to outer space at one point. Wait, Miss Jeepers is missing?
Yeah,
Wait, wait, hold on. Miss Jeepers is
it's
missing. Wait, isn't there was a thing called Miss Nelson is missing? Is this the same thing?
they might be doing a takeoff of it because that was a special book.
Okay. Yeah, Miss Nelson is missing. It's a 70s story all about this teacher, this really really sweet nice teacher who has a misbehaving class. And so she dresses up like a witch and fucking comes to class and fucking just terrorizes the children and they never figure it out because they're
Mhm.
kids and they're stupid. Um
Okay, all right. Here's another bad one. Knights don't teach piano. A knight isn't
Well,
like
you're really stretching. They're really stretching the premise at this point. Holy
yeah,
shit!
that's not like a fantastic feature. It's literally a human being in a costume. Like,
Yeah, like you would think.
like is he
Like,
supposed to be like?
why wouldn't? Why
Is
isn't
he
it like?
made out of the armor plate? Like for real?
Yeah, like knights don't wear leotards, and then yeah, like that would at least be something. You'd be like, oh, okay. But I guess if it's like people are just normal people after all, I actually hate that story because my feeling is you should tell that story in reverse. You should tell the story about how these normal people are in fact amazing and awesome.
Well, here's my thing. All right, with all of these, you could be talking about a
Gnomes,
human being.
Apocalypse goes like gnomes don't sack the Holy Land.
No, but how does that work for? Shit. I'm sorry, am I too loud? Oh. Is he awake? Oh, okay. Just making sure I'm not waking up anybody.
Oh, sorry about that.
That's all right. What was I saying? Oh, so the unicorns don't get. See, with all of these other ones, they're about people who, you think they're one thing, but they're another. You understand that sometimes people have differences, and that's okay. But a unicorn? How does that work? Like,
Yeah,
do they have a conversation with the unicorn? It's just like, I think you're really a unicorn. Well, I'm actually a horse, you dumbass. Like,
it's a talking unicorn. Oh, it's just a talking horse. Like what the fuck? Yeah, I don't understand any of that shit. I do not understand where they're coming from with half this stuff. The only thing I can think of is that it's just sort of like, people you think are weird are just normal after all. And I find myself going like, no, man. My favorite stories are always when the kid thinks that there's something weird going on, is convinced it's normal, and then it turns out the weird thing is the truth.
yeah.
Like you ever seen you've seen Amazing Stories, right?
Amazing. I mean, I have seen in general amazing stories.
Yeah, well, there was a show, a Spielberg show called Amazing Stories.
Mm.
And it was a Tales from the Crypt kind of anthology show. Like every week it was a different story. But
Man, there were more of these than I thought there were.
Amazing Stories or Bailey
Like,
School Kids?
No, just anthology shows.
Oh, yeah, a ton of them. We're doing them now. There's a new one coming out that I can't wait for called, I think it's called Welcome to the Grindhouse.
Mm.
Where it's an anthology show all about Grindhouse movies.
Danny DeVito directed one of these amazing stories.
Oh,
episodes.
yeah. It's actually really good. Yeah, I think he directed the Santa Claus one, actually. It's got
The Wedding Ring?
Oh, no. That's not the one I was thinking of. But there were a couple of amazing stories, one of which had Brian Cox in it. And it was basically, it's one of my favorite Christmas specials ever. Because the idea was Santa Claus is like, Santa Claus is coming to town, and on Christmas Eve, he accidentally sets off a fucking family's like high-tech security system and gets arrested.
Awesome.
And the one kid knows it's Santa Claus. He knows it because he's a little kid. He believes in Santa.
Hey, Jess says hello.
Hey, Jess, how you doing?
Oh yeah, I got headphones on. He said, "Hey Jess, how you doing?"
I'm good. How are you guys
Doing okay. We're doing fine. Slip it says hi.
Sorry, I'm really tired.
Yeah.
I understand.
There's 7 over here, and I.
By the way, they're totally on the bed now.
Wait, what?
The bugs,
Where?
right there. Look up to the left.
Oh God, how the hell did they get there?
Yep. So
Do you
we
have,
made
like-
a good call sleeping here tonight.
Yeah, do you have dogs or something that might be bringing them
No.
in, or is it just the
No,
building itself?
We have no idea. It rained.
They look like gnats.
Yeah, it rained, and maybe something was like dislodged or pushed, and maybe they just messing with us now.
Question: do you live in a separated house or an apartment complex?
No, we live in our own house.
Ooh, okay, and you're located in like Western Maryland.
literally this happened at like 9 o'clock last night.
Yeah, it literally happened like
Oh,
randomly. I really think it's just like something got dislodged, and where they normally would be is now near our house. You know, of course, it just happened to be near the kitchen, which just happened to dissipate towards my room.
And like I said, I don't think Dan sprayed yet because usually
Yeah.
when he does, this doesn't happen.
Yeah, either that or we're being visited by a couple of the
Amazing stories?
no, the Moses, dude.
The plagues?
Yeah, come on.
Doubt God would really want to fuck with us right now.
Maybe the
Hey, what have
plagues
you
are a little-
done? What have you done? Come on, you insulted Moses. You wouldn't let his
I'm
people go.
black. I'm black, so I'm automatically cursed.
That's right. That's right.
Didn't you listen to the album?
Oh man.
Except the plagues are really, I guess, God really downgraded for these plagues because they're just more of a minor annoyance than anything.
Yeah, I take it they're not on the bed. They're just like they're on the walls and shit.
No, they're on the bed.
Okay, but are they also on the walls?
They're actually not on the walls. They're just on like the light, which happens to be above my bed, and also in the in the window.
They're all over the kitchen.
Yeah, and they're all over the kitchen. It's like literally, I couldn't stay in the house. I was just like, I got to get out of the house for a minute. I just can't look at this.
Oh man. Yeah, like so it's okay, so it's and you're pretty sure it's not bed bugs? I mean if they're black, you know.
No, it's not bed bugs. It's not bed bugs.
No, they're not. They look like gnats and they have wings, and our roommate said they look like fruit flies, but they don't behave like fruit
Yeah,
flies.
no, they're really dumb.
It's like the stupidest things I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
So they got wings.
Okay. Look.
Good night, guys.
All right. Good night. Okay, this one is getting me. Robots don't catch chickenpox. Now, this is the
Granted.
yeah. It's
Yeah.
like, I mean, that's right. I mean, they shouldn't be able to. I don't see how that's an important, like, how is that going to be like a plot point? Like, is he a robot? Wait a minute, he got chicken pox.
He's just a normal dude after all. You know, fuck that. Oh, real quick on the amazing. Yeah.
I caught one more.
Okay.
Hercules doesn't pull teeth.
I don't see why Hercules
I'm
can't
pretty
be a
sure
dentist.
Hercules most definitely can pull teeth, probably without any dental equipment.
Yeah. Well, isn't that like how he defeated like the Nemean lion or something like that? You know, like he just fucking pulled his jaws out and shit. You know,
Yeah, like that's not even slightly accurate. Like he could totally do that.
Yeah, he could totally do that. Just fucking
fucking-
yank a whole motherfucker's head off.
Yeah,
You
what the
know?
hell are you talking about?
Well, yeah. Well, so it was this amazing stories, and it was all about this kid who's convinced that the old guy who's moved in next door is a vampire. Now, this is actually kind of a sad story. So I'm going to tell you the sad one before I tell you like the one that I think is really uplifting, which is he thinks that this guy's a vampire, and it turns out he is. You know, it turns out he is a vampire, and he's like, "Why are you here?" And he's like, "Son, I keep trying to get you to go away, not because I don't like you, but because I didn't come here to keep living." He's like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "You're people, you're kind, humans. You have a need to find my kind and kill us, and I have lived for a very long time, and I'm done. I've lived without everyone I care about for the last 500 years. I am very old, I'm very tired, and I am done."
It's an allergy.
Yeah. And he explains it like an allergy. He's like, when one of us is around you long enough, you transform, and you come and you kill us, and I'm just going to sit here and wait for that to happen. And the boy doesn't know what to do, and because before he was afraid of this old guy, and now he's like, "No, what do you mean? Don't you can't just give up." You know, which is such a little kid like turnabout face. Mm-hmm. And at the first full moon, everyone in the town turns into a werewolf, breaks into his house, and kills him.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah. And the little kid's the only one who has any idea of what has happened. And everyone's like, what happened to that nice old man who lived next door? Like, because they honestly don't remember. They honestly don't know. And that's basically the way the story ends. And the little kid's just like, yeah, I'm never going to, he's not going to forget this vampire. And the thing that keeps happening when people are around the old guy is that they sneeze. And so his father comes in real close to hug the son, and his dad sneezes. And that's where the story ends. But there was another one that I really liked where it was like, no, it's all real. It's all real. Have you ever seen the movie Secondhand Lions?
No.
I recommend it. It's actually really awesome. There were two movies that came out around the same period of time that had similar ideas. One was Secondhand Lions. The other was Big Fish by Tim Burton.
Oh, I remember that, yeah.
Yeah. Most people saw Big Fish. But here's the thing. Those two stories actually take opposite paths. Like, they're both about tall tales. But in Big Fish, it's like, oh, a tall tale is just an embellishment of the truth. Secondhand Lions goes the other route and says, oh, no, kid, it's real. It's all real. Which I thought was actually a lot cooler. Like, it's called Secondhand Lions because at one point, this boy who has to live with his crazy uncles played by Michael Caine and Robert Duvall, which right there, what a fucking cast. You know, they're these two Texan guys. Robert Duvall's like, they're both getting on in years. They're old. They just don't know what the fuck to do with themselves. And Robert Duvall is just fucking pissed off. And Michael Caine is just like, now, Huck, we got to figure out how we're going to live now. We're retired people. You know, but fucking Huck, a.k.a. Robert Duvall, ain't having it. He's pissed. He doesn't want the kid around. He likes the kid, but he just doesn't want him around because he's a fucking grousy old man. And the kid goes to Michael Caine and is like, he doesn't like me. And he goes, it's not that he doesn't like you, kid. It's that he's a hard man to get to know. He's like, why? Well, I'm not sure I should tell you the story. Yeah, you see where this is going. And so he tells the kid the story about how back in the days of World War One, like, because this story is happening in like the 50s. Like, the story of this kid staying with his uncles is happening in the 50s. And then his uncle, played by Michael Caine, tells him a story of something that happened to them in like the 20s. And they get shanghaied by French legionnaires, are forced to join the Legion, and are sent to the Middle East, where the other uncle, falls in love with a princess. And they go on this huge adventure where the other brother has to break him out of prison. And the bad guy is like this oil sheik who's got like a mustache. Is like, ha, 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 ha. Like, you know, like Indiana Jones shit, you know. And by the basically, he tells him this whole story, and the kid's like not sure he believes him, you know. And he talks to, and the tragic part of the story is that the princess dies. You know, the princess dies, and, you know, and that's why the uncle is like, you know, so angry, you know, and he meets his uncle, and his uncle will sleepwalk in the middle of the night and just fucking like walk across the farm like with his cane as if it's a sword, you know, like he's waiting for someone to fucking show up, you know, so he can fight them. You know, and the first time that he sees this, the kid goes to the other uncle, is like, he was out last night. He's like, oh, yeah, he was on patrol. He's like, what's he on patrol for? Whatever will come. So war does something to a man. Sometimes it just doesn't leave with him. You know, it's just shit like that. Well, the boy's mom eventually comes back to reclaim him. And his mom and her new boyfriend have like tell the boy that these two uncles of his were actually gangsters who did this bank robbery that they've never been arrested for. And he does know that for some reason they have this hidden cache of money And it's a
That's what I
lot.
saw. Yeah.
It's a lot of money, like, that they just happen to have. And so he's not sure what's going on. Like, like they say that the woman who died was actually their getaway driver, you know, and they're trying to convince the kid to tell them where the money is, you know. And at the end, he chooses to trust his uncles and, you know, stays with them, and, you know, all this. There's way more to the story, but that's the basic gist of it. He chooses to trust his uncles and believe what they've said, even though he's like, yeah, that's probably not the way it happened. You know, but they have, even if they are like these weird gangsters, they've treated me better than anyone else has, and they treat me well. You know, it's really cool. And by the end of it, the uncles have died, and they die because they have put together a biplane, and they start barnstorming things. And as the one guy says, as near as I can figure, those your uncles were trying to fly through that barn upside down. And there's just this fucking upside down plane crashed in the middle of this fucking barn. You know, and he's like, yeah, that sounds like them. That sounds like them. All of a sudden, this helicopter drops out of the fucking sky, lands, and this fucking young Middle Eastern guy gets out, and he's like, I just heard that the Huck brothers died. And the kid, who's now like an adult, goes like, you knew my uncles? I've never seen you before. And he's like, no, I've never met your uncles, but my father did. My father is a, you know, a Middle Eastern OPEC minister who never stopped talking about these two American guys that constantly fucked with him.
Huh.
And when I heard their names on the radio, I had to come over to see if it was real, because I never believed my grandfather that he was telling the truth about these two crazy Americans. You know, and he just looks out and he's like, I see they spent my grandfather's money well. And out in the middle of a pond, in the middle of nowhere, is just a yacht. It's not connected to anything. It's not going to ever sail out of that fucking pond. And he's like, yeah, they would just do stuff like that. And like, that's pretty much where the movie ends. And I was like, that was a really cool take.
That's just weird.
Yeah, it was super weird, but I really loved it. I think the idea, because the whole purpose of the whole moral of the movie is, yeah, sometimes you believe in stupid shit, but sometimes it turns out the stupid shit is really important.
Sometimes that stupid shit is real shit.
Sometimes stupid shit is real shit. Yeah. Which is the thing
That's a Childish Gambino quote, bruh.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck yeah. Like, I agree with that. I believe that, you know, like, I've always, you know, the nice like Zen Buddhist way of saying it is that you could find enlightenment in the beating of a gnat's wing. The stupider way of saying that is that you can knock joke someone into understanding the infinite if you really do it right. Some of the dumbest things in the world turn out to be the most precious.
Right.
And I really truly believe that, you know, and that's why I consider art to be such an important thing in our world. You know, and why I'm so like, you know, pro freedom of speech and freedom of expression and all that shit, because like you can't really get there if you've already made the prejudgment of what is profound and what isn't. You know, because it turns out that, like, you know, like Nietzsche said, like, the meaning of life could in fact be just to create meaning in life.
Oh yeah, that's actually something that I mean, I'm not saying I came up with it first, but when I was trying to, you know, first confronting those questions, one of the first things I came up with is maybe the point is that we're just supposed to make our own point. And it's funny, like, I later on learned that it's like, that's actually something that someone said, like, before you, so you can't get credit for it. Sorry.
Yeah. That's something people have thought of. You know?
And I find that kind of fascinating, because it's like, you know, because if you want to approach it from my life has no meaning, well, you're right. Yeah, basically, it's like, my life has no meaning. Well, yeah, with that attitude.
Yeah. Not with that attitude. You haven't built it yet. You haven't built that shit yet. You gotta get dirty. You gotta get down in the dirt and fucking, like, build that meaning from the ground up. from the foundation that you were given from the dint of your birth. That's what you got to start with. And if you're like, wow, I've got bullshit to start with, it's like, well, yeah, some of us got bullshit to start with, so you just have to do that. The good thing is that we're all kind of equal in that. We all have just a pile of bullshit we're somehow supposed to spin into fucking gold. Like that's why that's why for me the big metaphor of life and the discovery of the self is uses the imagery of alchemy. Because what do you do in alchemy? You turn lead into gold. That this is what it's talking about. It's to take something that seems to have no value, find the value in it, and increase its value. And this applies to everything from material wealth to knowledge to personal understanding and finding one's purpose in life. I think that that's true all the time. And the funny thing is every time we tell that story and we use those symbols, people love it. People are drawn to it in big ways. Like most recently, the biggest way was Harry Potter. Everything about Harry Potter is about alchemy. Like not just like the literal things that happen in the story, but the imagery which is conjured, which you thought was completely original, actually comes from alchemy. The snit is actually alchemical.
What do you mean about?
Okay, so you know how in like Quidditch, if the kid catches the ball, they win?
Yeah.
All right, that actually comes from the alchemical texts of Hermes Trismegistus. Like you ever played like D&D or shit like that?
No, I never played D&D actually.
Okay, well, do you know what Hermetic magic is? Or not specifically, but have you heard of it?
Yeah.
Okay, it's called Hermetic magic because of Hermes Trismegistus. Trismegistus golden ball. Do. Come on. Images. Let's find this fucker. Come on. Oh, internet's being slow like a piece of shit. Where is that damn thing? Okay, it's going to take me a little bit longer to find, but you can actually... I have to figure out what words it's actually categorized under. But... what if I just put in the golden ball of alchemy? That'll probably have it. Golden ball alchemy. Do. Nope, I get a bunch of new age crap. Okay, so anyway... Gonna take some digging, but there is actually an old illustration of... the process of turning lead into gold from the original illuminated manuscript of Hermes Trismegistus.
Now, I remember, you know what I remember that from? Wait, it wasn't there a book called The Alchemist?
Oh, there are tons of things referred to, books referred to as The Alchemist.
No, but there was one specifically, Paulo Coelho. Don't you remember that one? It was literally about like this guy teaching this kid how to turn lead into gold. And there was one story about like this Arabian guy who like always wanted to go to Mecca, but never did it because the idea of him going was to him more satisfying than what he would get if he actually went. There was like something like that. You remember?
Oh yeah. You're talking about, Paulo Coelho. Yeah. Brazilian author. Is that who you're talking about?
Because Santiago and Melchizedek or something like that.
Yeah. The Coptic monk, the shopkeeper, Melchizedek, Fatima, the alchemist, the Englishman, and Santiago. Yeah. Oh shit. I've never read this.
Dude, I love that book.
Oh man. But yeah, I guarantee this looks like it's actually talking about like all the same stuff. But yeah. There's an old illustration of the golden ball, of the process of turning lead into gold. And there are two things that are constant. One, the end result is gold. And when you look at it, it's got this dragon behind it because part of the imagery of the dragon is, or the worm, the serpent, is that the solvent. Because in alchemy, the worm is not only a dissolving agent, but a binding agent. And it's specifically talking about this one chemical that I can't remember the name of. But basically, it's considered crucial. It's one of those things where, like, it dissolves, yet it binds. And it's one of those weird things. And this is what they were talking about, because, like, they didn't have the scientific names for shit. So they just made a metaphor so that those that understood the metaphor would understand the process. But funny enough, they would also find that these metaphors extended to other things, and then they wrote manuscripts about that. Because they were like, because when they got into alchemy and they started doing it, the metaphor does start to fucking infect the mind. Like, you're like, okay, so why is the serpent used? And it was because as they engaged in this process, they would in fact have dreams of a serpent. They would have.
I think that also happened in the book as well.
Yeah. And the serpent basically is explained to the dreamer as being a dissolver and a binding agent. And you're just sort of like, whoa, wait, like there's something about the activity itself that activates this imagery. Really, which makes sense. I mean, you're touching a lot of chemicals, right? So like, if you take psychedelics, certain things happen. Maybe literally touching some of these chemicals involved actually activates that part of the brain that creates that illusion, that creates that image, that metaphor. Maybe it's one of those, like, all right, if you touch too much Quicksilver, you're gonna have a dream about a dragon talking to you. No, it could actually be. So you have this image of the dragon behind the golden ball, and in Harry Potter, that's the snitch, and if he grabs it, because extending the metaphor of alchemy, as the alchemists themselves did, they're like, you're not after the ability to just turn lead into gold, you're after the ability to turn yourself into something that is worthless towards something which possesses a soul. And that is represented by the golden ball, because, as I said, well, why didn't they use something else? It's like, because they had to use something. Because think about back in the day, when you had an idea, what would you have visualized? You wouldn't have visualized a light bulb, as we do now. You would have visualized something golden.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So, like, literally, this is about, like, idea and inspiration and all that shit. And to get it, you always have to chase it. You get the inspiration, and then you just have to chase it down. That's what Quidditch is actually. That's what the imagery of Quidditch is actually talking about. Go, Harry, go find your soul, chase it down, and catch it.
So the game is ultimately meaningless. I mean,
no. It's not. It's not.
So kind of weird.
Well, like the actual like rules. The rules of the game are not a well-constructed game. That game is bullshit. But like, that's a terrible game. But the game of Quidditch is a metaphor for the Harry Potter series as a whole, because everything that happens in that initial Quidditch
everyone else
game,
is getting caught up with this other stuff that ultimately means nothing. You're going to do the thing that's really important.
Oh, more than that, all the beats of that Quidditch game turn into the larger beats of the Harry Potter series. Check it out. Like, this even applies to the movies. So, like, watch that scene, watch what happens, and you'll be like, oh shit, Dumbledore disappears at one point. Like, he is gone. Yeah. Oh shit, Snape is actually trying to help him.
Yeah.
But he misinterprets that. Like, all those beats. It's the Quidditch game is the microcosm of the entire Harry Potter series. In a much more distilled form. And that's then extrapolated into the broader series, because that's how stories work. That's a really good way of constructing a story, is to have a microcosm within the tale itself that kind of sums everything up, because nothing is more boring than someone just telling you that.
Yeah, and of course, it always has to be like, it can't be too obvious.
Yeah,
It always
it
has
can't
to
be
be
too
something
obvious.
that works naturally within the story.
Exactly, because that's how storytelling works. Yeah. So are the points important? Because I thought only the snitch matters. Yeah. Technically, because if the guy doesn't catch the snitch,
Yeah, then the game just proceeds as normal.
yeah, like
It's
that's
actually very rare that someone actually catches it.
yeah. The fact that Harry Potter catches it is itself significant. Because the Seeker, and he's called the Seeker. Like he's seeking something. So yeah, that metaphor is really, really dense. Actually, it's one of the reasons, and it's stuff like that made the Harry Potter series so fucking popular, because these older parts of human understanding that are a little pre-intellect, that just understands symbols and sights and sounds, it just understands that stuff, as opposed to the more abstract concepts like words. Words are an immense underpinning. They're an immense accomplishment. And it's not guaranteed that life requires words. If like you go to an alien world, it might work completely differently. They'll be like, writing. What is this writing? But like they've like fucking got a galactic empire and shit, but they don't have writing. That's entirely possible. But yeah, one of the thing, and the thing is that's very interesting is you actually see this. You could see the evolution of man's symbols along with the evolution of mankind itself. For example, me and Yogi have said several times that Christianity, Islam, and Judaism all have one thing in common, which is they are all logomancy. They are all about the magic of words. They're fixated on the words themselves, not the meaning, but the words. When Judaism, everything is a contract. It's a deal. In Islam, it's the law. And in Christianity, you are supposed to become the living embodiment of the word. That's what the Christ is. The embodiment of the word. The spoken word specifically.
Well, see, now, would you agree with that being the way it's supposed to be, or would you say that that has been the most common way that's interpreted, because that's the easiest way to interpret it?
No. It was absolutely intended that way. It was absolutely intended that way, but that meaning gets lost in all the other stuff that gets piled on top of it. Christianity is a very, at the baseline, like, people aren't wrong. The Christians aren't wrong when they tell you what their religion is all about. They just fail to live up to it constantly, which is what's really about, like, common brotherhood and kindness and charity and all that stuff. Absolutely true. It's just that almost all followers fall short, and drastically awfully short. And that's where like all the really terrible shit comes in. But look at what Christianity actually did. It united people under it united different peoples under a single belief system. That is unfucking heard of before Christianity. That never fucking happened. And to think, and because of this, we get a lot of different forms of thought. Theories that happen in the wake of Christianity, that are as a direct result of the way it conducts itself. Particularly like Catholicism, the Big Bang Theory, genetics, behavioral theory. All these things were started by monks and friars. Like Mendel was a Jesuit. He was a Jesuit priest. He discovered the theory of genetics. He coined the term genes. I forget the name of the guy who came up with the Big Bang Theory, but he was a Franciscan monk. A pretty recent one too, like within the last 200 years. You know, he was very recent. Big Bang Theory is bizarre. It's bizarre that in a more modern age, it was still a Catholic priest that came up with the idea, because they had been doing that for ages. Like, they don't get enough credit.
I know, yeah.
Yeah, and one of the other things is, this is the other thing. This is like the most amazing fucking advancement in Western religious thought, because you would never have thought they would have gotten here. Eastern religious thought got to this point several thousand years ago. But Western religious thought finally, within the 20th century, got to secularism. And the brand of secularism that the West has is very, very different. It's based on very different concepts, but it really was an effort to extend the idea of Catholic universalism, because Catholic means universal. It was an attempt to create a universal religion that could be applied to all people and all things. And eventually the religious intellectuals of the 20th century came to the conclusion that the thing that was holding it back was the concept of God. So did we need to keep God? Could we keep the principles and remove God himself? So what I am saying is that the funny thing is, without Christianity, there's no atheism. Not the way it is done today. You don't need Christianity to not believe in God, but only Christianity could have brought together the thoughts that are required for that to be a real platform. To say God does not exist, and let me tell you why. And the arguments that are formed against that, those are secularist arguments, because the secularists of the Catholic Church wanted to separate themselves from God worship. They wanted it to be principle worship. You know, and shit like that. And it's crazy. And that event also has to do with the birth of 20th century liberalism and what would eventually become neoliberalism. It's a really strange, the 20s are a very intellectually strange period of time. And it's really fucking fascinating, you know. But yeah. I always say that, like, without Christianity, there's no secularism. Yes. You know, I assert this, you know, because that's the way all of those thoughts fucking came together. You know, being liberal is actually extremely Christian when you think about it. Christian at its core principles, being a Western liberal. You know, because think of all the things that you're supposed to be okay with, you know, and the way you're supposed to conduct yourself. You know, that sounds a lot like a lot of the stories of Jesus. Like, you know, like, be nice to people, don't judge them by their outward appearance or their social status, you know, believe in charity, believe in understanding, you know, stand up for what you believe in, and you get ready for the axe man, because it could be coming at any minute. You know, like that sounds extremely liberal, like liberal to me. But it's so weird, but it's a strange road. Your philosophy is a very, very twisty path, you know, because ideas do kind of have a life of their own. I agree with Richard Dawkins. You know, it's like they have genetic material and they mutate constantly, you know. Oh man, well, you look like you're getting tired, dude. Perhaps I should let you
I'm
go.
sorry. I'm trying to keep engaged, but
yeah. I'm off. I'm going into the ozone. I'm going off into the ozone.
It's not that you're doing it. It's just that you're doing it while it's 4 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah. I should let you go. But yeah, thanks for pointing out that thing about because I hadn't noticed that.
Yeah.
You know, that's why I wanted you on, because like I was like, all right, if someone's gonna fucking drop something about this album that I haven't already seen, it's gonna be fucking Rap Critic, you know.
Dude, someone's gonna do that reveal. You know it's coming. Where someone's gonna be like, "Oh my god, I'm such an idiot for not getting that." Like who is the old lady that if she doesn't shoot Kendrick, she is the person who is able to know that he's going to be killed. Who is that one?
man. I know metaphorically who she is.
Okay,
I know metaphorically, but I don't know whether that's what he's going with.
someone proposed that the old lady is Lucy, who is the devil.
No. It's Salome.
You don't think that? It's who?
Salome.
Who the fuck is Salome?
Salome is the girl who asked for the head of John the Baptist.
What does that have to do with... Wait, what?
Okay. This is a weird road.
Okay.
But here's the thing.
Take me down it.
All right, here we go. All right, so something very interesting happens with the imagery of John the Baptist. There have been a lot of people who have had dreams, these weird dreams involving the imagery of John the Baptist, particularly of Salome, the dancing girl. They describe her, and they consistently describe her as blind. And you're like, the Bible doesn't say that. But like these weird Christian mystics like have this like, she's blind, and they're like, why is she blind? It's like, because she's desire. She's pleasure. Pleasure and desire are blind.
Okay.
And Carl Jung himself had this experience where he met Salome. And he met Salome, and in his mystical journey, Salome is married to Elijah, because to him, Salome is like evil temptation. Whereas Elijah is virtuous intellectualism.
Mm-hmm.
And so he has this weird experience where he has this, the whole Carl Jung thing in the Red Book. It's crazy. Like he went on this series of tours to present his psychological theorems to like all of Europe. And as he's doing this over like a 3 to 6 month period of time, basically what he would do is he would do the presentation to the university or hotel or Bilderberg group or wherever the fuck he was.
the Build-A-Bears.
Build-A-Bear group. And then fucking go back to his hotel or wherever he was staying and lose his mind. Like he would go crazy. Like he'd be going to a trance state and fucking bliss out where he believed he was walking in a desert. And yeah, Carl Jung did some crazy shit. There was this whole thing where it was like, was he high? And it's like, no one knows because he doesn't tell you that part. All he tells you is that it's like, and it came upon me kind of thing. He could have just have been so exhausted he fell asleep and had really super lucid dreams. We don't know. But the thing is that his dreams themselves tell this weird narrative.
Wait, hold on. Who is the person, Benjamin Britten?
Benjamin Button? You talking about the guy who ages backwards?
No, the composer, Benjamin Britten. H is for something. There was this guy who, oh my God. He wrote something and he was kind of like that, where he was like, it was just weird and he seemed like he acted crazy. And I'm trying to remember, there was this piece that I sang back when I was at UNCSA, and it's something about like H is for something and the dulcimer tones are something, and it was just like he was really religious and he would just act really weird, like in the middle of an intersection he would just get down on his knees and just start praying to God. Like he would just do weird shit like that, and I'm trying to remember who the hell that was. I'm trying to remember if maybe that's the same person. Because when was this guy?
Probably wasn't the same person because Carl Jung was a psychologist. He's one of the founders of psychology. He was like in the 20s and 30s. All right. It's entirely possible. A lot of people have had like these weird experiences while really into something. And Carl Jung was really into his work. He was really into psychology. And so he goes in deep and he has this vision of Salome as blind because she's desire. She's blind desire. Mm-hmm. And the imagery of the old blind woman is also really, really deep because the blind woman is usually an oracle.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah. She's usually an oracle, like some sort of witch or, like the Weird Sisters or something like that.
I first thought he might have been talking about his grandmother because he later talks about how his grandmothers were had died, and so no one's praying for him anymore. But I don't think that works as well.
No, it doesn't work as well, because wouldn't he have recognized his own grandmother, or had at least mentioned that he didn't recognize her?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I really think that what's actually going on. So now that I'm talking about it and thinking about it, it really is just. I think it's tapping into that same imagery of killing the prophet.
But she's searching for something.
Yeah.
So she searches for something, and then he
But
says,
she does it
"What?"
blind. But she's doing it blindly.
Yeah, but she says he says it looks like you've lost something, and
And then she says, "You have lost
you have
something."
lost something.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's never. But why is she looking for it?
Because this is why I'm like, no, it's the imagery of blind Salome, because she's desire. She's looking for something. Desire desires something, but it does so blindly. Yeah.
Or maybe she's doing it as a ruse to get him to come over, because
close
she
so she
knows
could
that
shoot him.
he's
Yeah.
she knows that he's the type of person that would help someone, you know?
Yeah. But I almost guarantee it's both at the same time, because that's the kind of shit Kendrick Lamar pulls.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, yeah. It's he's telling you what's literally happened is this woman is trying to get him to come close so she can kill him. And that's also why it's important that we not know her motive.
Well, see, okay, but we don't know necessarily that she's killing him. She just
Yeah.
says you're going to lose your life. We don't necessarily know, like I said, she could have the precognitive like knowing of that. That doesn't mean it's necessarily her that's doing it. And then at the same time, okay, now losing your life doesn't necessarily mean being killed, right? It could mean like, if someone says like they get so busy with things like I don't have a life anymore, and so like you no longer are you. You as Kendrick Lamar can't just be an individual. You now represent something. You represent wokeness. So, you represent intelligence in hip hop now. So you can't just make a song that's just about what you feel. When you make a song, everyone's looking at you and they're trying to figure out what are you really saying, Kendrick Lamar? You can't just make a fun song anymore. What are you really talking about? And I feel like this album was sort of his bucking back against that, because at least partially, like I said, with the Kung Fu Kenny, not Kung Fu Kenny, with the return of K Dot, where it's sort of like, this is my gangster persona, where it's just, I'm just gonna fucking kill you, I don't give a fuck. That was sort of him going back against that, like, oh, you think just because I'm rich and famous now that I won't still do that shit? No. That part of me is still there. And so that was him trying to reclaim himself. You know what I mean? Trying to reclaim power over who he is. But I'm not sure if he is victorious in that effort necessarily.
Hold on. Let me Detail E DAHTL A EETE2 RDH. Okay. Let's run this through Google, see what shakes loose. I just noticed something about the album. What? Holy shit. Oh, fuck!
What?
Holy shit. Holy crap. Hold on, we might just be about to blow this wide open.
What? Does it have to do with Carl Jung?
No.
Because I'm actually reading about him right now. It's kind of
Oh,
fascinating.
yeah. Carl Jung is super fucking fascinating.
He's part of the reason why the 12-step program exists?
Yeah, a lot of it was based on his work.
Wow. I've never even heard of this guy before.
Okay, all right, so check it out. Whoops. All right, check it out. Back of the album. Sorry. All right, So the title tracks are split down the middle, but all the last letters of each track are on the other side.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So, do you know what that spells out?
Dot late to erd.
Yeah. Death letter.
Wait. What?
Yeah.
DAATHLE. Where's the other? Oh. Wait. Death? No, there needs to be 3 T's, right?
Yeah. But if you fuck it up and do it all wrong, letters of the track meaning. Hold on, let's see. Reddit is on it, baby.
Well, I see. The thing that I would be trying to figure out is what does the 2 have to do? Where does the 2 come in? Dude,
Death to okay, here's some interpretations. One of them is death letter, the other is death to the leader. Earth led to death, heart led to death, lather the dead. That doesn't matter. Hater led to death.
Dude,
Holy
what if
God.
literally the only reason why he had U2 on the album was just so he could have the number 2?
I know, right? But like, hey, dude, I can totally see him doing something like that.
I just need you to like sing a chorus real quick. It doesn't really have to be about anything.
Yeah. Holy shit. Okay.
Like if he needed a 0, he would have gotten UB40. Like
exactly. Oh my God. Death dealt to her. Oh geez. Yeah. Okay. Now all right. They're losing it because like that's going too far. It could mean anything. You gotta hook it back around.
I know there's something that has to be there. There's no way he did that just because, oh, that looks cool for me to just have the last letter be off like that. No, there's something going on.
Yeah. It's obviously purposeful. All the black letters on the white background. Okay, let's see. To let the dad hear. What? That no. To let the dad hear. That's just one interpretation. There's got to be. It's one of those I'm looking at. I'm like, this looks like it's probably actually a real thing, but which one is it?
Mm-hmm.
Death to the leader, earth led to death, heart led to death, hater led to death, death to hatred. Oh, death to hatred.
Where does the 2 come in? Oh, the number 2.
The number
okay.
2. The number 2. Hatred. Yeah, death to hatred. That would. Well, death to hatred is actually ironically the most coherent. Mm-hmm. You know, everything else is kind of like you have to misspell shit, but death to hatred, that actually is very clean with the exception of the numeral 2. You know, but everything else is like death to the leader, you know, earth lud to hatred, you know, like earth lud to death, but death to hatred is actually, and that would actually totally fucking hook in with Lamar's overall message.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
What if death to hatred, those last letters are actually the way that the album is supposed to be arranged?
Oh. Oh shit.
Like God is supposed to be last and blood is first. You see the D there. Death to hatred. So D is blood is supposed to be first, like pride is supposed to be next. DNA is supposed to be after that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, one of the things I did think was really odd is how he did some of the deadly sins, but not all of them.
Yeah, okay. So this is what confuses me. Like, there's some things where it looks like there are opposites. You have pride and humble. You have love and lust. But then you have blood and DNA. Those aren't really opposites.
Yeah.
And element and feel. Those aren't really opposites either. They're not even really like, they don't even really work as like, what are you trying to say about like element as opposed to like, I guess element could be like, oh, I know, So blood could be something visceral. Blood is purely what's on the surface, and DNA is what's deeper underneath.
Yeah.
But Yah kind of just throws that completely off. What the fuck is Yah? Unless you're saying like Yah is like God, like Yahweh.
Yeah, that was actually what I was wondering.
But then I kind of thought like, well, God and Duckworth could actually be opposites in a way, because he's saying like, I'm the opposite of God. God is what's pure, and I am corrupt. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It could be. Well, I mean, like at that point, we're talking about if it is. If I actually did straight up wonder when I first saw the title, because I was like, all right, so the title of this song is Yah, and then I look at it and I'm like, oh, it's just Yah, and I was like, you mean like Yahweh? And having pointed out that there's all that stuff about the Israelites in it, you know what? I bet that's actually it. I bet that's actually correct.
Well, now what's confusing is triple X. Where the fuck does that correlate?
Oh shit! What actually happens to that song? I can't remember which one that is.
I think that's the one 3 times.
Okay, well that's where.
Because if it changes 3 times, maybe he's trying to say something about that. Because doesn't the beat switch up? Like it's like America, God bless you if it's good to you. That's like the first part, right? And then you have the throw a stake off the arm to a pool full of shots. He'll take it, and you hear that little bang, like that's the second one, and then the third one is like the switch up to the sort of like really like dark shit, like chip away, nigga, put the blow in his lap,
Oh man. Okay. Oh god, it ends with all right, kids. We got to talk about gun control.
That was the best part. Like, see, that was another song pointing out, the problem that Kendrick Lamar was facing, where it's just like, I feel like I have to be this good person who's a role model, but I totally would fucking somebody up if they, fuck with my family. But now I have to tell other kids to be good, and knowing that I'm a liar because I would totally not be, Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's the fundamental. That right there. That's the fundamental like problem of. It's the fundamental problem's the wrong word, but the fundamental problem that is currently confronting liberalism, right? Confronting the left. We have we have an awful enemy, but how far are we really willing to take that? Like telling people that they can't have a platform. What? Like that's, just fucking straight up beating people up. Like I feel really bad because like on the one hand, back when we were just when we were punching literal Nazis, literal fucking Nazis, I was cool with it because I'm like, yeah, no, that shit don't stand. But now that we're finding ways of calling other things Nazis just so we could justify punching them, I'm like, no, that's going way too far.
Well, okay, so what I don't like, crap, we're still talking about stuff.
Right.
But what I don't like when people are like, we need to make it so that what's her name? Ann Coulter doesn't have a platform, so we're gonna protest her. And like whenever I see that, I automatically think back to Eminem, right? And how people are like, oh man, he's homophobic, his music is bad, that's why we're picketing outside of Interscope. That didn't stop his albums from selling. That made them sell more because you were talking about that controversy.
Yeah,
exactly. So I'm always kind of weary of people, protesting something like, I mean, there's a difference between like protesting like a president and protesting someone just making a speech. Part of the reason why their speech matter, like you as the protester for Ann Coulter, you're part of the performance art. You're part of the, see, look how much they're trying to shut me down. If you weren't there, they wouldn't have that argument of, look how much they're trying to stop me. It would ring hollow because no one's there. You're doing your thing. No one's stopping you.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's the fact that like people are doing it that's adding to the idea of, look how right I am because they are trying to take me down,
Yeah, it's fucking, it's all fucking screwed up. because, like, for instance, there was a concert. Antifa shut down a concert in Oakland. And I was like, what?
Oakland.
Yeah, Oakland. Antifa shut down a concert in Oakland. Like, none of that computes. And they were like, this band is, and it was a metal show. And they were like, well, we don't want this band to play because they promote they promote Nazism. And I'm like, okay, which band is it? Because, like, there are a few metal bands that do that. Like, especially ones that come from Norwegia. Yeah, I know it's not actually called Norwegia, by the way. I just like saying Norwegia. There's some Norwegian death metal bands that are fucking racist as fuck. So I'm like, okay, which one was it? Was it Mayhem? Like, who was it? And we look into it, and it was actually fucking, oh shit, now I'm spacing on it. But, yeah, hold on, let me see. Let me get it. Antifa shuts down metal show. Do. Yeah, crap. I can't find the exact one, but this is something that they've been doing. And they did one on Panzer. Panzer. Yeah. They did an album. It's actually got a longer name, but I can't pronounce the whole thing correctly because it's like, it is German. And the idea.
Oh wait, let me see it. Maybe I can pronounce it.
Yeah. Oh geez. Do. Montreal black metal. Marduk. That's it. Marduk. Sorry. Jesus. Yeah, it's got a longer name like Marduk, dude, but the band is known as, for short, as known as Marduk. And they did a whole concept album all about World War II.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a whole thing, and it just tells us the story of the Netherlands being occupied by Nazi Germany, and the Nazis are the bad guys. And it's all about the Norwegian people's resistance, the Netherlands resistance, and how they fucking they got them out, and everything was everything was great until the Nazis came, and then they oppressed us and took our children away and turned them into Nazis. But we overcame them because we were awesome, it's that kind of tale.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at some point, because it is supposed to be a saga, bad guy gets a song.
Mm-hmm.
So the Nazis have a song, and it sounds like a Nazi song because that's the point of view it's coming from.
Yeah,
because it's illustrating the bad guy. Like if you cast Hitler in a fucking movie, he doesn't sound like, a fucking a Spaniard. He sounds like he sounds like fucking Hitler.
Yeah,
and he says Hitler shit,
It would be like if people protested Inglourious Bastards because they're portraying Hitler.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, see, they kind of have to do that to tell the story.
Yeah. Or because that first scene is anti-Semitic, and you're like, well, yeah, it's the bad guy's scene.
Mm-hmm.
It's him coming into this house and fucking to murder
You're
people.
proving a point about how scary these people are.
Yeah. But because they had done that song. And this is a song that they did in the 90s. Like, this is an old song. The Antifa protesters were like, no, if you do that, we'll fucking burn the Coliseum down and shit. Mm. And I'm just like, what?
I will say this. The problem with music is that it's a lot of the time, music is very straightforward, especially when you're trying to make, when you're trying to make a short song. And it is possible that a song can fail at trying to prove its point. Like the Gaston song, right? We know that guy's supposed to be the villain, and so it's written like you're supposed to know that this guy's full of himself.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it is possible to not go far enough, and so it's like, well, what would make someone who is a Nazi sympathizer hear this song and understand that it's not supposed to be for them? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
I'm not fucking hard.
I'm not saying it's good that anyone is trashing someone because someone performed a song, and especially if they're like, no, I'm on your side. I'm just trying to use this to do that. But I think if you're presenting that message, you also need to be cognizant of how you're doing it and making sure you're not just making propaganda.
Yeah, yeah,
you know,
yeah, yeah. But
because
here's the problem. But
there is
here's the
such thing as
problem.
parody failure.
Oh yeah, totally. But here's the problem.
Mm.
Like, people can always hijack a message.
That's definitely true.
You
That's
know,
definitely true.
everyone
Of
can
course.
always hijack a message. Like, you saw Iron Sky, right?
Uh, no, no, I didn't see Iron Sky.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
Iron Sky is all about Nazis on the moon. It's a really
uh,
fun movie,
I heard about
but
it.
it starts out like one of the bits it starts out with is the good, the good Nazi woman, like going like, yes, and here we have an example of how beloved our great Adolf Hitler was in this film, this 11-minute short film by Charlie Chaplin called The Great Dictator. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So it's basically a version of The Great Dictator that only has the bits that show Hitler being a nice guy. And of course, that the joke of the fucking movie is that that's not Hitler at all. It's a Prince and the
Uh-huh.
Pauper situation. That's the
Yeah,
Great
yeah,
Dictator, and it's also one of his few sound movies, one of his few talkies,
yeah. I
and
love that movie,
oh,
by the way.
it's really good. It's really good. So it was a beautiful demonstration of how even the thing that is against you, if you twist it the right way, you can pretend like it's for you.
Well, see, but what they did was they took elements from the original thing and recobbled it. They didn't put
Right.
it in its original context. If they put it in
Yeah.
its original context, it wouldn't make sense. Like if I um it's like the difference between I don't know. I want to use Kesha as an example, but like because she's an example of to me like parody failure. Like, oh, I'm satirizing the drunk I don't know party girl thing. It's like yeah, but there's nothing you're doing there's nothing in the writing that's showing that it's so over the top that that this lyric is subverting the idea of what you're expecting. You're just doing it. You're doing it slightly, exaggerated, but you're still just doing it. It's not to the point where I understand that, oh, that's so ridiculous. Of course she's not serious. No, it's still in that range of like, oh yeah, that's what all the pop stars do. She's literally, if you don't make it, what was it that someone said about satire? Like, it's like if you don't make yourself, if you are indistinguishable from the original thing, you're just contributing to it. You know
I
what I
don't.
mean?
I don't believe that. Although I do believe that we have a problem, because there's a problem with parody that you come up with when you get into fanatical ways of thinking,
Uh-huh.
which is saying something so ridiculous that it's actually the truth, but you didn't realize it. That shit happens all the fucking time. And
Mm-hmm.
sometimes people will say that and turn that into the truth. Like, people go crazy. Ideas are out of your control.
Mm-hmm.
You can only guide them. You have to surf with them. You can't
But,
control them. They're not
but what I mean is,
machines. They're
what I
like
mean is,
animals, or are a
no, no, no.
natural force.
I feel you on that. I feel you on that. But I feel like there's still a level of like writing that is required to make a point about something as opposed to just contributing to it. There's still something that needs to be done where like, oh, but if I think about it, I see it. Like, sure, the common person is that doesn't think about lyrics. Yeah, they're just gonna get that it's another song about stupid partying. But there still needs to be that moment where it's like, well, if you do think about it, here's what she's doing to subvert that. And it's like, oh, okay, I can enjoy it on that base level, but I can also enjoy it on the higher intellectual level. For her, there is no higher intellectual level. For her,
Yeah.
it just feels like exploitation of the stupid drunk party girl instead of the
Well, it feels like
subversion.
exploitation of Kesha herself. You
Yeah,
know.
and then when we go into, I'm pretty sure like 20 years from now we're gonna get the behind the scenes story of what the fuck happened with her because
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, we're getting it. We're getting some of it now, actually.
yeah,
Where
um,
like, there's a guy who's literally like got a stranglehold on all of her shit.
yeah, it's fucking,
Oh, it's so
and she
awful.
still has to work with him. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
Yeah, what the fuck? Like, yeah, thank you, legal system, for completely failing. You know?
It's
You're,
like, look, even if nothing happened, right? Even or if it didn't happen to the degree that she's saying that it happened, obviously she don't want to work with the
yeah,
motherfucker anymore.
obviously, just cut
Like
it loose.
something's wrong. Like
Well, it's
obviously
very,
something's wrong.
yeah. What was very weird that they came to this weird conclusion that she had to still work with him, because I found myself going like, I, I thought I thought the only thing that you really argued about in a civil case like this was how much money the other person owed.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what's going on? Like, yeah, I don't really understand how this is all breaking down, because none of it jives with my understanding of the basic legal system.
Yeah, no. In 20 years, we're gonna figure out some fuckery
Yeah.
that's going on.
Some shit went down. Like, some real crooked shit went down. You know, all I know is whatever is fucking working against that girl is definitely very powerful.
Yeah,
You know,
and I highly doubt it's the poor me richer guy who's been in the industry for 20 years. I'm
oh
having my name
yeah,
slandered. That's
yeah.
usually not how it
That's
is.
no. Like, you got to be able to. You got to be able to at least. You got to. I believe in innocent until proven guilty, but there's definitely
Yeah,
a point where I'm just sort of like, yeah, but if you're forcing this girl to work with you, you in fact have no moral ground to stand on.
yeah,
You
something's
know,
wrong.
like, something's way wrong. Like, you should be able to just go like, all right, you're a
Let her
fucking
go.
dumb bitch, get out of here. You know, like,
Yeah,
I'm going to
but
take my proceeds from everything that you've already made for us. We're keeping those. Now get the fuck out. You get to,
yeah,
like, you should at least be able to do that.
but
You
there's
know,
something specifically malicious with no, you can't
oh, it's
leave.
personal. It's super malicious. It's super personal.
Yeah,
You know, yeah, you're right. That's the word for it. Malicious.
yeah,
You know, that is scary. You don't want to be in the clutches of something like that. That's
yeah.
really bad. You know, especially if you're like, a young girl kind of by yourself.
Hmm.
You know, that's that's patriarchy right there, man. Like, for
Yeah.
real, like, for really real. You know, I can't imagine what's happening over there. But other rather than that, my actual point was, the truth is, yes, but that's the skill that the writer is always trying to attain.
Of course, of
You
course.
know, you can't expect people to have that right out of the gate. They're gonna fuck it up. They will fuck it up all the time. You
No,
know,
but I look at it as someone who's also a writer. Like I look at it as like if I was writing the lyrics that they are singing,
hmm
would I be happy with having written that? You know what I mean? Like I would be like, I would literally have been like, for a lot of songs, I'd be like, yeah, no, I need someone to be like, no, that's not right. Like you need to write this to make it make sense. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah, yeah,
You know,
exactly.
and I feel like that's what a lot of people need. They need someone else who's not just going like, well, is it gonna, get the people to spend money? No, they need someone to just be like, well, we could tweak that in a way that makes it pop a lot more, that makes it a lot smarter. And I feel like the industry is really missing someone to do that, you know?
Well, which industry are we talking about at this point?
Oh, sorry, I'm talking about the music industry.
Okay, no problem, no problem. Well, the music industry is in kind of the shitter right now.
Yeah.
It's not doing too well. Like, it's trying to climb back up, but like, I'll tell you, man,
But
like,
the
the
fact that
money ain't
Charlie
music.
Puth the fact that
Yeah.
Charlie Puth is allowed to be a thing is really sort of telling how sort of artistically bankrupt shit is.
Oh
His
yeah.
lyrics are the worst. I'm only one call away. Superman ain't got nothing on May. Like,
It's so
no.
weird. It's so weird. Like, it was so odd. There was this brief moment in time when popular rap, like the stuff that made money, right? And what I was listening to briefly synced up, and my appreciation for the art form has only increased, but my finger is way off the pulse of anything that's not at least like DMX or Kendrick Lamar levels. You know, like the fucking disposable bullshit, I have no idea about any of that stuff. But occasionally something comes up and I'm like, what the fuck is this? I'm like, this is the number one, and I'm like, you've got to be fucking shitting me. This is number one? You got to be fucking kidding.
I actually think Kendrick Lamar's song is the number one song in the country.
Yeah. Humble is number one. But
finally,
finally
Jesus,
happened.
That fucking Shape of You needs to get out of here like yesterday, bruh. What the hell? How is that the number? Like, think about that. Shape of You was the number one song in the country for like over a month.
Yeah.
Like, that song is not special. There's nothing special.
It's Special Olympics special. Is that special?
Now, That's What I Like by Bruno Mars. I could see someone saying that song is special. When The Weeknd had that song, I can't feel my face when I'm with you. I'm like, that's there's something special about that song that pushes it to number one. Shape of You? That song is boring. It sounded, what's funny? They said it was originally written for Rihanna. It's like, it needed someone with the personality of a Rihanna to at least try to carry it. You know what I mean? But as it is, it's just like, this is just like...
Oh, God, that reminds me of that fucking awful
lifeless.
fucking... Okay, I am fascinated with Nicki Minaj as a personality, but, like, holy crap, there's so much bullshit there.
Yeah,
there's so much bullshit there. I'm like, okay, so her cover of Anaconda, I was like, nothing about this makes sense.
That made me so mad.
Nothing about this makes sense.
You know why especially it pisses me off? It's because, she had this one song that came out a little bit before. It was called Looking Ass, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, stop looking at my ass, you dumbass niggas. Why you always looking at my ass? And it was just like, you have a song. Before the song even came out, you released the cover art, which was just your ass. And you're saying, stop looking at my ass?
Well, did she mean it, or is she fucking around?
I hope she's fucking around.
Yeah, it's so hard to tell with her.
What pisses me off is that when she did, because I'm still not 100% convinced that there wasn't sort of a viral marketing campaign, right? Because before the song even got released, they released the cover art for it. People don't do that nowadays. People don't release the cover art before they release an actual song first. Like, I mean, I guess, do they?
What's the name of that album again?
The Pink Print. Do people release covers before that? Answer me in the comments section. Are people answering that?
Yeah, they answer sometimes.
Do people release album covers? I mean, covers for a single before they release the song nowadays? Like if they do, it's like the day before. It's not like, oh, just look at this for a while. You know what I mean? Is anyone saying anything?
Man, they're talking about anime at the moment.
You guys aren't even listening to us.
I'm just all right. So all the album cover art for the Pink Print I see as a fingerprint.
Oh no! I'm not talking about album cover. I'm talking about for a single.
Oh! What was the name of the song?
Anaconda.
Oh. Let's see. Anaconda EP cover. Yeah. Yeah.
And it just felt. But here's the thing about that cover for me. It's that people were going, "Oh my God." Well, there was one side of people that were like, Nicki Minaj is being bold with showing her ass on a thing, and there was the other half that was like, oh my God, I can't believe that Nicki Minaj would degrade herself in such a fashion. But what confused me is that, like, I think in my episode I talked about this. Is like I had already been seeing Nicki Minaj degrading herself sexually like this. That had already been a thing. I remember it in the ass video, literally the ass video, where it was like a 30-second segment where she just shook her ass, and like looking at it, something in my brain like told me something was off because her face was away from the camera. It was just her ass looking at us. and she was just shaking that for 30 seconds. I was like, no, no artist would be like that. I don't even think Lil' Kim did anything like that. Usually when she was sexualized, it was, sure, yes, I am a sex object, but you're still looking at my face. You know what I mean? I'm still a personality. With her, it was literally face away. She's just another video model. And it was so confusing because I was like, that doesn't make sense. You're not supposed to do that to yourself. You're not supposed to completely objectify yourself. The idea is that you're still a commodity. Your personality is part of, what makes your sexualization special. But with her, it was literally, no, I'm not a person. I am purely an object. And it was so weird to see that happen. So by the time we got to this, the Nicki, the Anaconda thing, I was just like, oh, I guess it's another song about how it's going to be about her ass. But I was so confused by so many people like causing an uproar about it. I was like, really? Is this really that special? Like, what the hell?
Yeah. It was such it was a bad cover because I thought the idea was going to be like, all right, Nicki Minaj is going to sing about her ass for whatever, using Baby Got Back, no problem, we got it.
Well, it's so weird
and then
because
it does that, but it doesn't.
Yeah, the song's not about her ass.
Yeah, it despite the fact that at every corner, at every turn, they try to make it about her ass, including Nicki Minaj himself. And you would think at some point that just claiming that it's about her ass would allow you to at least go on some level that it is. But somehow they completely miss the mark.
Yeah,
because
actually,
it's not. And you're like, why is this even happening?
In fact, the whole ass thing is like maybe like the last 30 seconds of the song where she's like, I got a big fat ass. The first two verses are about her fucking other guys. And the Anaconda, the part that they sample is like, my Anaconda don't want. It's all about his dick. The Anaconda isn't her ass, it's the dick.
The dick. Yeah, the Anaconda's the dick. It's.
If anything, the song should be called Buns.
Oh, that would have been, that might have worked. Yeah, well,
At least it would have made sense.
Yeah, well, it's so weird because like I always find myself going like, why? Like at the end of the day, just why?
Yeah, the thing about it is, people were going like, "Oh, well, this is a, sexual empowerment anthem," but it's like, it's really all about how she's an airheaded bimbo for a bunch of like rich drug dealers. Like that's
really all that it is. Which I mean, like that's not a new thing, but. Maybe getting it from the bimbo's perspective is a new thing, but I'm always trying to figure out like what we're doing with Nicki Minaj. Like I feel like she's not like a real person, and by not a real person I don't mean like a construct. Like I mean Nicki Minaj herself is actually like a Dadaist art project robot that just fucking appears sometimes. Like maybe she's actually like a fairy from another dimension that just does random shit and we just happen to see it.
Oh my god. So look at this. Huffington Post,
Becky,
going back to the article about
her
it.
butt is so big.
And they're like, various websites struggled to grapple with Minaj's so-called ass-tastic cover. Was it too racy for its own good or too scandalous for Instagram?
Oh my god. Bullshit. You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I looked at this cover, I'm like, I wasn't thinking that at all. It just looked like another cover. Like, what are you talking about? What is wrong with this cover? What exactly is different from any other music video?
Yeah, the only thing that I can so here there is this thing, and this is something that I learned from an ad exec, a book by an ad executive. Actually, no, he wasn't an ad executive. He was the guy. All right, you know how when you deal with like legit stars and celebrities, there's always you need a PR person. Okay, or whatever. Okay, he was that guy. That was his job, and he was considered the top guy. And people would come to you. It's like everyone came to me. Michael Jackson came to me. Madonna came to me. And they always like, I need you to help me craft an image that will sell. And I would always tell them what I will tell you today. He actually did a bunch of podcasts with The Amazing Atheist like 6 years ago. You should listen to them. They're all really fascinating. But he fucking said, so Madonna's like, I need you to craft an image for me. And he goes, no, I won't do that. If you want me to craft an image that will sell, I will instead give you the phone number of my next best competitor. But I'm going to tell you, because you at the office of my next best competitor, you will be second best always. I mean, like, first of all, holy shit, that's a pitch, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I will send you to a person who will do it the way you want, but you'll always be second best because you're not doing what I say. Whoa, that's
Jeez.
balls, man. That is brass
Wow.
balls. And but here's the thing, if he was like, so if you're still in that chair and you still want to listen, this is what we're going to do instead. We're going to get to the heart of who you really are. And if I like that, then I'll help you.
Wow.
Yeah, and he did that for Michael Jackson. He did that for Madonna, and a bunch of other people. Like, I think Prince was one he didn't, because he was like, Prince didn't need my help. Like he didn't need my help, but like these other people did. And he was like, they all had to needed help getting to the heart of who they were so we could sell that.
Yeah, but like I'm looking at this. Actually, Nicki Minaj actually makes a good point. She posted a picture of like some swimsuit model, some girl out there, some white girl out there,
Right.
and it was showing like she was showing boob, like more boob than she showed in her cover, and she was showing her butt, and she was just like, no one had a problem with this chick, well, Heidi Klum or whoever the hell, when she did her magazine cover. So why is it when I do this, it's bad? And I agree with her. And actually, this is partially what makes me think that this must be like pre-planned, because like I said, I look at both of these pictures and I think, yeah, what's the problem? Like, okay, if she was like had her hands behind her butt and was spreading it open so you could see her asshole, I would be like, okay, that's some racy shit.
Oh God, what was the name of the album cover? I can't remember. It was a funk album. I think the title of it actually was. All right, you remember how in was it Pootie Tang or Niggas with Hats, Booty Juice?
Yeah.
Yeah, was that? God, which one was that?
Wait, I think Booty Juice was Tropic Thunder.
Oh, that was Tropic Thunder?
Booty Sweat or something like that?
Yeah, something like that. Hold on, let me look it up. It's gotta fucking be here. Hold on, let me get your. Okay, bam. Booty Juice. Yeah, it was Niggas with Hats. Yeah, Booty Juice. Okay, so there was an album cover that I found in a random fucking collection, because I knew a lot of DJs, and I'd hang out and I would go through their record collection, because I'd get like, I was hanging out with them, but they'd be like, oh, I gotta go do something, and I'd be sitting there in the booth going like, what albums can I fucking steal? And like, I just fucking go through their shit, and and I found this one that actually belonged to the venue. This album belonged to the venue. And it was literally imagine the Anaconda cover, but with the girl slightly bent over. And there was a little black round sticker on the album where her pussy would be. And so I was like, now, not part of the album art, but literally stuck on the album itself. And I'm like, did someone actually just make an album where you can actually just see her pussy? And so I lifted up, yeah, sure as shit, yes. Sure as shit, yes. And by decal covering up her pussy, I mean like a black dot. Like, you remember how like you go to like the stationery store and they sell like sheets of like black dots? It's literally that.
Wow.
Yeah, and I was like, what the fuck is this? But I can't remember the title of it, because the title of it wasn't actually on the album. It was just this girl.
The title of the album is Girl with Pussy Showing.
Girl with Pussy Showing. Yeah. Yeah, but the only thing that I could tell is I was pretty sure it was a funk album, because like it was, the only thing I could make out was like 1977, and it was a black girl. So I assumed funk album.
Yeah, of course.
You know?
Okay. Dude, I'm looking at this shit. This is pissing me off, right?
Well, yeah.
So, first of all, the reason, let me explain. The reason why I don't like the album cover is because it's like, oh, great. Once again, she's just selling us on her sexuality and nothing else, whatever. But it's not like, clutch the pearls. Nicki Minaj showing her butt. Oh, no.
Right, right.
But catch this. So, someone, this guy named Chuck Creekmore or whatever. He's like, Dear Nicki Minaj, I own allhiphop.com, hip hop website, right? Says all hip hop has been historically supportive of Nicki Minaj, which is you. We remember you all the way back then, and we love you, and da 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 da. But guess what? Not only do I run hip hop, I'm a father too.
Oh, jeez.
For a moment there, I felt like I had briefly peered into the deepest recesses of Nicki Minaj's true inner self, a being that cares how this ratchet shit affects my kid. I said to myself, Self, how cool is this? Nicki is already evolving into someone that my daughter may get to listen to
What do you
on my watch. Maybe.
When was Nicki Minaj ever not ratchet as fuck?
I don't like what. Yeah, what is he talking about? Freaky Girl? Don't you remember that shit? That was like before she was really popping. So shut the fuck up. But anyway, he says, so when I peeped the artwork for your latest single, I wasn't even shocked. I was just disappointed.
Yeah.
Oh, the song Anaconda, the art, your booty in a thong. As a man, I could appreciate the virtues of your perfect posterior. The dad guy is not a happy camp, particularly now that his little girl is transitioning into a young lady. First of all, who gives a fuck what you're like? We're supposed to care about how women are represented now that your kid is turning into an adult.
Yeah.
Like,
fuck you. Yeah, fuck
no.
you, man. Oh.
That's first of all, and second of all, like, where the fuck was all this talk when Snoop Dogg had some chicks on a fucking chain in the fucking 2001 MTV
Oh
Awards?
man, I fucking remember that shit. Like the funny thing was when I saw that, I was like, "Oh, Snoop Dogg." I'm also a fan of Sam Kinison. Yeah. Because Sam Kinison was the guy who did that first.
Oh shit, I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
No, but like the first time you see it, you don't think about it. You're just like, oh, that's weird. Snoop Dogg. You think like, wait a minute. Yeah, that is a little degrading.
Yeah. It was the point.
Why did we allow that? Why did no one stop him?
Knowing how things like that happen, I guarantee you this is how it went down, which is he hires those 3 girls. And he's like, all right, we're doing this. And then they just do it. And everyone's like, oh shit, what do we do? Cameras are rolling. I guess we just put it on the air quick. Do it. And so they do it. And then a couple years later, someone's like, dude, why did we let that happen? He's like, well, he didn't ask anybody. He just did it. Like, he just fucking did it, you know? Like, because that's how that shit happens. It happens, and that goes on all the fucking time. You want to think that, you know, like Hollywood is beautifully, perfectly controlled and planned out, like a Hollywood movie set. But I am here to tell you it is actually chaotic, unpredictable, and temperamental, like a Hollywood movie set. You know, it fucking random shit just fucking happens. And and it's very possible that you're just sitting there going, wait, did that just happen? Like, and that's not limited to Hollywood. Show business in general has this thing. Back in the 90s, fucking Sinead O'Connor ripping up a picture of the Pope on camera during Saturday Night Live. Mm-hmm. Like, that was really, really, really bizarre because everyone was expecting her to come on, sing a song with her band, but she didn't. She comes out on stage herself, sings a cappella, which unaccompanied.
Mm-hmm. I kind of want to find that clip now just to see how it happens in real time.
Yeah. It's really fascinating. And the thing is it's so weird, you know, because but remember, this is before Bjork was big, you know, like the Sinead O'Connor performance is so weird. By the end of it, no one's clapping. Everyone's just sitting there stunned going, I have no idea what just happened.
Did she ever like explain why she did that?
Yeah, she's oh god, which I can't remember which fucking part of Ireland it is.
Mm.
But the whole North Ireland versus Republic of Ireland, the whole Republic of Ireland versus the North Ireland versus not North Ireland, basically. And one of them is very papist, meaning Catholic, and the other is not. But it was really weird because right up until the point where she says, "Know the real enemy," everyone thought the song was about abortion. And then it wasn't. It was literally about the IRA conflict, the Irish conflict. And everyone was sitting there going like, wait, did you mean that literally? Like we should actually assassinate the Pope?
Yeah.
Is that
see,
what you
like,
meant? You know,
Yeah.
it was a total like. Have you ever seen that fucking spoken word thing that Kevin Smith does, where he's working for Prince, and that moment
Yeah,
where
I
he's like,
love that. Love that.
where he's like, dude, those guys need answers. They think this is about racism. Well, if the bra fits, they want answers, Prince, and they're asking me. You know, like I don't know. You got to tell them something. You
Wait,
know?
hold on. Let me watch this clip.
Oh yeah, there it is. Like,
Oh.
yeah. It's not offensive so much as what the fuck just happened.
I thought it was something like stronger, like she just goes like right, like I thought there was like a band playing and then right at the hit,
No.
fight the real enemy,
No.
like something cool, and then like it blacks out, so you can know to applaud or whatever. But no, it's really just like here is the picture, and to show my disapproval,
Yeah.
fight the real enemy. Like it's just not presented in a way that it's just like first of all, like why am I supposed to hate the Pope? Like, is the Pope directly responsible for the IRA thing?
Yeah. It's never explained. It's never explained. It's a fucking song that sounds like it's about abortion, but it turns out it's about the Pope. And the weird thing is that you're like, well, we could make a link between the Pope and abortion because that's not a far walk down the block, but it turns out the song's not actually about that. What are you singing about, Sinead? And the thing is that thing at the end, they made a controversy out of that, but I'm going to tell you that the real reaction that everyone had when they saw that was, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah, exactly. Like,
like
looking at that was just like, I don't understand how I'm supposed to feel. Like the way she did it was just weird.
Yeah, it's super strange. Like all you at home, check it out. Sinead O'Connor tears a photo of the Pope on SNL. You can find it. Check it out. It's weird as fuck.
Like, first of all, it's weird to say like the Pope is evil, especially that Pope, because he was actually kind of cool.
Yeah, Jean Paul II wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
Like
wait, why are we supposed to hate him now?
Yeah, it would be like someone. It wouldn't be exactly this, but like the modern equivalent of today would be to get up in front of, like, be on like the Jon Stewart show and in all seriousness fucking tear up a picture of the Dalai Lama and talk about what an asshole he is.
It's just like
not on atheist bases either, but like for real, like the guy is actually a murderer and eats children.
Wait, what?
No.
Oh,
no, he's not. I'm just saying it would be the equivalent of that.
No, I'm saying it would be like fight the real enemy, and then you tear up a picture of Obama, and it's just like,
there's a better one. Yeah, it's just be like, wait, what? What just happened?
Like, I understand there are issues. I'm not sure if this is this guy's completely the bad guy, no question about it. Like, I don't think it's that cut and dry.
Yeah. So she, especially doing that in America, where it's like, well, I'm glad you have the world
have no
stage,
idea.
but we have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah.
We only know that the IRA is a thing, and we think that they're fighting somebody. Like, that's it. America's fucking retarded when it comes to the UK. We don't care.
We're like we're 2 references removed. We don't know why you don't like the Pope, and we don't know what that has to do with Ireland.
Yeah. In fact, like fucking the American news doesn't even recognize the fact that Ireland is technically 2 separate countries.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Like,
This
I
became
know
an
that
issue.
there's
This became an
something
issue.
wrong.
Yeah, this became a real issue because there's a separation between Ireland and North Ireland. North Ireland is a completely different country. You know, it's completely different. For example, like during that whole period of time when Diamanda was really grumpy because everyone was happy that gay marriage had been legalized in Ireland, shouldn't she be happy? And she's like, no, it's not. And there was this huge amount of confusion. It's because she lives in North Ireland, which is another country. North Ireland is not Ireland. Ireland is a completely separate fucking country. You know, that's culturally connected, but politically it's a different. It's completely
no one ever
different.
says South Ireland. Yeah.
No, they don't. You know, like we've got at least got like North and South Dakota.
Yeah.
You know,
It's like there's North Ireland and the real Ireland. Like, it's just like, well, that doesn't sound right.
yeah. Although these days it would probably be a little bit more correct to say there's Ireland, and then there's this really weird conservative stronghold called North Ireland. You know, which is
what was I going to say about this? Actually, you know what's really funny? As I'm listening to it, like, if you listen to it again, there sounds like there's someone who's about to clap, but they specifically get shushed. Like,
yeah.
listen to it again. Like, it sounds like someone's like, yeah, and someone's like, you don't want to be that guy.
Yeah, because you got to feel like that guy was just trying to be polite. You don't want him to be fucking fingered just for being like, well, you're just supposed to clap because you're supposed to be nice about it. Like, oh, maybe not. You know, I don't even know what's happening. What am I clapping for? Shit, fuck.
I also think it's the fact that it's like a cappella, so there's no dynamic switch in what's happening. You know, like there's just so much that just doesn't work, like creative wise. I mean, performance wise.
Yeah, it's so weird. It's the strangest thing in the world. And this is kind of what I mean by like you can't always predict how people are going to take things. You know, because sometimes you can just put something out there, it just hits the audience like a wet fucking fart, even though to you it's like the most pointed, obvious thing in the fucking world. You know, you can't predict that, and so I don't ask it of people.
You know, you got to give it to her. Like,
she didn't
sigh away. She was just like, "Nope, made this statement now, and I'm sticking with it.
I'm in it now. I did it." Sinead O'Connor. Let's see.
Just like gotta blow out these candles just to be, you know, just to give a courtesy, you know. And I'm gonna get going. You guys have a good evening. So after that Nicki Minaj, see, here's my thing. Like, after that Nicki Minaj thing where people are like, "Ooh, she's showing her butt," what? And then the fucking owner of all hip hop, as if he's never seen a music video with a black woman's butt in a fucking rap music video before, is acting like she's like, "How dare you, Nicki Minaj? You're supposed to be different." Brr. Of course, I'm pretty sure I said something like that in my video, but the point of me saying that was because I actually did see her to be a dope lyricist. I don't care if she like showcases her sexuality, as long as you're still a dope rapper. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Anaconda was a whack ass song. See, this is why I don't like it, because then, you have the response piece. Nicki Minaj doesn't need your advice or input, man. And it's like, don't fucking stick up for Nicki Minaj. The song's not worth it. Like, first of all, this isn't worth like the discussion. It's not worth people being offended by it, and it's not worth people like defending it. You know what I mean? Oh, look at this. In the related article, it's like Nicki Minaj's new album art is ... bold. NSFW.
I know, right? You're like, what? This is
legally not safe for work. Jesus fucking Christ. What's wrong with you people?
Yeah. What reminds me of, like, do you know what a lot of this reminds me of? It's ending up much better for Nicki Minaj, but this is reminding me of a lot of the shit that happened with 2 Live Crew. You know?
Yeah,
like,
actually.
Yeah, because when you got right down to it, was 2 Live Crew good? No. They were actually pretty bad. Actually pretty bad.
No.
No. I mean, I will never forget that fucking album just because it's a spectacular fucking exercise in bad taste.
Just
But like the Jerky Boys, if you got more than one album of that shit, not so much.
Yeah.
Not so much. You got to do something else. You got to be bringing something else to the table.
Oh, did you see when they tried to clean up their act? They did. People forget about this. There was the "Do the Bart" or whatever.
Yeah.
Which was in no way related to The Simpsons. It was just their own fucking song, and it was just like, "Do the Bart." I wanted to do a Rap Critic episode on it just because it's just so dumb. It's just
dude,
what the hell are you guys doing? Like,
yeah. That'd be a real interesting, rap history kind of thing. Like,
it's so bad.
Like, just digging out like an old artifact and going, what the fuck happened here? Like fucking Titties on the Glass. You're like, what? Titties on the Glass is not good. That song is not good at all. And
no,
it's not, and the music video doesn't save it. You know, I was kind of hoping the video would at least somehow salvage it in my own eyes, but I found myself going, no, I'm sorry, this doesn't beat that line of Dancing Girls while Sir Mix-a-Lot's on a fucking giant ass. It doesn't beat that. It doesn't beat that low-tech fucking bullshit, you know?
Mm-hmm.
There's just something magical about the Baby Got Back video. There's something magical about it. Yeah, and he was never able to recapture that magic, you know? Although, you know, one of the things I thought was really weird, Seattle rap is really weird. The rap that comes out of Seattle is really weird. Like, Atlanta, I get. Like, Atlanta is kind of like, let's do whatever stupid goddamn thing we can do, because it's all based on, like, Outkast. You know, the stuff that comes out of Atlanta is all based around Outkast. You know, like, Polygram, Big Boy, Run the Jewels. Those are all Outkast related. You know.
Sure, Dungeon Family.
Yeah. Oh, God. Friend of mine was playing that album at his fucking New Year's Eve party, and I was like, what the fuck? He was like, hey man, hey, I don't want to hear it. I want to just let it play. And I'm like, okay, you got it, man. Your house, your rules.
Yeah. Oh my God. Wait, actually, this article does bring up a good point. The Jezebel article. So like this guy says, you remember the one of you licking a lollipop and evoking the now classic image of Lil Kim and all her crotchiness? Of course you remember your version of that image because you asked us to take it down through a member of the team. The team member let us know that Nicki Minaj is no longer on that and is doing a lot to promote a new image. Wow, actually, if she did say that, that's actually really funny. No, the only image she was promoting is not looking like Lil Kim. That's the only image she was promoting. Trying to look like Lady Gaga, because that's what was happening at the time.
Yeah.
But you know, but then she responds like this Jezebel article actually makes a point. It makes perfect sense to bring up that photo because Nicki Minaj has obviously never changed her image or grown as an artist over the course of her career. I like how she actually throws that little shot there. Like, she never changed her image. Neither has she grown as an artist.
Yeah.
During her entire tenure in the spotlight, Nicki Minaj has fully embraced a single look and stuck with it. So it's understandable why Creekmore would be so taken aback by this shift in aesthetics. It's such a new concept for her.
Dude, I just looked up Lil Kim. What the fuck happened to her?
Dude, she looks like Shrek. Like,
dude, fucking holy fucking shit. Like, this is gnarly. Like, I thought, you know, my girl Linnea Quigley fucking went through some shit in her 50s. Like, Lil Kim's not even that old.
Yeah, no. I don't even think she's like, is she even through with her 40s like that? Like,
yeah. I'm like, what? Like, and like, this makeup is not doing her any favors. You know, like, apparently, like, you know, fucking MacPac and L'Oreal can't fucking. You can only have relative success after a certain point with this shit. Like, holy fucking crap! And that's not even the picture where she looks the roughest. You know, like, what the fuck happened?
The question is, it's like, why? Why is she doing this? Like, what is going on? Like, there has to be some sort of deeper psychological thing that's going on. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it has to.
Because, like, I don't remember anyone ever saying, "Oh, you know, that Lil Kim would look so much cuter if she just looked light skinned." Like, that was never a thing. Like, no one ever thought that. Like, what the
No
fuck
one
is
ever
going
thought
on?
that. And that girl was not like that. How to put it? Like, all right, I forget what year this was from, but like, here's like these do not look like the same girl.
No, they literally do not.
Oh
That
my God, what the fuck
the
did she
girl on the
do?
right literally looks like part Korean or something. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, like fucking. Whereas I'm like, because I remember Little Kim, and I was like, yeah, Little Kim was like fucking as black as Richard Roundtree and Shaft in Africa. Holy shit, you know. So I see that. I looked that up, and I see that, and I did a double take because I was like, wait, there has to be two of them.
yeah, you go like that can't be the same person.
It's not. Yeah. What the fuck? Yeah. Maybe racialism really is a thing, and we just what?
No, it's.
This is the
Oh my God!
weird-
Wait a
what the
minute.
fuck?
Wait, did she really have her first child at 39?
Oh,
That's what? Wait,
that's okay. I mean, a little late, but you know.
no. The reason why I bring that up is because, oh my God, that's true. Okay, so in 2014, Lil Kim decided to make a diss track to Nicki Minaj, and in the song she says, "I just had a baby about a week ago," and I thought maybe she was just, I don't know, just felt like a random brag, but I was like, "You had a baby a week ago, and the first song you decide to record is like a diss track to someone, like." You don't have anything else on your mind that you might want to talk about? Like,
Yeah,
what the
yeah.
fuck?
Wouldn't you like to, you know, raise your kid, hang out with
Yeah.
them?
So like, and it was just kind of weird. Like, it was very badly thought out, but it's just like, okay, yeah, yeah. So that means she's not even like 41 now. So it's not like, oh man, she's like the cat lady who's like 60 something years old and feels like, oh, looks are fading, you know, whatever. It's like,
Yeah. She's still relatively young.
yeah, I don't understand.
What
Like,
the
maybe there's
fuck
something.
is-
Maybe
the
there's something.
fuck? Why would
Yeah.
you do this?
Yeah, maybe there's something I'm not getting, but like, I
Maybe
don't
it's
understand
like
where this is
an
coming
early
from.
plastic surgery disaster, and now it's just all about like fucking not completely melting. You
Yeah.
know, like it's something like like
So, like the
fucking
shit that happened to Michael Jackson. Like, it's just like we did this one thing to try to deal with this, and now we just kind of have to build on. Like, you know, they messed up the
Yeah.
first time. They're like, well, we can fix it with this, and then they're like, well, that doesn't look good. We can fix it with this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, it's really yeah. I agree because like one of the Hollywood plastic surgery tragedies where I'm just sort of like, why did you do that? Why did you touch a motherfucking thing? And that is Rose McGowan. Holy fuck. Okay, so here's Rose, you know, back when she was like, you know, 18, 20, whatever. You know, everything's holding together pretty well, you know, but you would never look at that girl and say something was wrong with her face.
Yeah.
Nothing deficient about her face. Not at all. Not her lips, not her eyes, not her chin, nothing. There's nothing that needs touching. You know, if it was like Rose McGowan has boob job, you're like, all right, whatever. You know, seems a little dumb to me, but like for her to do that, but whatever. You know, okay, girl just wants bigger tits. I can kind of get it. She get, you know, ass injections, whatever. Okay. You know, but the face, you're like, what? So this is where she's at now. She's got permanent duck lips, and that's all due to a failed fucking surgery.
Why?
Yeah, exactly. You're like, why? What did you think needed touching?
Like,
You
there's got to
know?
be something that's really wrong with the industry where, like,
Well, there's got to be.
because
It's got to have work. It's got to be something wrong with the way you see yourself when you look in the mirror. Because I'm like, why are you touching the one thing that no one could ever possibly have had any kind of complaint about? And if they did have a complaint, who was it and what was it? Because holy fucking shit, I cannot fathom it.
No, and I've noticed this. It's never people that are like, oh, well, that person, like, they're not really like the standard typical beauty or whatever. They don't really fit that. It's never that person. It's always someone who looks really beautiful,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
like by the typical standard. And then I guess they just set that standard up for themselves so that if they ever feel that they fall short of that, they gotta go like, no, 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 gotta fix it, gotta fix it, gotta fix it. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
so
yeah,
like,
yeah. These sort of like any sort of like dip in their popularity or the amount of work that they're getting must be the fault of their looks. It
what's
has to
the
be something that they can control.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know.
But it's like, has it ever happened where someone was like, they got lip injections and things were better? Like, has that ever happened? You know what I mean? Like, no one has
Yeah,
ever, and once again, like, it's their choice. They can do whatever they want. But at the same time, it's like, has that ever worked for anybody? Like, has that ever been something that people were like, like, okay, you could say like, oh well, it doesn't matter, what you think she does. Whatever. No, it's bullshit. The reason why people do stuff like that is partially because they want people to find them more attractive. Like that's the reality. You know what I
yeah.
mean? You don't get duck lips. You don't get these enhancements, and then, well, I got these enhancements, and now I'm just not going to go outside for the next couple of years. Like, no,
Yeah, 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 exactly. And like, oh god, one guy, I see what the one guy said was like, oh, she kind of looks like Eartha Kitt. Yeah, the difference is that Eartha Kitt is born that way,
Yeah.
and it looks
Holy
like
shit.
it
All
looks
these chicks who get
fine.
the duck lips are trying to be Eartha Kitt,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Like,
yeah.
wow.
Like,
I just thought about that
yo,
because that's totally her look.
yeah, yeah, totally, it is. Fucking, but like you could even just see the difference in this old photo. Like, no, like even though I'm sure Eartha is like even young Eartha here is makeup the fuck up.
Yeah,
You could tell
no
that
doubt.
there's like a distinct difference because everything seems to, in subtle ways, fall where it should.
Hmm.
You know, even like creases in your fucking like skin and stuff, those subtle differences start to add up when you start fucking too much, because you got to remember we get so much information from the face, we can
Yeah.
detect things that are off.
Of course, I'm pretty sure she got plastic surgery somewhere down along the line
Oh
too.
yeah, 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 I'm sure, but like I don't know how to put it other than like she waited. Like
Yeah.
Rose did this when she was pushing 30, and
Hmm.
you're like that. And the thing is that the movie that she was working on before that, I think it was Grindhouse. Planet Terror. And if you look at her in Planet Terror, you're like, girl, there's nothing. Don't touch a damn thing. Like
Hmm.
this is. It was like she went from her peak right to a complete fall, and I don't know what it is. It's the only thing I can think of is like, yeah, this is why vanity is a sin, man. It's a warning. It's
Yeah.
like you could fucking go so far with vanity, you actually like do something bad for yourself that you don't want to do, even as a vain person.
Yeah.
It'll fuck you up.
Mm.
Because God, I mean, like, look at that. Because like, yeah, granted that's like her when she's like in her early 20s, but still, you're like, how did we get from point A to point B?
And I'm sure there are people gonna be like, oh, who are you to say that you can't do that? This is still your shallow expectations of beauty. But like, the reason why people do that, like I said before, is because of their also shallow expectations of beauty, but that's thrust upon them by a wider society. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
a society that tells them they need to look youthful, that everything needs to still be perky. And it's just like, not really. Like,
yeah.
I don't know.
Well, like
But
one of
once
the
again, that's a standard that Hollywood has put upon them. Most likely a bunch of fucking old dudes in suits. You know what I mean?
Well, it's not just old dudes in suits. It's also
It's old women in
Roseanne.
suits.
Well, as Roseanne Barr said, it's blonde bitches in heels. They're not your friend. Like they ain't your friend. They're a bunch of fucking cunts. You're like, oh, fucking loved Roseanne Barr. That woman just. I love that. I love it when Roseanne Barr just fucking like just gives you her opinion.
Dude,
You
I
know.
actually follow her on Twitter. I was just like,
Oh my
holy
god,
shit.
she's
Really,
amazing.
man, she tweets some shit. Like I was like, I've never even really been into her like that. I was like, holy shit, she's actually kind of
Yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah. Roseanne Barr's gonna knock a bitch out. Holy shit! Like the fucking argument she got into with like fucking Lindsay West when that shit was going down was amazing. Wow. You know. Oh, so like if you want a counterexample of how like even with some plastic surgery, there's like a bit more of a, aging gracefully. Cassandra Peterson, aka Elvira, is a relatively recent photo taken in the last few years. Like Elvira, I think is now,
she's like 60 or something.
Yeah, she's
like
like 65. She's 65,
and you would not know it. Like
no,
at
You
all.
would guess
Has she had plastic surgery?
a little, but not a little, but not like a lot.
Yeah.
And while the Elvira makeup hides a lot, like this is
Of
her
course.
outside of the Elvira makeup in regular makeup, and having seen her like up close, no, she looks fine. I mean, she's obviously not. Here's the thing. I would say she's obviously not 20 anymore, but here's one of the secrets about Elvira. You never saw her when she was 20. Elvira, she became Elvira in her 30s. And I'm just sitting there like, wait, what? Is that true? And I look up, holy shit, it is. She was like 30 when she first did the Elvira character. And so you gotta think, wow, she's just, now, to be fair, that's fucking blessed. That's fucking blessed. Like, and the thing that's so interesting about Cassandra Peterson is having seen her in public, she loves being friendly with people. She loves attention. But she loves attention, but more than that, she loves being nice to people.
Now, I'm thinking about like in 30 years, people are gonna be looking at my pictures and shit. Like, now look at this motherfucker
Look
here.
at this motherfucker right here. Yeah.
He talking about women not aging gracefully. Look at his ass.
Oh, dude, like, no, I know exactly. I know exactly what's gonna happen with me. Like, I'm gonna fucking age, and people are gonna go back and they're gonna look at my pictures and they're gonna, hopefully, if with a little luck, they will say the same thing that me and my brother say about my dad, which is motherfucker hasn't aged a day, that piece of shit. Like, hopefully they'll look back at me and they'll be like, oh hey, like back when he had green hair as opposed to that like just white hair that he walks around with, and that fucking like 4 foot weird beard. That's when that beard was only like fucking 4 inches long, and hopefully they'll be saying shit like that as opposed to, man, that guy fucking got old. He's like, I haven't seen aging that bad since Axl Rose. Like if you ever.
Oh my god, that motherfucker did age badly though.
Whoa!
I saw a picture of him. I was like, that's not. No way. That like he ate Axl Rose or some shit. Like that can't be the original dude.
That's fucking Shrek.
Can't be my guy.
That's fucking Shrek wearing an Axl Rose fucking costume. Like, what the fuck's going on? What is this?
What's really going on, bro?
Oh man. Okay, I should let you go, dude.
Yeah, enough talking about people's physical appearances.
I know. What fucking awful pit have we fucking dug for ourselves?
See,
Apparently the slut pit. That's what
we went from. Like intelligent conversation about fucking like the world to, oh man, that bitch ugly.
Oh man. Well, dude, sometimes you just gotta do dumb shit. That's my opinion. Gotta do dumb shit, and just sometimes it's about being a little mean. But like, I don't fucking. Let's be fair. Like, I definitely don't hate Lil' Kim. I definitely don't hate Nicki Minaj.
No.
I certainly don't hate Elvira. So none of this is coming from a position of hate. But god damn it, what the fuck did Lil' Kim do to herself?
I do kind of wish we lived in a world in which that stigma wasn't so prevalent, that it happened so much to women. You know what I mean?
It's really weird. I want to know more about it.
Because it doesn't happen to guys like that. You don't.
No,
see
it's not as
fucking
bad.
P. Diddy with injections and shit like that.
Yeah.
What's the deal? You know what I mean?
I have no idea. Well, like here's the thing. Yeah, it's much rarer, but does happen. Mickey Rourke.
That's true. There's Mickey Rourke, of course, Michael Jackson,
Hmm.
infamous example. Um,
Steve Tyler.
hmm
Let's see. Peter Murphy.
I don't
Fuck,
know
guy
that.
from Spandau Ballet.
Oh,
You know, you spin me right around, baby. Like
oh yeah, yeah, him
that
too.
dude. Yeah. Um, yeah. So it does happen. It does
Mhm.
happen. I think it's just that we don't care as much when it's a dude.
Yeah.
I think. I
See,
think we.
that's a sexism showing. Look at
Oh
that.
yeah. Well, there's a
I
lot
don't
of
want to
reasons
fit
for it.
him.
You know, there's a lot of reasons we do that. Not all of them are bad. It's just some of them are bad.
Yeah.
You
No,
know,
yeah,
like
definitely.
we were
It
very
can't be
like,
denied that that is definitely a problem. It's not like,
oh
what?
yeah.
These people just wanted to have plastic surgery. Oh, come on, you're giving them a hard time. Like, no, there's an underlying social problem that's wrong here. you know?
Yeah. Like, well, it's very odd. Like when someone, I feel really weird. Like there's this woman called the Vampire Woman. She's a crazy tattoo artist who's like had her entire face like fucking reconstruction, so she looks freaky as fuck.
Mm.
You know, like in fucking human. I'm fascinated with her. And it's one of those like, well, would you have sex with that? And I'm like, I think I would have to. I think I would have to if given the
Oh,
opportunity.
oh, nah, nah, I'm good. Oh, I'm good. No, sir. Oh, no, 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 no.
Yeah,
Oh, God.
it's crazy. It's gnarly.
That's like some
It's
fucking
gnarly as
who,
fuck.
who's that character from Mortal Kombat? Like,
Baraka or
huh?
Melina.
Yeah, I think it's Melina with the fucking veil over her face, and when you take it off, she goes.
Melina. It's Melina. Fucking. I think. Yeah, I think I would. I think I would have. I think the question wouldn't be would I have sex with that. I think the question would be would she even be interested in such a relatively normal looking guy as me. You know, that's the question. You know,
Oh,
I know it's super freaky, but like you can't deny that that woman looks exactly the way she intends to.
I mean, yeah, but that's because it's specifically trying to be out there and ridiculous. With the people doing the duck lips, no, they're specifically trying to look like the natural people with full lips and
Yeah.
failing at it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. They're trying to live up to someone else's standard of beauty.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it's very odd. Like I know what a lot of girls mean when they say, "Well, I don't get this surgery for other people." Like that's a bit of a dodge, but I understand what they're getting at. Like it's like,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
no. It's not. It is for you, but it's for you because it gets you attention, and that's the thing that feels good. Like let's come
hmm
on, you know. And that would be true even here. Like, is she doing this to have attention? Yeah, totally. But it also happens to sync up and align itself with a personal aesthetic, you know? So she can make the argument that, like, yeah, the reason I'm doing this is more for my aesthetic reasons than for the attention. But don't get me wrong, the attention is good. I like the attention, you know? And I think that that's the part that's so hard for people to admit and adjust to. You know, it's like, yeah, I want this because it gets me attention and that makes me feel nice. Example, this was a thing that happened at Monster Palooza, and it was one of, for me, a personal highlight of the show. So I'm walking back into the show. It's a horror convention. It's in L.A. And walking in and walking out is a girl, kind of, you know, well put together, kind of chesty. And she's very obviously like, I gotta get out of that building for a minute and out into the regular world where I could, like, regular outside where I could, like, you know, warm up a bit because it's LA, you know, or get a cigarette or just not be where there's like a billion people because Robert Englund's getting signatures and shit. She walks out and she obviously doesn't think that anyone is like looking directly at her. But I am, my eyes are titty magnets. So I immediately look and I notice that she's doing this thing, which should only be described as, she slouches and then she's like, oh shit, I'm slouching. Okay, do this. All right. check the girls. And it's not check the girls for they're comfortable. It is specifically these puppies have got to be as out front as possible. Because these are the money makers, and by God, this milkshake gonna bring all the boys to the yard. And I fucking look at that, and I'm like, and I look up at her, and then she realizes that I have been staring. She realizes that I've been staring, and of course, I'm just all like, you know, and I'm like, all right, here it comes. She is either going to smile, look annoyed, or yell at me. I'm rolling the dice. I'm going to see how this... I need to see how this is going to go. I wasn't expecting this. She went from, I am worried about my appearance, to this girl lit up like a fucking sunflower and then just pranced off. Yeah, like in high heels and everything. She pranced off like, yes, this is... everything is still good. You know, my tits are still worth looking at. Life is amazing. Life is fantastic. Now let's get us out there and see if we can't, you know, make something happen. And she just pranced off, and it was a prance. You know,
you never know how people are going to react to shit.
I know, but I'm sitting there like, I think I helped make that girl's night. That's awesome. You know, yeah. Some people are like, LA's so shallow, and I'm like, I don't know. I kind of dig it. You know, I kind of dig it when like this kind of crazy shit happens.
You know, I think there's still like an aesthetic for people who like you know, like the fake shit, right? Like I think there's people who like that, right? Like there are people who like, I like fake boobs. I like fake
yeah,
lips.
totally.
Like, but I don't think it's as prevalent as it has been perpetuated, you know?
I think especially when it comes to like facial stuff, I think that you're correct, because like human beings are really sensitive to faces. Mm-hmm. You know, fake tits, okay. You know, like, all right. You know, like that's not something we're as sensitive to, particularly not visually. You know, like if you don't, you can easily train yourself to notice the difference, but until that day happens, they're just hits to you.
Yeah.
You know, whereas the face, that's different. You could show a kid a face that's been marred by plastic surgery, and they're not comfortable.
Yeah, because it's supposed to, like, it's that uncanny valley that, I'm not sure if that's necessarily the word for it, but it's like a part of you says like something's not right here.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's that exact instinct, you know.
Yeah, like, is this a human being? Is this a fellow human being? Like your lizard brain goes into that. You're like,
yeah, it's why clowns are so freaky. You know, like you ever seen people in clown makeup on black and white television? Holy crap, they're terrifying looking. Like look up this ad called like Crinkle Quisps.
I really don't want to.
Holy crap, it's like an old cereal ad from like the 50s or 40s. It's like Crinkle Quisp cereal, and it's a Quinkle the clown selling you cereal, and it's the most terrifying looking fucking thing you've ever seen. Like fucking, I'm like, no, we found it. This is the new Pennywise. You know, fuck what they're actually doing in that movie. This right here, this is the real shit. Yeah. You're like, what? That's that's some horrifying shit. Dude, right there.
I'm literally not even scared of clowns, and that kind of threw me off.
Yeah. It does. It fucking does. It's fucking terrifying. You know, like, but yeah, I don't think there is such a thing as the uncanny valley of tits. You know, I think we just kind of like, we just kind of like, they're either so good you don't care, or you don't care so it doesn't matter.
You know, all right.
Yeah. Like there's some porn stars where I was just sort of like, they have work done. They always claim they never had work done. And I started talking to some guys some girls who had work done or were thinking of having work done. And they were like, actually, it's really interesting. If you talk to the plastic surgeons, they will tell you exactly what those are, how it's achieved, and what it will cost. And I was like, really? Well, how come some of them look so bad? And he's like, and they're all like, because they're cheap. The thing is that it's not the materials that cost, it's the surgeon. Because the surgeon's the one that makes the difference.
So when you get the cheap ones, it's not like, oh man, something messed up. They're just like, nah, man, I just need to get this cheap one real quick.
Yeah. Like there's some gals out there who look completely natural, even naked in full motion video. They look natural. They're not. They're not. That they are enhanced. They're surgically enhanced.
It's just how much you're willing to give out, man.
How much you're willing to.
How much you got, bro?
Yeah. How many shekels you got? How much you gonna pay?
How many shekels?
Yup. Oh man. All right. I should finally let you actually fucking go.
Yeah, the sun is literally coming up over here right now.
Oh shit! All right, I'm gonna let you get to rest. All right, man. I will talk to you later. I want to thank everyone in the Slut Pit for fucking joining us. I want to thank everybody for hanging around. Man, we just fucking blabbed on for fucking ever, and now it's even like it's almost 3 where I am. So that means it's like 6 o'clock where you are. Holy shit. Well, thanks again, man. As we head off into that great good night, why don't you plug one more time?
Yo, I am the rap critic. I review rap songs. You don't have to like my opinion, but I don't have to like your song. I'm actually about to put out an episode. It's about to go live like right now.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, over at my channel, if you go to Rap Critic, you guys will be the first ones to know that it's happening. Let me make this shit go live. It's actually a worst lyrics episode, so people seem to enjoy those a lot.
Nice. Oh man. So you just like put it on the Twitter and all that shit?
Yeah. Matter of fact, hold up, I need to change the advanced settings to the and then make that shit go live. All right, yep, it's over there. If you check it out, it'll be there.
All right.
I talk about Lil Uzi Vert, Papoose, and Rick Ross. So
yeah, everybody, fucking follow Rap Critic on Twitter at It's the Rap Critic.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, and well, Fright Nights, Monster Girls, and assorted members of the Slut Pit. I think it's once again time for us to say Satan and I love you very, very much. And we keep watching fucked up movies. We'll see you again next time. Loved hanging out with all of you. Rap Critic, you take care, man. It's great seeing you.
Peace.
Peace.